Chapter 187. On this day, in front of ancient Tao's celestial city, all the powerhouses of Ocean Palace were annihilated. Only the wreckage of ancient warships remained, as well as some remnants of terrifying auras, describing the horror of that great battle. The news quickly spread like a boulder smashed into the deep sea, setting off huge waves. The cultivators who witnessed everything were so shocked that their scalps went numb. Thinking back, they still felt chills all over. Even the powerful Ocean Palace did not gain any advantage in the end. Instead, they completely offended the Longevity Gu clan. In some ways, they even shed all pretense of cordiality. Many cultivators even had a premonition that the situation in Boundless Heaven would change horribly. That day, the golden decree covered the sky, as if a punishment from the heavens was descending. The phantom of the Ocean Palace's Ocean King appeared in person, but it could not change anything. In the end, even his decree was turned to ashes by the Gu clan's ancestor. The Longevity Gu clan let everyone know how terrifying and powerful they were. No one could humiliate them. In the following period of time, the news quickly spread throughout the ancient city of Tao Celestial. No matter which cultivator or orthodoxy it was, they could not sit still. They were deeply shocked. No one expected that such a secret past would be exposed in the end. Whether it was what Gu Chang'e said that day, or Gu Xian's origin and tragic childhood experience, many people were shocked. The commotion caused by this matter was no less than that caused by the appearance of the inheritor of the demonic arts and the killing of many young supreme beings. Some people even felt that Gu Chang'e's ruthlessness in some aspects could even be compared to the inheritor of the demonic arts. However, such opinions were quickly drowned out by all kinds of noise. After this incident of digging up the bone as a child, Gu Chang'e's reputation indeed fell by a lot. His perfect image in the hearts of many young people was also stained. This made many young people unable to believe and accept, but it was the truth. Gu Chang'e did it himself, said it himself, and in the end, dug out the bone, causing a phenomenon that shook all directions. However, Gu Chang'e's courage to confess his past in front of the world was admired by many. On the other hand, his actions were even reasonable in many people's eyes. Was there really a perfect person in this world? It was impossible. No one was perfect. Even a true sage would not be able to do this. Wasn't it normal for Gu Chang'e to have a stain that was difficult to erase? From this point of view, many young women who admired Gu Chang'e felt that this kind of Gu Chang'e was more real, and their admiration for him did not decrease in the slightest. This kind of Gu Chang'e was not the same as before. He was transcendent, like an immortal above the 9 heavens, untainted by a speck of dust. This made them feel that the distance between them and Gu Chang'e wasn't so far away. Furthermore, no one could err. Gu Chang'e had already calmed down in front of the entire world. Wasn't this a sign of his guilt and compensation? He would make up for his past mistakes and make up for what he owed Gu Xian. Why couldn't she choose to forgive him? After all, those words were said by Gu Chang'e in front of the entire world. Was this not convincing? For a time, there were even more praises. They felt that Gu Chang'e's calmness this time had an indescribable courage. Who could do what he did, admitting to his past mistakes and digging out his own Dao bone in front of the entire world to pay back the enmity of the past? During this period of time, there were all kinds of discussions. Some praised, some cursed, some lamented, some mocked. This was especially so for the younger generation. Such discussions never stopped. Many young supreme martial artists who had witnessed everything in Tao's celestial city that day were deeply affected by this matter. Even if Gu Chang'e dug out his Tao bone, his strength was still boundlessly strong and was not affected at all. They wanted to surpass Gu Chang'e, but that was impossible. Gu Chang'e's current cultivation was already at the late stage of the Void God realm. The other young supreme martial artists had just begun to touch the threshold of the Void God realm. The gap was too big, so many people despaired. This was a huge mountain that weighed down on their peers. It was difficult to surmount and overturn. At least until now, there had never been a young existence who could be called a taboo among young people like Gu Chang'e. Although the mysterious and ruthless inheritor of the demonic arts, Yi Ling, had disappeared without a trace, none of the cultivators had forgotten about his strength. After all, he was a tyrannical figure who could escape from Gu Chang'e. The immortal ancient continent could be said to be the best breeding ground for inheritors of demonic arts. Who knew how much his cultivation had improved there? On the other hand, there were quite a few cultivators who began to ponder about this and discovered the contradiction in this secret. Why did Gu Chang'e choose to dig out his own cousin's Dao bone? What was his motive? Was it because of Gu Xian'er's talent to make himself stronger? Why did he dig out the Dao bone and return it to Gu Xian'er in front of everyone? Could it be because that piece of Dao bone was no longer useful to Gu Chang'e? This was too strange. There were too many suspicious points. Some people guessed that this was because of the oppression of the longevity Gu family. As the young master of the longevity Gu family, Gu Chang'e's words and actions represented the longevity Gu family. If this matter was not resolved properly, it would be exposed sooner or later. Therefore, Gu Chang'e had no choice but to admit Gu Xian'er's identity. However, more people felt that this secret was only the tip of the iceberg. News of this spread like wildfire. At the same time, on the Wuxiang peak, the mountain breeze blew, and clouds curled around like jade ribbons, circling everywhere. The originally beautiful scene was now more like a fairyland. Celestial flowers bloomed, holy flowers were dazzling, and clear spring water tinkled. If you have something to say it quickly. Gu Chang'e stood on the peak with his hands behind his back. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his expression was profound. He said in a calm voice, his back facing Gu Xian'er, who had a complicated expression and didn't know what to say for a moment. The current Gu Chang'e didn't have any injuries on his body. Even his aura didn't change in the slightest. Digging out the Dao bone had no effect on Gu Chang'e at all. But in order to match the current scene, his face still looked a little pale. This was the third day since he revealed the truth to the public. After Gu Nanshan destroyed all the creatures in the Ocean Palace, Gu Chang'e ordered a group of experts from the divine sect of Taichu to clean up the battlefield. And he returned to the Wuxiang peak. During this time, he didn't say a word to Gu Xian'er. Naturally, he didn't have any interaction with her. He and Gu Xian'er seemed to have become strangers in an instant. Her blue dress fluttered in the wind. Her long black hair was scattered and blown by the mountain wind. Gu Xian'er's little face was in a daze. She looked at Gu Chang'e, all kinds of thoughts rolling in her mind. She pinched the corner of her dress. Her heart wasn't as calm as she looked. Even her bony fingers were a little white at this moment. These 3 days, it was just as Gu Chang'e had shown. At first, Gu Xian'er thought that Gu Chang'e would explain to her what happened back then. Her heart was full of expectations. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e explained clearly what happened back then in front of the whole world and said that he would make it up to her. Wasn't this Gu Chang'e's expression of apology? Moreover, he even damaged his origin, dug out the Dao bone and returned it to her. He also said that no one else was allowed to hurt her. In front of so many orthodoxies, he spoke like this, which really shocked everyone. This strong and cold attitude made Gu Xian'er's head buzz. She felt unprecedentedly at ease. Although Gu Chang'e was so black-hearted and evil, it was not bad to have such a brother. Therefore, she decided to reluctantly forgive Gu Chang'e and let bygones be bygones for what he did more than 10 years ago. From now on, the grudges between the two of them were written off. No one owed the other. However, Gu Xian'er didn't expect that after that day, Gu Chang'e seemed to have forgotten about her. Not to mention explaining anything to her, he didn't even acknowledge her. His cold attitude was very similar to when she didn't want to talk to Gu Chang'e in the beginning. This made her confused. She couldn't understand at all. She felt that Gu Chang'e was really feeling guilty about digging out the Dao bone and wanted to make it up to her. However, Gu Chang'e hadn't told her about that secret yet. But why was the current situation so different from what she thought? It was as if Gu Chang'e appeared to block the revenge of the Ocean Palace for her. He did all this just to acknowledge her identity, just to give her justice back then. Or maybe it was just to keep the clansmen in check. After returning the bone to her, it was as if there was no relationship between the two of them. The grudges between the two of them were resolved together. They were like strangers. Naturally, there was no need to maintain that superficial sibling relationship. Gu Xian didn't believe and didn't want to accept this result. She felt that Gu Chang'e must have some secret that no one knew. He deliberately pretended to be like this. He was deliberately treating her like this now. Gu Chang'e with such an attitude just didn't want her to understand him. Therefore, Gu Xian took the initiative to visit Gu Chang'e on Wushang Peak. She wanted to ask him about the cause and effect of the matter. At this moment, hearing Gu Chang'e's words, Gu Xian took a deep breath and calmed her previous calm and cold expression. Gu Chang'e, what was the purpose of all that you did 3 days ago? Her voice was incomparably calm and her small face was serious. Gu Xian felt that she needed to tear apart the layer of disguise on Gu Chang'e's face. What was it that he couldn't say? Couldn't he say it? Did he have to hide it all by himself? Gu Chang'e had been so good to her before. She didn't believe that Gu Chang'e was pretending. Gu Chang'e was actually a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. What purpose? Gu Xian, is this what you came to ask me about? I thought it was something big. You disappoint me. Instead of wasting this time, why don't you keep it for cultivation? Or do you think that from now on, I can't suppress you? That you don't have the motivation to cultivate? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e seemed to be slightly stunned. Then he turned around and looked at her. His voice carried a hint of ridicule. It was as if he had seen an idiot. Gu Xian was angered by his casual and contemptuous attitude. She wrinkled her jade nose and said in a clear voice, Gu Chang'e, stop pretending. Don't think that you can hide it from me. All this time, Gu Chang'e had been using all kinds of methods to force her to work hard in cultivation so that she could surpass him. Until now, this purpose had not changed. Did Gu Chang'e really think that she wouldn't notice such an obvious flaw? Gu Xian stared into Gu Chang'e's eyes as if she wanted to see through him. Oh, putting on an act. That's interesting. Gu Xian, did you think that after I said those words and swore on my Dao heart, I wouldn't do anything to you? I haven't beaten you for a long time. You've become bold. Gu Chang'e sneered at her. Don't try to provoke me. Otherwise, I'll really throw you into the latrine pit and suppress you for 3 to 5 years. Gu Chang'e, hearing this, Gu Xian's voice suddenly became louder. Her eyes were filled with anger. She glared at him and said, I've already forgiven you. Are you still going to treat me like this? Even though she knew that Gu Chang'e was deliberately angering her. Gu Xian couldn't help but be angry. Gu Chang'e said calmly, You've forgiven me. The last time I handed my life to you, it was you who didn't want it. So we don't owe each other anything. You. Gu Xian's expression froze. Gu Chang'e was right. At that time, the two of them had already settled their grievances. But for this kind of thing, how could it be settled so easily and erase all traces? But you clearly said those words. You even dug out the Dao bone and returned it to me. Gu Xian said, unwilling to give up. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't beat Gu Chang'e, she really wanted to teach this stubborn guy a good lesson. At this time, what was there to be proud of? Wasn't it good to confess everything? At this time, you don't really think that I meant what I said, right? Don't you know the trick of injuring yourself to gain sympathy? As for those words, Gu Xian, how could you be so stupid and naive? Could it be that you were really touched? Those words were only said for the world to hear. It was to maintain my image. At the same time, it was also to account to the family. His expression was one of casual understatement. It was as if he was narrating something that had nothing to do with him. But the words that came out of his mouth were filled with deep coldness. Gu Xian's face turned pale. The more Gu Chang'e explained, the more she didn't believe him. There was obviously something wrong with his heart. Why was Gu Chang'e always like this? Didn't he understand other people's good intentions? Can't you understand my good intentions? Gu Xian'er gritted her teeth. She really wanted to cut open Gu Chang'e's heart and see what was inside. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to guess Gu Chang'e's thoughts. Good intentions? There's no need. A person like me doesn't need any good intentions. Gu Chang'e shook his head. Don't you know this kind of thing now? Is there a need to ask again? There was a faint mockery on his face. There was no expression at all like the one when he was defending Gu Xian'er. Gu Chang'e, you. Gu Xian'er was so angry at Gu Chang'e's words that she gritted her teeth. What did he mean by "don't need good intentions"? He said it as if he was burdened with a deep hatred. If she didn't know that he was doing it on purpose, she would definitely explode at this moment. She swore that she would tear apart Gu Chang'e's false pretense. What about me? Don't you understand, elders? Gu Chang'e looked at her coldly. Suddenly, he waved his sleeve. With a rumble, a large void palm print appeared and instantly sent Gu Xian'er flying from the mountain top. Gu Chang'e, you've gone too far. I'll definitely suppress you in the future. I'll expose your secret and find the truth. Gu Xian'er's cold and angry voice came from afar. She was so angry that her teeth itched. However, she was instantly slapped away by Gu Chang'e. Then I'll wait for you to find the truth. The mountain wind blew, and his robes fluttered. The coldness on Gu Chang'e's face disappeared. His expression was full of interest. His words just now were half true and half false. However, for Gu Xian'er, that was enough. During this period of time, the atmosphere of the entire immeasurable heaven was heavy. There was a feeling that a storm was about to come. Many cultivators and creatures didn't dare to casually show themselves outside. Most importantly, the inheritor of the demonic arts who had disappeared for a long time reappeared in the world. This time, the most elite powerhouses of the various clans were in trouble. In the various imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects outside the immeasurable heaven, there was no peace at all. Taoist Chang'e, I didn't expect you to be hiding such a past. It's a pity that I didn't see it with my own eyes that day. Digging out the bones to return his sister and controlling the ocean palace. Such courage, as expected of the number one person of the younger generation. In a palace of the ancient Yi clan. His entire body was bright, and his hair was sparkling as if it was burning. He looked like the son of God of the sun, Yi Langtian. After hearing this news, he was currently praising Gu Chang'e. His eyes were full of admiration for him. In his words, Gu Chang'e was worthy of the title of the number one person of the younger generation. At least for now, he couldn't find a young supreme being who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Gu Chang'e. Only Yu Mingkong, who had always been mysterious when fighting, made Yi Langtian feel that she might have the ability to fight Gu Chang'e. However, the two of them were engaged, so how could they fight? It was impossible for the world to know that they were sparring in secret. Brother Chang'e, what is his own talent? Since the Dao bone didn't originally belong to him, could it be a space-related talent? Yi Langtian narrowed his eyes. He felt that Gu Chang'e's hidden talent should be related to space. The speed that Gu Chang'e displayed in several battles left people dumbfounded and tongue-tied. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was reasonable to say that he was traveling through the void. As for digging out the bones, in fact, many young supremes, including Yi Langtian, didn't care about it. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Devouring the weak to strengthen oneself was the law of nature. He himself wasn't a completely good person. Therefore, he felt that Gu Changa's actions of digging out the bones in his early years were completely understandable. After all, he was young and didn't know anything. There was nothing to say about making such a choice. Gu Changa being able to confess everything had greatly exceeded his expectations. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't have the guts to do such a thing. So, there is such a grudge between Gu Changa and Gu Xian. However, a person like Gu Changa would dig out the bones and return the sister. I really didn't expect. Beside Yi Langtian, a beautiful girl in a purple dress was also shocked. She was Yi Liuli. At the mention of Gu Changa, she recalled the scene in the lower realms when Gu Changa forced her to apologize. As for Yi Chen's memories, only a few fuzzy images remained. She only remembered that Yi Chen had offended Gu Changa. Although she wanted to help, in the end, she couldn't do anything. Yi Chen was killed by Gu Changa. Apart from this, Yi Chen was an insignificant character in her eyes. He wasn't worth her attention. On the contrary, she often couldn't help but think of Gu Changa, which made her very vexed. If she felt disrespectful towards Gu Changa, she would feel as if she was facing the might of the heavens. Brother, do you think that Ocean Palace will really start a war with Longevity Gu Clan? I feel that Longevity Gu Clan's foundation is unfathomable, but Ocean Palace can't be underestimated either. They have ruled a measurable Ocean Clan for so many years and have never lost their inheritance, Yi Liuli asked. Mentioning this matter, in her opinion, would even affect the situation in immeasurable heaven. This war won't happen. Ocean Palace doesn't dare. Yi Langtian said with a strange smile on his face. At the same time, at the end of a large lake, there was a dark blue ocean. On this ocean, there were black bone warships drifting. A huge golden sun could also be seen sinking into the depths of the ocean. At this moment, the sounds of killing shook the heavens, including angry roars. A large number of sea creatures came from all directions. They were all commanders and many affiliated forces sent by the Ocean Palace to various places. The Longevity Gu family's patriarch had destroyed a great commander, tens of thousands of Oceanids, and even the Sea King's decree that had been sent to the Palace of Immortals to seek justice. This matter naturally aroused the wrath of all the Ocean Clan forces in immeasurable ocean. They gathered together, determined to wash away the humiliation. At this moment, a thick fog filled the sky. Ocean Palace was built on the seabed. There was dense immortal chi, and auspicious clouds intertwined. An ancient tree that supported the sky held up all the seawater, forming a boundless world. Here, there were suns, moons, and stars, and the rules of heaven and earth were intact. Looking around, there were mountains, earth veins, pavilions, cities, and palaces. It was like a complete big world. In the center of the ancient palace, the Ocean King, wearing an immortal gold crown and holding the immortal sword of the King Path, shouted with a gloomy face, "Longevity Gu Clan has gone too far. My Ocean Palace has been unhindered for countless years, and this is the first time I've been humiliated like this." He could still clearly remember that not long after the figure appeared, a kitchen knife full of rust slashed his head. If it wasn't for the fact that the figure was extremely solid and had been refined by him for a long time, he would have been reduced to ashes by that knife. What the Ocean King couldn't stand the most was the strong attitude of Longevity Gu Clan. It looked like Ocean Palace was afraid of Longevity Gu Clan. "Your Majesty, are we still going to fight this battle? If we are, we will gather all the elites of the Sea Clan now and attack Longevity Gu Clan together. We will let them know that we are not to be trifled with." Immediately, a creature with a turtle shell and mung bean-like eyes turned and said so. In his opinion, with the seemingly endless number of the Sea Clan, no matter how strong Longevity Gu Clan was, it was impossible to hold them off. After all, the most vast area in the upper realm was the ocean. The Sea clan was powerful. Although they didn't spread out like the 10,000 ancient clans, they had the advantage in numbers. When the Ocean King heard this, his expression changed rapidly. But in the end, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. I'm no match for the Gu clan's ancestor. If I really start a war with Gu clan over this, it's not worth it. Longevity Gu clan has been through countless wars and has never fallen. Unless we can also have reinforcements. Gu Chang'e is just a junior. How can he have so much power? The Ocean King growled. He was very unwilling, but he could only vent his anger here. The higher-ups of Ocean Palace below kept quiet out of fear and didn't dare to speak softly. However, at this moment, all of their expressions changed. They felt a terrifying aura descending from the sky outside the underwater palace. The sea was vast and mighty, and the sky was trembling. It's the Gu clan's ancestor. The Ocean King's expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect to be chased here by Gu Nanshan. Soon, he took a step forward. His aura was monstrous and terrifying. Divine chains of rules soared into the sky and instantly attacked the palace outside. At this time, naturally, he couldn't retreat. Unparalleled Celestial Dynasty, Celestial Dynasty. In a magnificent, ancient, and magnificent hall. After leaving the immortal ancient continent and intercepting Yi Mei on the way, Yu Mingkong was now sitting on the throne. She wore a loose emperor's robe and was flipping through memorials. Her brows furrowed from time to time. All kinds of emotions flashed through her cold and deep eyes, but in the end, they returned to calmness. Crown Prince, this is what happened in Dao's celestial ancient city that day. Below her, a female official respectfully replied. Chapter 188. Yu Mingkong sat on the throne and quietly closed the memorial after hearing his words. Ever since she returned from the immortal ancient continent, her cultivation had improved tremendously. Especially since she had obtained many benefits from Gu Chang'e that she would never have dared to imagine. A drop of the five-colored true dragon's blood and a jar of immortal essence that she had only refined a little. These two things could be said to be the most precious things in the immortal ancient continent, and they were the most useful to her. Not to mention her, even the group of old antiques in the immortal ancient continent who were fighting each other to the death would be jealous of him. You may all leave, Yu Mingkong said lightly. Now, she already had the majesty of an empress who controlled the life and death of billions of people. It was terrifying and intimidating. The coldness in her eyes made people's hearts tremble. Just one movement was enough to make many of the court officials below break out in cold sweat. They did not dare to breathe loudly. Yes, Crown Princess. After receiving the order, everyone in the hall left, leaving only a few female officials that Yu Mingkong trusted. The rumors are true, right? Yu Mingkong asked lightly. Hidden in her calm expression were emotions that only she knew. Crown Princess, the rumors are true. Young Master Chang'e personally dug out the bone in front of the Ocean Palace and the other orthodoxies. The female official reported. Young Master Chang'e also said that he would destroy the entire family of anyone who dared to have designs on Gu Xian. She could not help but tremble when she said this. From these simple words, one could hear a terrifying bloodthirsty aura. You even said those words. Chang'e, what are you thinking? I will never be able to understand your heart. Yu Mingkong waved her hand and dismissed all the female officials. She was slightly stunned, then closed her eyes and murmured. In her original memory, Gu Xian's ending in her previous life was very tragic. Gu Chang'e did not return the bone or confess what happened in the past. From the beginning, he had never stopped hunting Gu Xian. Even her bloodline had been exterminated by Gu Chang'e through various means. From the very beginning, Yu Mingkong had been trying to change Gu Xian's ending. She wanted to increase Gu Xian's chances of survival when she encountered Gu Chang'e. However, when Yumingkong met Gu Xian for the first time, she realized that Gu Xian didn't seem to hate Gu Chang'e that much. This made her very surprised and puzzled. After investigating, she found out that it was Gu Chang'e who had brought back Gu Xian's bloodline and released those who had been imprisoned. In Yumingkong's opinion, this was the most appropriate and correct approach. In fact, this was what she wanted to persuade Gu Chang'e to do at the very beginning of her rebirth. She wanted to prevent him from walking on the path of betrayal. However, Gu Chang'e had done this before she did. He had eased his relationship with Gu Xian first. At that time, Yumingkong even suspected that Gu Chang'e was also reborn like her. However, she found out that Gu Chang'e was not. There were many things that would happen in the future that he did not know at all. He did not seem like a reborn person at all. Unless Gu Chang'e had been pretending to be a fool and was planning to deceive everyone. However, with Gu Chang'e's strength at that time, there was no need for him to do that. If he was a reborn person and knew everything that was going to happen like the back of his hand, it would simply make people despair. Therefore, Yumingkong knew that she was completely overthinking. Since that incident, Yumingkong had been very confused. She found that Gu Chang'e was different from the Gu Chang'e she knew in the past. Although his personality did not change, he had a rare human touch. Although this human touch was very faint, to Gu Chang'e, it was already a huge change. However, Yumingkong felt that Gu Chang'e was deliberately pretending to be like this in order to confuse her. However, a series of things that happened after that broke Yumingkong's understanding one by one. Until now, she did not dare to completely believe that memory of her rebirth. It was because of that memory that she had a preconceived notion and misunderstood Gu Chang'e in this life. She felt that he had other motives and did not have good intentions. It was also because of this that the relationship between the two of them, which was originally changing and could have been closer, suddenly fell to the freezing point. If there was no preconceived notion that Gu Chang'e did not have good intentions. In the Baiheng mountain range, how could she say those words to Gu Chang'e? Yumingkong also understood that this was not her memory. If there was no memory of her rebirth, she would still be that pure and kind fourth princess. She would not even have the qualifications to enter Gu Chang'e's eyes. Controlling the entire unparalleled immortal dynasty was even more impossible. Chang'e should be very disappointed and bitterly disappointed with me now. All along, his good intentions towards me were all suspected by me. Yumingkong sighed deeply. Gu Chang'e dug out the bones of his sister and made it public to the world. It could be said that this matter was a complete slap to her face. All of her previous guesses and doubts about Gu Chang'e were all overturned. Her emotions were complicated. Regret, frustration, guilt. Gu Chang'e even told her the biggest secret, that he was the inheritor of the demonic arts and did not have any precautions against her. Wasn't this enough to explain everything? After all, Chang'e is a person who does not show his emotions. If you want to know what he is thinking, you can actually see through his actions. After thinking through all of this, Yumingkong's emotions were half worried and half happy, mixed with a bit of bitterness. She was happy that Gu Chang'e finally had a place for her in his heart. Otherwise, Gu Chang'e would definitely be thinking of ways to deal with her now. He would not give her a jar of immortal essence when they parted. He was just stubborn and unwilling to say his true thoughts. With his cold personality, he would not easily reveal his emotions. She was worried that this position was too small, so small that it could disappear at any time. I am too stupid. Only now do I understand that Chang'e still has me in his heart. Yumingkong thought of this and felt somewhat satisfied. Just like that sentence in front of Yin Mei that day. It was better to let go than to block. Since she could not stop Gu Chang'e, why not follow him and help him rule the heavens as a reincarnator? Who knew that there would definitely be a tragedy in the end? Even if you become the enemy of the heavens in the end, I will still stand by your side. Who told me to be so stupid, willing to give up everything for you? Yumingkong muttered to herself, secretly making up her mind. Her expression was calm and deep. At this moment, she had thought everything through. She actually did not care about her final ending. On the day of her rebirth, she secretly vowed to change the endings of her family and friends in her previous life. But now it seemed that this vow was already useless. In this life, she did not need to do so. Gu Changa's actions had already shown that he would not repeat the mistakes of the previous life. He would also not repeat the tragedies that Yu Mingkong knew of. As for the hatred towards Gu Changa in the previous life, Yu Mingkong could only choose to silently accept it and hide it deep in her heart. She had already endured a lot, so she did not mind a little more. According to the development of the previous life, the general trend has not changed. First, the immortal spirit of the immortal ancient continent appeared. Many old antiques went there, but in the end, nothing was gained. Gu Changa was one step ahead of them. Then, the Ocean Palace sent many experts of the Sea clan to seek justice from Xian Er. In the end, the ancestors of Xian Er's bloodline were angry and had bad tempers, and they were all destroyed. Then, the ancestor of the Gu family killed his way to the territory of the Ocean Palace. No one knows what happened in that battle, but in the end, the Ocean Palace was sealed for 100,000 years, and many sea clans were not allowed to leave the boundless sea. The things in the immortal ancient continent seem to have something to do with Gu Changa, but there is too little information that can be found. I only know that the immortal ancient dragon clan took the lead in resisting, but in the end, it was suppressed by the Great Elder. Yu Mingkong organized these memories in her mind. The battle in the Ocean Palace seemed to have alarmed one of Gu Xian Er's masters. Across an endless distance, a pitch-black blade light was sent over. The terrifying aura of the two supreme existences was vast and mighty in the entire sea, and finally suppressed the Ocean Palace. Everyone also understood that even if there was no Gu Changa, Gu Xian Er's identity was unparalleled, and there would not be any life or death accidents. Of course, these were all trivial matters that did not affect the final direction of the matter. The Ocean Palace was ancient and had dominated the boundless sea for many years, but they did not dare to start a war with the longevity Gu family. So, Yu Mingkong had never worried about Gu Xian Er. As long as Gu Changa did not deal with Gu Xian Er, then Gu Xian would not be in danger. Gu Xian Er's most dangerous enemy would always be Gu Changa. After the matter at hand is settled, I have to go find that girl Xian Er. There are some things that I still have to tell her. Yu Mingkong did not intend to be like before, always worrying about Gu Changa. She no longer suspected that Gu Changa had ulterior motives. It was simply too tiring to guess Gu Changa's thoughts. She was carrying too much hatred and too much pressure, and now she was tired. Even if Gu Changa had ulterior motives, she did not want to care about it anymore. Anyway, in the end, no matter how she prepared or planned, it was impossible to stop Gu Changa. The world was moving, and the subtle changes were, but the general trajectory would not change. Even if in the end, Gu Changa would kill her like in her previous life, Yu Mingkong did not care. Then let Gu Changa kill her. Now she knew that she actually had a place in Gu Changa's heart, and that was enough. The Yin Day will soon descend on the world again. All the orthodoxies and sects will send their strongest people to build the Immortal Academy, in order to cultivate true immortals in this era. When the time comes, many princes, ancient freaks, and even the young kings of their generation will appear. Yu Mingkong began to recall this memory. For Gu Changa, it would be an excellent breeding ground. After all, the countless sources were enough for him to devour and cultivate, and to refine the great Tao treasure bottle. For the younger generation, this was a golden gathering of stars, but at the same time, it was also the beginning of their nightmare. In his previous life, countless geniuses had fallen victim to Gu Changa's evil schemes. So what if they were princes and ancient princes? In Gu Changa's eyes, they were just nourishment. There was the Yin Day outside, and there were inheritors of demonic arts inside. This world would never be peaceful. The Yin Day, as its name suggested, was the same as the immeasurable day. It was an infinitely large area, and when it was formed, it could even be said to include many ancient universes. The terrifying thing about the Yin Day was its ability to engulf various small worlds, planes, and even heavens. It was like a world with life, with self-awareness, and could engulf other heavens to strengthen itself. In the beginning, the appearance of the Yin Day was not noticed by anyone. When it began to take shape, it already had the ability to engulf the world. For many orthodoxies and tribes, the Yin Day was the most terrifying thing. It did not belong to any race, and it had no life. It was just a world that was constantly evolving and expanding. However, it could engulf and destroy everything. The appearance of the Yin Day, the appearance of the human ancestor, Yu Mingkong recalled this matter. In her previous life, she did not seriously understand it, and only heard about it vaguely. Gu Chang'e planned to use this matter, but she did not know whether he succeeded or not. She also did not know how Gu Chang'e planned it. The Yin Day was a disaster that involved the entire upper realm. Every time this happened, the human ancestor would appear and save the world from danger. This was because every time the Yin Day descended, many orthodoxies would be engulfed and destroyed, disappearing forever. In this world, apart from the real immortals, who would dare to easily destroy the universe and end the Yin Day? Even orthodoxies that had given birth to immortals would find it difficult to deal with. However, the human ancestor could and had such means. The human ancestor was immortal, and he had been trekking in the cycle of reincarnation. Every time the Yin Day descended, various orthodoxies would search for the human ancestor's reincarnation. The human ancestor's identity was extraordinary, and even the most ancient existences had to treat him with respect. Chapter 189. The origin of the Yin Day had always been a mystery in the upper realm. No one knew why it was born, and no one knew where it really was. However, the living beings that walked out of the Yin Day all carried a terrifying Yin Qi. It was a strange and terrifying aura that would corrode a cultivator's primordial spirit and spirit ocean. Even powerful beings would not be willing to be tainted by it. Regardless of cultivation level or true spirit, it was difficult to get rid of. It was like a maggot in one's bones. As far as Yu Mingkong knew, when the Yin Day descended in her previous life, it had already devoured many lower realms. The scale was terrifying. As it rumbled, it caused unrest in the upper realm. It was because of this that all the orthodoxies and great sects were uneasy. They sent out their strongest beings to build a true immortal academy. They used all the resources of each race to cultivate true immortals in this life. There were no immortals in the upper realm now. If there were, they would be the ancestors of the oldest aristocratic families who had not awakened for many years. Yu Mingkong heard about the human ancestor from Gu Chang'e in her previous life. The human ancestor had always been walking in the cycle of reincarnation. Some people said that he was one of the pioneers of the upper realm, and also one of the earliest predecessors of the human race. This group of predecessors created inheritances for the human race and made immortal contributions. The human ancestor was the most reputable one among them. Every time the Yin Day appeared, the human ancestor's reincarnation would awaken from the cycle of reincarnation. He would turn the tide and stop this chaos. Even in the past, an inheritor of the demonic technique who caused chaos and almost overturned half of the upper realm was killed by the human ancestor in the end. The disasters he had prevented were too many to count. Such a great achievement was worthy of praise from future generations for hundreds of millions of years. For countless years, the human ancestor had become an existence like a religion in the upper realm. Even the old antiques of the imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies would definitely be in awe when they mentioned the human ancestor. The younger generation knew little about this, so they might not think much of it. However, once the human ancestor's reincarnation awakened, his terrifying cultivation speed would make all of his peers despair. It was an unimaginable speed. In the shortest amount of time, he would reach the peak of the strongest. To the prodigies of various orthodoxies, no matter how dazzling they were. As long as they were in front of the human ancestors' reincarnation, they would be overshadowed and lose all their brilliance. The strength of the human ancestors' reincarnation was definitely not something that the geniuses of the same era could compare to. This was something that was unquestionable in every era. Many people guessed that the human ancestor was cultivating a Tao technique. He was comprehending the cycle of reincarnation, walking in the world, experiencing the rolling of the mortal world, and the various states of the heavens. In the end, the human ancestor would transcend and become an unspeakable existence. As for the orthodoxy left behind by the human ancestor hall, it had become one of the most transcendent forces in the upper realm. There were very few cultivators in the human ancestors hall, but every single one of them could cause a great commotion in the outside world. They were treated as esteemed guests, and no one dared to disrespect them. Of course, the human ancestor palace's transcendent status did not necessarily mean that its backing was more abundant than those everlasting families and imperishable great sections. However, the position of the human ancestors hall in the hearts of the cultivators of the upper realm was no different from that of a shrine. They had to worship it at all times. According to the memories of my previous life, the reincarnation of the human ancestor should have come from that lower realm. Yuminkong's gaze became very deep. This was because once the human ancestor's reincarnation awakened, he would definitely have the means of the human ancestor's previous reincarnations. When that time came, Gu Changa's identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts would most likely be exposed. The things that had happened in this life had exceeded her expectations in many aspects, and many things had even happened earlier. She did not know when the human ancestor's reincarnation would appear. However, the only thing she was certain of was that the human ancestor had the means to find out the identity of the inheritor of the demonic arts. This had happened in her previous life. However, at that time, Gu Changa's power was overwhelming, and even with the human ancestor's backing, he had to be wary. According to this development, the human ancestor was likely to appear earlier this time, and Gu Changa was only at the beginning stage now. He was still far from the terrifying power he had in his previous life. Facing the human ancestor, Gu Changa would be at a great disadvantage, and he might even face a situation where the entire world was his enemy. For Gu Changa, this was a huge hidden danger. Human ancestor. Yu Mingkong whispered, and the cold and murderous intent in her eyes was shocking. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind at lightning speed. She was recalling the various characteristics of the human ancestor in her previous life, and using this, she could determine where the human ancestor was. Even if it was the human ancestor who was worshipped by countless cultivators in the upper realm and had an unimaginable backing, as long as they were against Gu Changa, they would be her enemy. Whether it was in the past or now, she would not let anyone hurt Gu Changa. Even if she wanted revenge before this, she could only do it herself. After some time, the human ancestor hall's successor will definitely travel the world and find the human ancestor's reincarnation at the same time. Yu Mingkong had already made a decision in her heart. The human ancestor hall's successor was extremely mysterious. Even in her previous life, no one had seen their true appearance, and no one knew whether they were male or female. Furthermore, the human ancestor hall's legacy was famous for being mysterious and powerful, and could borrow the Tao fruit. In other words, the human ancestor hall's previous successors could lend the Tao fruit to the human ancestor hall's successor in this life. The human ancestor hall's successor would shoulder the mission of assisting the human ancestor's reincarnation. Before the human ancestor grew up, he would definitely be Gu Changa's hidden enemy. It's said that the human ancestor has the green lotus nirvana cleansing body, and it seems to have been transformed from a green lotus of purification. The first step of this human ancestor should be to go against the heavens and rebuild his foundation, so this green lotus of purification is very important to him. As long as I snatch this green lotus of purification, the human ancestor's return should be greatly delayed. Many thoughts flashed through Yu Mingkong's mind as she carefully planned. Compared to the time when she suffered a great loss at Yi Ling's hands and allowed him to escape, she was much more cautious. Although her identity as a reincarnator meant that she had foresight, it did not necessarily mean that she could devise strategies and control everything. In the end, she was not as shrewd as Gu Chang'e. Before Gu Chang'e comes into contact with the human ancestor, it's an opportunity for him to grow stronger. I can only help him to this point. Yu Mingkong's eyes were very calm. At that moment, many scenes flashed through her mind. Although she was confident, she was not blind to the point where she felt that she could get rid of the human ancestor with her ability. If not for the fact that the human ancestor was destined to stand against Gu Chang'e, she definitely would not have provoked the human ancestor. That old monster who had reincarnated countless times had more tricks up his sleeve than Gu Chang'e. Just thinking about it made her heart palpitate. At most, she could only scheme and snatch the human ancestor before he regained his memories of reincarnation. Killing the human ancestor's reincarnation? In her opinion, that was simply unrealistic. In addition, Yu Mingkong did not intend to reveal this matter to Gu Chang'e. This was to prevent Gu Chang'e from coming into contact with the human ancestor. This could be considered as another form of protection for Gu Chang'e. Men, pass down this palace's decree. From today onwards, the unparalleled immortal dynasty will establish the unparalleled guard. All the powerful talents from all over the world can come here. After that, Yu Mingkong instructed. Her jade hand held a brush and began to write down the decree. With her current status and the power of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, once this news spread out, it would definitely attract countless living beings and cultivators. The unparalleled guard, this was the peerless killing weapon that Gu Chang'e asked her to establish in her previous life. Furthermore, it was said that this was the #1 killing weapon of the unparalleled immortal dynasty. Wherever it went, it would conquer everything. Yu Mingkong still remembered the secret techniques that Gu Chang'e taught her in her previous life. How to train and control this unparalleled guard. The effects of these secret techniques were very terrifying. In this kind of killing army, it was even more obvious. It could even share the damage suffered, and at the critical moment, share the vitality. At that time, Yu Mingkong felt that it was inconceivable. Gu Chang'e was truly omnipotent. But now that she thought about it, this secret technique was clearly a terrifying evil technique. The great art of living creation. With soldiers as the source of creation, it could indeed form an incomparably tyrannical divine might that swept through everything before it. However, if this secret technique was used too much, it would obviously cause irreversible damage to the body and primordial spirit. In the end, it would form a machine puppet that only knew how to kill. And this was also what Gu Chang'e wanted. He planned to establish the #1 immortal dynasty in the world. In his previous life, the unparalleled immortal dynasty seemed to be controlled by Yu Mingkong on the surface. But in fact, Gu Chang'e was the one behind all the decisions, and even the one who won the throne. She was the one who planned and controlled everything. In this life, I will first establish the unparalleled guard. At that time, the unparalleled immortal dynasty should also be renamed as the #1 immortal dynasty. In heaven and earth, I will reign supreme. At this moment, a divine light flickered in Yu Mingkong's eyes. Her beautiful face revealed a frightening majesty. Just as Yu Mingkong was plotting the matter of the human ancestor, in the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace's supreme peak. Divine light surged, and runes surged like the sea. Gu Chang'e was sitting cross-legged in a sealed jade jar. Drops of immortal essence were like multicolored light, extremely magnificent. He was exhaling strands of divine chains of order from his mouth and nose, like a small vast galaxy. Gu Chang'e was devouring and refining these things to increase his strength. During this period, his cultivation of the Tao Heaven Immortal Canon had already reached late-stage Void God. His demonic cultivation had also increased to late-stage Quasi-Sage, and was approaching the peak. In these few days, he occasionally felt like hunting, and went out to hunt as the inheritor of demonic arts. He found many prodigies with special constitutions. However, on the other hand, with Yin Mei providing him with many cultivation resources, his progress was slow. Gu Changge was not in a hurry. In the later realms, his progress was not slow. Those of the older generation had to cultivate in seclusion for decades or centuries before they had a slight chance of enlightenment and progress. Buzz. Above his head, a bottle of the great Tao floated up and down. Five-colored immortal light and chaotic qi gushed out from it and fell into his body. He was as immovable as a mountain, like an ancient god, majestic and difficult to topple. Gu Changge quickly cultivated a secret spell of the immortal devouring demonic art. Gu Nanshan really went to the Ocean Palace to settle the score. After so many times, he should find a chance to vent his anger. The Ocean Palace incident can be considered as a warning to the other races. Soon, Gu Changge opened his eyes. There was a strange look in them. Everything was going the way he wanted it to go. Whether it was Gu Xian, or Gu Nanshan, they did not let him down. Gu Nanshan's temperament was like that. In the face of the Ocean Palace's provocation, there was no way he could hold back. Gu Xian's ancestor cultivation time is one of the best in the entire Gu clan. Even if Gu Nanshan is not at the forefront, he can't be weak. These days, Gu Changge had sent his confidants to the Gu clan to inquire about Gu Nanshan and learned a lot about his past. After knowing this, he would be able to make better use of this supreme expert to do things for him. And he only needed to wait behind and reap the benefits. The Longevity Gu clan had many ancestors, but it did not mean that they would wake up often. It was not common to see ancestors like Gu Nanshan, who had been in seclusion for a long time, come out to relax and relax. Gu Nanshan's current strength, in Gu Changge's view, was still very strong. At least in the current Longevity Gu clan, he was at the peak. Against the Ocean Palace, he would not be at a disadvantage. Gu Changge felt that even his father, who stood at the peak of the upper realm, would find it difficult to defeat Gu Nanshan, the ancestor. The difference in cultivation time was too big. Gu Changge announced to the world and revealed the secret of the past. The attitude of many clan members, including Gu Nanshan, toward him was bound to change. Gu Nanshan stood up for Gu Xian, this was also a sign of the Longevity Gu clan's attitude. The Longevity Gu clan stood tall and looked down on the life and death of the upper realm. Many orthodoxies who had offended the Longevity Gu clan were turned into ashes and disappeared, their inheritance cut off. The tyrannical terror of the Longevity Gu clan was evident. Therefore, in Gu Changge's view, the Ocean Palace was a bag of experience points for Gu Xian, not to mention that the girl had several terrifying masters behind her. Therefore, even if Gu Changge did not stand up to do all this, Gu Xian would not be in any danger. He was just taking advantage of it. Man. Of course, Gu Changge could not really let Gu Xian suffer any grievances. That girl was a little naive, but she was still his sister. It was enough for him to bully her. If others dared to bully her, then Gu Changge would destroy their entire clan. After all, bullying Gu Xian was one of his few pleasures now. If a sister was not to be bullied, then what was the point? On the other hand, Gu Xian could bring him a lot of luck points and fate points. The power behind her was even more difficult to estimate. After the matter of the Heavenly Palace of Immortals was settled, Gu Changge was thinking about whether he should bring Gu Xian back to the clan and use this to draw out the big bosses behind her. If used properly, this would be another terrifying help for him. The mysterious master in the Peach Village and the Peach Tree. Gu Changge was looking forward to meeting them. Chapter 190. Despicable Gu Changge, one day, I will put you in the latrine pit and make sure you can't get out for the rest of your life. Whoosh! A ray of light flashed past the foot of Wushang Peak. It was Gu Xian, who was passing by. She snorted coldly at the palace on the peak. Then she turned around and went back to her usual place of cultivation. This scene made some of the followers behind Gu Xian feel helpless and smile bitterly. Every time she came back from outside, Gu Xian didn't forget to go to the foot of Wushang Peak and scold Gu Chang'e. At first, Gu Chang'e would frown and appear. He would slap Gu Xian to the ground and make her understand the consequences of asking for a beating. Later on, Gu Xian seemed to have gotten used to the feeling of being beaten by Gu Chang'e every once in a while. After being beaten up, she felt that her cultivation was faintly showing signs of a breakthrough. Gu Chang'e's current strength was still as unfathomable as before. He could easily suppress her. When Gu Xian fought with Gu Chang'e, she found that this kind of fight was more effective than her own cultivation. This discovery made Gu Xian pleasantly surprised. So she used Gu Chang'e as a punching bag. Although she was the one who was beaten until her butt hurt every time, Gu Chang'e was vicious and merciless. He didn't show any mercy. Every slap was very painful. However, Gu Chang'e seemed to be tired of Gu Xian. Soon, he didn't take her provocations to heart. No matter how Gu Xian provoked him, he was indifferent and didn't show up at all. Gu Xian was not used to this and was very angry. Gu Chang'e's attitude towards her was getting colder and colder. The more he was like this, the more Gu Xian wanted to provoke him. However, these days, her identity and status were going through a heaven-defying change. As a result, many young experts came to find her, intending to follow her. Gu Xian who was used to cultivating alone, suddenly had a follower. This was something that she didn't dare to imagine, and it was difficult for her to adapt. Some of these followers were here for Gu Chang'e. They wanted to use her identity to visit Gu Chang'e. There were also some proud daughters of heaven who were thinking of striking a good opportunity to get close to her. However, from time to time, they would inquire about Gu Chang'e. These deceptions made Gu Xian extremely angry and annoyed. These proud daughters of heaven should take a piss and look at themselves in the mirror. With their looks, how dare they ask about Gu Chang'e? She didn't say it out loud, but her disdain was obvious. Gu Xian also knew that all these changes were caused by Gu Chang'e admitting her identity as a disciple of the Gu family in front of everyone in the world, in front of the palace of heavenly immortals that day. Otherwise, before this, she was still an unknown young girl. When many people mentioned her, they would instantly think of the dazzling Gu Chang'e. But now, many people had forgotten that Gu Xian's distance on the path of heavenly immortals was actually not much lower than Gu Chang'e's. Her talent was not inferior to Gu Chang'e's. Especially when all this was done after she had lost her bone of Tao and then cultivated bitterly through nirvana. This kind of courage and perseverance was worthy of the admiration of all cultivators. But under Gu Chang'e's halo, people still couldn't help but overlook Gu Xian. On the contrary, Gu Chang'e, who calmly admitted that he was wrong 630 years ago, became even more dazzling and his reputation reached a new height again. If Gu Xian knew the word hype, she would definitely scold Gu Chang'e. In the blink of an eye, time passed. Half a month passed. Ocean Palace, the matter of immortal ancient continent, it's time to end it, the timing is really coincidental. Sensing something, Gu Chang'e, who was writing a letter in the palace, couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. Silver light flashed in his eyes, and many scenes of immortal ancient continent appeared in his eyes. In the vast land of the Black Sky Eagle clan, there was a thriving atmosphere. It was as if Gu Chang'e's arrival that day was just a dream, and it didn't affect them at all. At first, the Black Sky Eagle clan thought that Gu Chang'e would send them to fight with the other tribes of immortal ancient continent, to fight for resources and territory, and to further expand their strength. However, Gu Chang'e didn't do that. He didn't even reveal anything about him, hiding behind the scenes. This puzzled the entire Black Sky Eagle clan, but at the same time, they were relieved. There was a slave seal in their bodies, and it wasn't unacceptable for them to submit to another person. Moreover, this person was a hands-off manager, and didn't care about them at all. This kind of good thing naturally surprised them. Gradually, they didn't care about Gu Chang'e controlling them. You have a good idea. If I don't use you, what are you waiting for? Gu Chang'e saw through their thoughts and couldn't help but sneer. It was just not the time to use it yet. As his servant clan, the Black Sky Eagle clan was still lying in ambush in immortal ancient continent, and no one had discovered anything unusual. After all, as a very famous and powerful tribe in immortal ancient continent, the Black Sky Eagle clan's foundation was still very terrifying. The Featherman clan, which had been destroyed, was far from comparable. Without the wedding dress fairy spell, it would be very difficult for Gu Chang'e to control this clan. During this time, the terrifying giant net that he had set up was spreading rapidly. In just half a month, it had already covered all kinds of living beings, and the area it covered was extremely terrifying. The main reason was that the wedding dress fairy spell hadn't been exposed. The Black Sky Eagle clan's strength was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it surpassed the other clans. This was seen by the ancient Snake clan, the Alligator clan, and the other clans. Naturally, they were envious. From their point of view, the Black Sky Eagle clan had definitely obtained many good things. However, the Black Sky Eagle clan didn't know that Gu Chang'e's method of controlling them was the wedding dress fairy spell, which they had always regarded as an immortal scripture. They had always thought that it was the effect of the slave seal. The ancient Snake clan and the Alligator clan were also under the reincarnation ancient Holy Venerable's slave seal. How could they escape from Gu Chang'e's control? Therefore, from the Black Sky Eagle clan's point of view, these two clans were like fish on the chopping board. Naturally, they didn't guard against these two clans. During this process, He Ming, the chess piece, was very kind and secretly passed on the cultivation technique to his group of bad friends, intending to promote it. He also used this opportunity to spread the news of the wedding dress that Gu Chang'e had left for him. Gu Chang'e himself didn't expect that this chess piece that he had casually set up would bring him such terrifying benefits in the end. After that, Gu Chang'e moved and stepped into the void, intending to head to the immortal ancient continent to wrap up the final matters. Since the ancient Snake clan and the Alligator clan were drooling over the wedding dress fairy spell of the Black Sky Eagle clan, Gu Chang'e would naturally help them and fulfill their wishes. This process and plan was actually very simple for Gu Chang'e. He only needed some coincidental timing and arrangements. After that, he just had to wait quietly for a while. Now, he had already waited for half a month in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, and the timing was perfect. As for how to do it, it was actually very simple. For example, a member of the Black Sky Eagle clan was unfortunately drunk while drinking and chatting with his friends. After that, he revealed the most recent secret of his clan, the mysterious cultivation technique that was suspected to be the Immortal Sutra. Coincidentally, the elites of the ancient Snake clan and the Alligator clan happened to pass by, and they happened to hear these secret words. When all these coincidences came together, it became a matter of course. The secret of the Black Sky Eagle clan was finally discovered by the ancient Snake clan and the Alligator clan. The Immortal Sutra that they coveted so much could be obtained from the mouth of that Black Sky Eagle clan member. Therefore, the two clans took the risk and captured the Black Sky Eagle clan member, and secretly used all kinds of methods to interrogate and search. At this time, by chance, this Black Sky Eagle clan member couldn't bear the torture and finally revealed the Immortal Sutra. The Immortal Sutra was so precious that the Black Sky Eagle clan would definitely set up a restriction in the mind of the Black Sky Eagle clan member. At this time, a coincidence was needed to make these restrictions difficult to be triggered. Although this method was far-fetched, it was enough to dispel the worries of the ancient Snake clan and the Alligator clan. This luck could only mean that they were fated with this Immortal Sutra. An Immortal Sutra was right in front of them, how could they choose to give it up? With Gu Changa's series of calculations, the wedding gown could be passed to these two clans, and effortlessly control their life and death. Under the influence of the wedding gown, he didn't even take half a step out of the heavenly Tao palace during this time, and he controlled the situation a million miles away. And his method was just to control a Black Sky Eagle clan member. The wedding gown immortal sutra was a poison. Once a cultivator or living creature came into contact with it, they would be infected and enjoy the state where their cultivation speed would increase by many times, and even epiphanies would not be rare. Naturally, they would not give it up. And it was time for Gu Changa to use these chess pieces. The Grand Elder went to the immortal ancient dragon clan, and I don't think the immortal ancient dragon clan will give up so easily, and they will not submit easily. Besides, they may join forces with the other clans to kill the orthodoxies that have come to the immortal ancient continent. The counterattack this time has a hint of desperation to it. Gu Changa's figure quickly disappeared into the void. He had always been scheming against the various clans of the immortal ancient continent. The appearance of the Grand Elder was only the first step of his plan, and also a catalyst. Recently, the immortal ancient continent was not peaceful at all. Many old antiques rushed to the immortal path in search of immortal opportunities, and a shocking war broke out that affected all directions. They would not give up so easily. During this time, the various clans of the immortal ancient continent were oppressed. Without the leadership of the Dragon clan, they did not dare to resist at all. This was the best time for Gu Changa to take advantage of the situation. In the Black Sky Eagle clan's territory, He Ming was cultivating inside a magnificent palace. His black wings were incomparably huge, as if they could cover the sky. From this pair of wings, one could see his current strength and status. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was flushed with success. But now, his heart suddenly throbbed as he felt the aura of a supreme existence that he had not felt in a long time. This made him ecstatic. Could it be that the supreme existence was about to descend again? He Ming became extremely excited. It is indeed a supreme immortal sutra. The bottleneck that I have not broken through for a long time is actually loosening. In the ancestral land of the ancient serpent clan, a very old man could not help but laugh loudly. He was filled with excitement and excitement. Such a scene was happening in the divine crocodile clan. By chance, they had forced this immortal sutra from a member of the Black Sky Eagle clan. After they let their clansmen try it, they immediately discovered its benefits. No wonder the Black Sky Eagle clan's strength had been advancing by leaps and bounds recently, leaving them behind by a large margin. Now that this immortal sutra was in their hands, were they afraid that they could not catch up? In the depths of the immortal ancient continent, divine light surged, and immortal auspiciousness soared into the sky. On the various dragon islands, many members of the dragon clan knelt on the ground, extremely fanatical. They shouted madly, prostrating themselves in worship towards the terrifying illusory figure in the sky. A grand and ancient statue was emitting a dazzling brilliance as they prayed. Numerous runes of the great Tao were resplendent and dazzling, floating in the void, about to be reflected. An extremely blurry and majestic figure appeared. Just by standing there, it affected the rules of heaven and earth, causing time to be reversed and space to collapse. This was an indescribable peerless figure. Just by standing there, he had a domineering and invincible aura that could dominate the world. He had dragon horns on his head, and his arms were densely covered with dragon scales. As if he had just awakened, his golden eyes were shining brightly. Old friend, are you breaking the promise that we made back then? This peerless figure was shrouded in thick gray fog, but his aura was shockingly strong. Near the Dragon Island, many powerhouses from various clans and orthodoxies had gathered here. They had different expressions. Some of them had sparkling eyes, thinking of ideas, while others looked around, planning to fish in troubled waters. It seems that today's matter is unavoidable. The Grand Elder said with a calm face. The aura on his body was not terrifying, but it was as if he alone could suppress the entire world. Back then, you promised to protect my clan. Now that so many years have passed, it seems like this promise is already completely useless. This blurry existence was incomparably furious, his eyes extremely cold. He wasn't the true dragon from back then, but rather one of the true dragon's few descendants. Moreover, he was only a true spirit void image of the true dragon's descendant, not a real body. That was why he felt restraining fear, feeling like he couldn't win against the Grand Elder. Is there no room for negotiation? This blurry existence asked with a shout. Even now, he still didn't plan on fighting against the Grand Elder, knowing how terrifying he was. No. This old one has already promised a younger generation. Now, Immortal Ancient's dragon clan will definitely submit to him and serve him. The Grand Elder said indifferently. He already knew what Wuxia did back then, so he would definitely abide by the agreement. The Grand Elder's words shocked many of the surrounding creatures and cultivators, finding this hard to believe. In the beginning, they were all puzzled by the Grand Elder's appearance, especially when he was planning on forcing Immortal Ancient's clans. Many of Immortal Ancient's experts were confused, shocked, and unable to accept this. Now, when they heard these words, they all understood. It was clear that the younger generation the Grand Elder spoke of was Wuxia. Wuxia actually forced the Grand Elder who had always protected Immortal Ancient Continent's clans into such a state. This left them shocked and horrified. The ancient Immortal Ancient Dragon clan was actually forced into such a state. If it wasn't for the Grand Elder personally saying this, who would dare believe it? How exactly did Wuxia do this? This was simply too terrifying, not like a young person at all. Many people couldn't help but shiver inwardly. That youngster who killed my clan's heavenly pride? The blurry existence said with a cold snort, clearly knowing about this matter as well. That's not important. The Grand Elder said indifferently. He took action, sending out a palm murderously. At first, this palm was only the size of a millstone, but it quickly expanded. Endless divine multicolored light erupted, as if a stellar stream was descending, as if heaven and earth were smashing down, crushing forward. Hong! Come and fight. Even though I achieved Tao later than you, I am undefeatable in the same realm. As he spoke, the blurry existence's aura was terrifying. He shot up into the sky, turning into 1,000 rays of red light that pierced through the universe. He stepped forward, carrying with him thousands of Daos, as if he was the ruler of heaven and earth. Without hesitation, he used his most powerful technique. All the living beings and cultivators were terrified. They all retreated. However, many people were crushed by this palm, turning into dust. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. A shocking battle took place once again. Regardless of the outcome, the Heaven Immortal Ancient Continent was going to be in chaos. On his way to the Immortal Ancient Continent, Wuxia was seriously thinking about his next plan. Yi Ling, the child of fate, had been dealt with. Based on what happened before, a new child of fate was bound to appear for him to harvest. As the saying goes, the child of fate is like the flowing water, and Wuxia is made of iron. Isn't that the same logic? However, the system hadn't notified him yet, which meant he hadn't met the child of fate yet. Therefore, Wuxia had to take the initiative to find one. However, how many people with great fate were there in the vast upper realm? How many children of fate were there among these people with great fate? There were too many of them. In Wuxia's eyes, they were all leeks waiting to be harvested. If he were to count the billions of lower realms, there would be countless people with great fate. How many could he meet? Maybe I can use the omnipotent fate value to build a mysterious country, just like the main temple that I knew in my previous life. Otherwise, if I rely on myself to harvest these leeks, I don't know how long I'll have to wait. Wuxia was seriously thinking about it again. After all, his power was limited. However, the leeks waiting for him to harvest were unlimited. He didn't want to rely on himself to cultivate the so-called doppelganger and go to the lower realm to look for those with great fate. It was too troublesome. He didn't know how long it would take. He Ming of the Black Sky Eagle clan gave Gu Chang'e a good idea. Since he could pretend to be a supreme being, why couldn't he expand the range and pretend to be an omnipotent Lord God? The supreme being and the Lord God didn't seem to interfere. Reincarnator sounds too cliché. In the future, my leaks should be called the Destined One. That's more lofty. The Destined One, work for me and plunder the fate of the various lower realms. Gu Chang'e nodded. After all, he had a supreme world seed. Now, under his evolution, it had gradually formed a vast scale. The residence of the Celestial Emperor in ancient times was just like this. The 4 divine gates stood tall in the north, south, east, and west. They were magnificent and tall. Each divine gate was magnificent and boundless, able to hold up the 4 corners of the world. After all, he needed to be full of pretentiousness. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to scare the leaks to come. Gu Chang'e's plan was very simple. It was to attract a group of leaks to come to work for him. As for this group of leaks, they would find a way to harvest the fate of another group of leaks. Through this fate, they would exchange it for things with Gu Chang'e. He would collect a price difference. For example, if the system sold a cultivation method with 5,000 fate points, he could price it at 50,000 or even 500,000 fate points. And so on. However, with Gu Chang'e's current fate points, it was still difficult to achieve this. These were just his future plans. Whether or not he could reach that step was still unknown. After all, his goal was not only the immeasurable heaven, not only the upper realm, but the entire myriad realms. He urgently needed a large amount of fate points to enter. Maybe I should pay attention to Yu Mingkong's movements. I spent so much effort on her and did so many things, it's impossible that she didn't notice. Gu Chang'e saw the matter clearly. If Yu Mingkong still had killing intent towards him, it would be too abnormal. Therefore, Yu Mingkong was very likely to feel guilty towards him. In Gu Chang'e's view, Yu Mingkong's movements might lead to the next child of destiny. He hoped that this child of destiny could provide him with a terrifying amount of fate points and fate points. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to arrange many of his current plans. Chapter 191. At the same time, in the Divine Crocodile clan's territory on the immortal ancient continent, dark clouds rolled in the sky above the hills and valleys. At first glance, this place looked like a swamp with black miasma rolling in the air. Following that, gray bubbles appeared one after another, bursting open in the void, filling the air with a terrifying aura, like a swamp of death. In the forest outside the swamp, several Divine Crocodile clan members with strong auras were patrolling the area and whispering to each other. The Divine Crocodile clan members in golden armor had dark golden vertical pupils as they scanned the nearby mountains and forests. They were vigilant of all living things that came close. Not only the Divine Crocodile clan, but also the Ancient Snake clan. They were on high alert. Especially the Black Sky Eagle clan's movements. After the Black Sky Eagle clan obtained the Immortal Sutra, the Divine Crocodile clan and the Ancient Snake clan all began to cultivate. This Immortal Sutra was very mysterious and powerful. Even the clan members with average talents could improve. This discovery excited the Divine Crocodile clan and the Ancient Snake clan. They felt that their hope of rising up had come. These days, they had been suppressed by the Black Sky Eagle clan. This made them think that it was because the Black Sky Eagle clan had obtained the mysterious Immortal Sutra. All of a sudden, the quasi-supreme realm ancestors of the two clans showed up and woke up from their seclusion to study this Immortal Sutra. Then, they discovered the mysteries of this Immortal Sutra. They could not help but be surprised. The mysteries of this Immortal Sutra made them intoxicated. Their Taoist hearts trembled, and they could not explain it. The two Divine Crocodile Clan and the Ancient Snake Clan members who had seen the Black Sky Eagle Clan reveal the Immortal Sutra after drinking were highly valued by their ancestors. Their status in the clan rose rapidly, making many envious. They had accidentally discovered the powerful secret of the Black Sky Eagle Clan. This merit was enough to make anyone envious. Even the clan leaders of the two clans were immersed in cultivation at this time. They were intoxicated and could not extricate themselves. At this moment, near the mountain range, an extremely burly Divine Crocodile Clan member in silver armor finished patrolling the area and could not help but sigh. The immortal scripture that I obtained from the Black Sky Eagle Clan is truly wondrous. I broke through to middle stage Heavenly God realm last night. This bottleneck has been stuck for me for hundreds of years. Hearing this, the other clansmen beside him also nodded in agreement, and also felt incomparably emotional. I feel like I'm almost there as well. I've already faintly touched upon a bottleneck. At most, I'll be able to break through in a few days. No one would have thought that our tribe would obtain such an immortal scripture. When the time comes, it will not be impossible for us to rule the entire immortal ancient continent. He said with a smile, and there was a faint excitement in his eyes. Now that he had the motivation to cultivate, he was no longer limited by his aptitude like before, making it difficult to break through to a higher realm. To them, this immortal scripture was absolutely a divine item that could defy the heavens and change their fates. The effect of rebirth was not just for show. It could even strengthen their tribe once again and usher in a new era of glory. If we weren't lucky enough to bump into that idiot He Tianying, we would probably still be kept in the dark. The Black Sky Eagle Clan has unfathomable motives. They are growing stronger in the dark. I'm afraid that it won't be long before our clans suffer from their vicious attacks. The appetite of the Black Sky Eagle Clan has always been very big. Fortunately, we discovered their scheme in advance. As the two spoke, they could not help but feel that their luck was really good. This immortal scripture could only be cultivated by those who had broken through to the true God realm and some talented juniors in the clan. The rest of the people did not even have the right to know about this immortal scripture. It could be seen how important it was to them. They did not believe that the Black Sky Eagle Clan would deliberately leak it. Who would not hide such a good thing and reveal it when they had it? In the end, it was because they were greedy for wine. This level of immortal scripture would not appear in the Black Sky Eagle Clan at all. However, they did not know when the Black Sky Eagle Clan had obtained this immortal scripture. Moreover, the Black Sky Eagle Clan was growing stronger, and they had seen it with their own eyes. Although they did not say anything, they were actually very envious in their hearts. Who are you? Why are you trespassing in our territory? At this time, the two of them suddenly cried out in shock. Shock and disbelief appeared in their dark golden vertical pupils. Outside the mountain range, a young man who seemed to cross 1,000 miles in one step was walking toward them unhurriedly. The young man was tall and slender. He walked with his hands behind his back. Wisps of divine light lingered around his body, as if he was wearing a 5-colored immortal robe. Ripples seemed to appear in the space under his feet. He crossed thousands of mountains and rivers in one step. He was strolling leisurely, natural and calm. Hiss. It's him. Gu Changa. Why is he here? When they saw the appearance of the person who had come, the two Divine Crocodile Clan members immediately became incomparably shocked, and their voices were trembling. During this period of time, this young man had caused a commotion among the major immortal ancient clans and caused unrest. How could they not recognize him? To put it bluntly, if the major immortal ancient clans were to ask who they hated the most, it was definitely Gu Changa. With his own strength, he had schemed against the entire immortal ancient clans and even single-handedly caused the destruction of the Featherman clan. The younger generation of the Divine Crocodile Clan was incomparably fearful of this young man and did not dare to provoke him at all. They were naturally no exception. At this moment, when they saw Gu Changa coming to their clan's territory, they felt a chill down their backs. Even their legs were trembling. This young man with a calm expression could no longer be regarded as a member of the younger generation. Although there was no one following behind him, he gave them an incomparably terrifying deterrent force. The two of them felt cold all over and froze in place. The smile on their faces disappeared, so much so that they forgot to send a message to the clan to inform all of this. "Why do you look like you don't welcome me?" Hearing this, Gu Changa said with a faint smile on his face. The space became blurry as he shrank to an inch. With one step, he appeared in front of them in an instant. After setting up in the dark for more than half a month, it was time for him to reel in the net. The first place he came to was naturally the Divine Crocodile clan. With the experience of subduing the Black Sky Eagle clan, Gu Changa was naturally not worried about any accidents. To him, this process was like planting a seed. Then, the seed would break through the soil, sprout, grow, bear fruit, and mature. And he only needed to pick the last fruit. However, to ensure that his true identity behind the scenes would not be exposed, Gu Changa thought that he should have an identity, such as the successor of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign or something. Yi Ling was dead, and most of his trump cards had fallen into Gu Changa's hands. This included the personal residence that the ancient heavenly sovereign had painstakingly left behind, the reincarnation sea, the reincarnation route, and a few supreme saint puppets. Therefore, it was not a problem for Gu Changa to call himself the successor of the ancient heavenly sovereign of reincarnation. Of course, the ancient heavenly sovereign of reincarnation would most likely not recognize this identity. On the contrary, it was very likely that he would fly into a rage and want to kill Gu Changa with his own hands. He had killed the successor that he had painstakingly chosen and then snatched his opportunity. Now, he was calling himself his successor. The ancient heavenly sovereign of reincarnation had probably never met such a shameless person. If he knew all this, he would definitely be furious. "Gu Changa, what are you doing in our clan?" After realizing that Gu Changa was talking to them, the two members of the Divine Crocodile clan immediately quivered and asked in a trembling voice. At this time, their bodies were covered in cold sweat, and their backs were already wet. They resisted the urge to collapse to the ground. As a heavenly god, they could look down on a city and control the life and death of millions of cultivators. However, they were so afraid of a junior. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. However, this was the truth. Even the resurrection of the sacred weapon could not do anything to Gu Changa. He definitely had the means to kill the two of them. "Oh, you actually recognize me? Then this matter is simple." However, this question is really too naive. Let's change it. Of course, I advise you to keep your mouths shut and be quiet. Gu Changa's expression was calm as he said casually. Then, he walked forward by himself. "By the way, lead the way for me. Otherwise, the two of you will die." He said it casually, but the two of them felt a chill all over their bodies and did not dare to speak. Even their divine souls were trembling and about to shatter. It was too terrifying. This young man was indeed far more than what the rumors said. Only when they faced him in person could they feel the palpitating and suffocating fear. They did not dare to say a word. Their faces were pale as they trembled and led the way in front. Walking beside Gu Changa, even their scalps were about to explode. "Take me to see your clan leader. Of course, you can also tell your people that your current master is here. If you don't want to die, come and see me in 15 minutes. If you don't come in 15 minutes, you don't need to live anymore." On the way to the depths of the Divine Crocodile clan, Gu Changa suddenly spoke casually with a faint smile on his face. It was as if he was talking about something insignificant. "What?" Those words stunned the two of them. Their eyes widened as a chill ran up their spines. What kind of confidence did Gu Changa have that he dared to say such words? Was he stupid? Or, did he really have such means? Master? What did that mean? However, their lives were in Gu Changa's hands, so they did not dare to say anything. They felt their heads buzzing. A person as vicious and merciless as Gu Changa was extremely daring and meticulous in her actions. If he did not have absolute confidence, would he barge into the divine crocodile clan alone? Did Gu Changa look like a fool? Since he dared to come, he must have a foolproof plan. Thinking of this, the two of them could not help but turn pale. During this period of time, because of the cultivation of the immortal scripture, their mood was suddenly clouded by a layer of haze. Soon, in the divine crocodile clan's territory, they saw two clansmen leading a young man into the clan's territory. Many of the clansmen were stunned. The entire divine crocodile clan was startled like a meteorite crashing into the deep sea. Especially the two clansmen. With trembling voices, they repeated the message Gu Changa wanted to pass on. Boom! The entire divine crocodile clan's territory was in an uproar like a frying pan. Even the protective array of the clan was activated. In an instant, the sky was covered with dazzling brilliance and runes. What? Someone dares to barge into our clan? Who is so bold? Not only is he bold, he is simply courting death. How dare he call himself the leader of our clan? Where did this bold person come from? Many clansmen of the divine crocodile clan, who had been cultivating, appeared immediately. They were furious. They did not know the identity of the person who had barged in. The moment they heard the news, they rushed over. It had to be said that Gu Changa's method of attracting hatred had reached the peak. His skill of attracting hatred had always been maximized. In just a few words, he had ignited the anger of the divine crocodile clan. All the clansmen's faces turned red. Their eyes were full of anger and murderous intent. It was difficult to describe Gu Changa's attitude. In the entire immortal ancient continent, the divine crocodile clan was one of the top clans. They were powerful and had a deep foundation. Even the emissary of the immortal ancient dragon clan had to report in advance if he wanted to visit their clan. What was the meaning of barging in like this? It was no different from a provocation. No, it was not a provocation. He was directly stepping on their faces. At this time, they did not care who had barged in. Buzz! Between heaven and earth, a divine light soared into the sky, bringing with it a majestic and terrifying Saint Realm aura. Divine consciousness surged like a vast galaxy, descending. A divine crocodile clan Saint Realm elder suddenly appeared. A golden path appeared under his feet. It was incomparably brilliant, interweaving in the sky. Who is so arrogant? How dare you barge into our clan's territory? The elder's face was livid with anger. He stared at Gu Changa, but soon his pupils shrank. He was a little shocked. Obviously, Gu Changa's current appearance was not a secret in the immortal ancient continent. Gu Changa. How could it be him? Many people of the divine crocodile clan also recognized Gu Changa. They were in disbelief and shock. Arrogant? Gu Changa did not comment and smiled. When he raised his hand, the void collapsed and a terrifying void palm print appeared. It slapped some people of the divine crocodile clan into a cloud of blood. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they immediately exploded in the sky. I'm here to take back what belongs to me. How can this be called arrogant? He said with a casual smile, as if he did not care about the entire divine crocodile clan at all. Gu Changa, you. The divine crocodile clan Saint Realm elder's expression changed drastically. At this moment, a sense of fear rose in his heart. Boom! Beams of divine light pierced through the sky, coming from various parts of the sky. Soon, many people of the divine crocodile clan appeared on various peaks. There were many young people among them, and the current successor of the divine crocodile clan was also among them. At that time, he had followed He Yenyu and planned to kill Gu Chang'e when he was injured. However, he found that even though Gu Chang'e was severely injured, he was still very strong. Even the heavenly talent of the Feathermen clan who had a sacred weapon was killed by him. That scene deeply shocked him. In his heart, Gu Chang'e was definitely many times more terrifying than Longteng. He was deeply afraid of him and did not dare to provoke him. Gu Chang'e, didn't he leave the immortal ancient continent? Why is he here again? And he even forced his way into our clan. The successor of the divine crocodile clan was called Yi Xingyang. He was begging for flowers. He was tall and burly, covered with scales that were as strong as black gold. He looked simple and honest, but in fact, he was a bold and careful person. He stared at Gu Chang'e's figure and thought about what Gu Chang'e had said before. For a moment, his heart was full of coldness. Gu Chang'e doesn't look like a stupid person. He brazenly broke into our clan. I don't believe that he is not confident. Yi Xingyang's heart was full of fear and uneasiness. In his opinion, Gu Chang'e was very likely to have the terrifying old ancestor behind him. Otherwise, why did he have to do this? No matter what, their clan had a quasi-supreme old ancestor, and their foundation was not comparable to the Feathermen clan. Gu Chang'e, what is your purpose? At this time, the Sage Realm clan elder's face was slightly gloomy. He waved his hand slightly and stopped the rest of the clan from going forward. Before figuring out Gu Chang'e's purpose, he did not dare to act rashly. The tragic scene of the Feathermen clan that day was still vivid in his mind. What purpose do I have? Didn't I say so already? Gu Chang'e stood with his hands behind his back. He felt that the clan land in front of him was his territory. Hearing this, he could not help but smile faintly. Of course, I am here to take back my things. He had already said this when he had subdued the Black Sky Eagle clan. At this time, it was natural for him to be familiar with this. However, Gu Chang'e planned to put on a disguise for himself first, so that he could have an identity to deceive others later. On top of his previous background, it would not be surprising to have another identity as the successor of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign. Therefore, as soon as Gu Chang'e finished speaking, he waved his sleeves, and the void suddenly trembled. Buzz! A black and white intertwined rune, which seemed to be composed of 6 portals, suddenly appeared in the void. It contained the mystery of burying all living beings. Black and white intertwined as if it contained life and death. Life and death intertwined to form reincarnation. This was the use of the power of reincarnation. As soon as it appeared, the aura of time permeated there. This scene shocked many of the divine crocodile clan powerhouses nearby, and their expressions changed drastically. The power of reincarnation, the Sage Realm elder suddenly lost his voice, and his expression suddenly changed. He exclaimed and stared at Gu Chang'e with his eyes wide open. With such an obvious power of reincarnation, Gu Chang'e's other identity was obviously on the verge of being revealed. Unlike the Black Sky Eagle clan, the Divine Crocodile clan had investigated Yi Ling thoroughly, and they were not as meticulous as He Yenyu. Now that Gu Chang'e had displayed the power of reincarnation, many of the Divine Crocodile clan members were stunned. How is this possible? Gu Chang'e is the successor of the ancient heavenly sovereign of reincarnation. Could it be that, we have to follow the ancestral teachings? After a moment of silence, everyone was shocked and stunned. However, if they thought about it carefully, Gu Chang'e's talent was amazing, his background was powerful, his means were terrifying, and his strength was even more terrifying. As the successor of the ancient heavenly sovereign of reincarnation, this was not something unacceptable. In other words, this was what made sense. Gu Chang'e actually has such an identity. Doesn't that mean that our clan has to submit to him according to the ancestral teachings? Yi Xingyang's heart was in turmoil. He had not expected this scene at all. If Gu Chang'e had not revealed this, who would have known his identity? Our clan was planted with a slave seal by the ancient heavenly sovereign of reincarnation back then. That is to say, our freedom is not in our own hands. Yi Zhengyang could not help but feel bitter. He looked at Gu Changa with eyes full of unwillingness, despair, and many other complex emotions. According to the ancestral teachings, do we all have to submit to him? I am not reconciled. Many of the clan members roared in their hearts when they reacted. In particular, they had recently obtained an immortal scripture. The mystery contained in it had benefited them greatly. There was even hope to break the shackles and walk to another world. So they were not reconciled to suddenly having such a master. So what if you are the successor of the ancient heavenly sovereign of reincarnation? How can we submit to you? Gu Changa, don't even think about it. At that moment, some of the divine crocodile clan members were extremely angry. Their eyes were red as they roared, unwilling to accept this result. Terrifying chi and blood emerged from their bodies like a bright sun. Runes flooded over like a sea. They chose to fight with Gu Changa. No. The Sage Realm Elder's expression changed when he saw this. He was about to stop them. But it was too late. Stupid. Isn't it good to live well? You only have one life. Don't you know how to cherish it? Gu Changa shook his head regretfully. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, there seemed to be an invisible string in the void that was suddenly pulled. He did not even move, not even lifting his eyelids. His robe was as calm as new, not stained with a trace of dust. Bang, 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 in the void, clouds of blood mist exploded one after another. It was as if they had been smashed by 100,000 mountains. Together with their divine souls, they directly disappeared into thin air. Slave Seal, this scene made the Sage Realm Elder and the rest of the divine crocodile clan members turn pale. They became desperate. At this moment, not only the divine crocodile clan members who had just attacked, but even they felt a sense of fear. Gu Changa only needed a thought to pull the string that represented their lives. In other words, the lives of their divine crocodile clan members were all under Gu Changa's control. The slave seal in the hands of different people can cause different oppressions. Gu Changa can directly determine our life and death. How terrifying is he? At this time, Yi Zhengyang was desperate and trembling. In this respect, Gu Changa's means were really amazing. He had done something that many people could not do. Naturally, they did not know that all of this was the magical effect of the wedding dress fairy technique. Gu Changa still intended to continue to control them with the slave seal. Of course, he would not explain. Looking at the divine crocodile clan members who had become silent, Gu Changa's smile was still as light as ever. Now, who else objects? He asked. There was dead silence all around. No one dared to answer. Even the Sage Realm Elder kept quiet out of fear. Many powerhouses and old antiques who had rushed over from afar turned pale. They did not expect to encounter such a thing. Now, they could only pray that the difference in strength between Gu Changa and the ancestor was too great. It was difficult for him to control life and death with the slave seal. Since no one objects, that's good. Come to see me in your ancestral hall in half an hour. Soon, Gu Changa glanced around and said casually. If you don't come, then there is no need to continue to live. Although I am a generous person, I don't want to see anyone trying to provoke me at this time. He added with a smile. Gu Changa still intended to use these chess pieces to cut an irreversible and terrifying blow to the entire immortal ancient clan. Hearing this, all the divine crocodile clan members felt a terrible chill run down their backs. They trembled even more violently. Gu Changa was vicious and merciless. This sentence was not wrong at all. 1000. Chapter 192. During this period of time, the mortal ancient continent was not peaceful at all, passing through chaos, flames of war, and fear. It was impossible for it to be as peaceful as before. A few days ago, Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace's great elder even personally appeared, hurrying to Immortal Ancient's Dragon Clan location. Even calling this type of ancient existence a living fossil would make others feel insulted. His strength was deep and immeasurable, terrifying to the point of making others tremble. No one knew what Great Elder did in Immortal Ancient's Dragon Clan, and no one knew why in the end, Great Elder would fight against one of the Dragon Clan's ancestor projections. This great battle shocked all of the inheritances and creatures. Even the stars in outer space were crushed under the fluctuations, turning into fine powder. Great Elder took action, shocking heaven and earth, shaking the heavens. Magical force was boundless like stellar streams, instantly drowning out everything. Even if the void figure of that Dragon Clan ancestor appeared again, it was still not a match. The void within a radius of several 100,000 miles around the Dragon Island was completely pulverized in that battle. The shockwaves still remained. Many experts watched from the distance, their hearts trembling, not daring to personally head over. After that great battle, Great Elder carried out a coercion, displaying his most powerful methods, feeling that Immortal Ancient's clans needed to be unified, or else even more inheritances would descend. This continent that had been left behind since Immortal Ancient era needed a ruler. Even though Great Elder didn't directly say who this ruler was, all of Immortal Ancient's clans knew that it was definitely related to Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace's current inheritor. This youngster's identity was not unfamiliar to all of Immortal Ancient's clans. It was precisely the Gu Changa who stirred up Immortal Ancient continent a while ago, angering many Immortal Ancient clans. This matter triggered shock and anger in all of Immortal Ancient's clans. Then, they felt a strong sense of uneasiness. What kind of power did Gu Changa represent behind him? As long as one understood it, they would know what it meant. It made one shiver inwardly in fear. Now, Great Elder even appeared, planning to support Gu Changa. What did this mean? It was simply hard to believe. Even the great sects of the outside world sensed Gu Changa's ambition. He planned to unify all of Immortal Ancient's clans. This left them incomparably horrified, stirring up great waves. At the same time, they were confused, feeling like Gu Changa was just a youngster. No matter how powerful he was, could he change the situation of the Immortal Ancient continent on his own? Unless the Longevity Gu family and the Tai Chu divine sect behind him interfered. Otherwise, it would be unrealistic. The Immortal Ancient continent was a tough bone to chew. Although there was a lot of meat on it, it was still hard to chew. If he was not careful, he might even bleed. Although many of the great orthodoxies had such plans, none of them acted as quickly as Gu Changa. This action was undoubtedly shocking to countless cultivators. There were many races in the Immortal Ancient continent, and their inheritances were incomparably ancient. They had all existed since the Immortal Ancient era. Apart from the Featherman race, which had already been annihilated and surrendered, the other races had not been affected or suffered any substantial losses. Although many orthodoxies and forces had entered the Immortal Ancient continent, none of them were like the Longevity Gu family's forefather Gu Nanshan, who was strong enough to annihilate everything. The Great Elder has given the Immortal Ancient Dragon Clan half a month's time to consider. If the Immortal Ancient Dragon Clan does not give an answer after half a month, they will face the powerful suppression of the Great Elder. After all, the Immortal Ancient Dragon Clan means a lot to the other races. At least they are the rulers on the surface. Once they choose to surrender, the other races will definitely follow suit. This Gu Changa has a good idea. He's going to make a move on the Great Elder. At this moment, in a mountain range that stretched on endlessly, many ancient and huge warships were floating in the sky, shrouded in golden mist. They looked like immortal soldiers that had descended from the legends. The person who spoke was standing on the warship. His eyes were golden and dazzling. He was the successor of the Longevity Wang family, Wang Wushuang. He was also in the Immortal Ancient continent now and had not left. Beside him was an old monster from the Longevity Wang family. He was stooped, but his aura was terrifying. This old monster had come to the immortal ancient continent to look for opportunities after hearing about the appearance of the immortal gate. However, he did not gain anything in the end and even made a big mistake. He almost lost half his life on that path. Now, he did not choose to leave the immortal ancient continent. Instead, he stayed by Wang Wushuang's side. He planned to follow him and fish in troubled waters to see if he could get any benefits. This Gu Chang'e is a good schemer. Using the excuse of seeking justice, he not only wiped out the Featherman clan, but also the entire immortal ancient clan. Hearing this old monster sighed emotionally. He was incomparably shocked and curious about such a young member of the younger generation. Yeah, among the younger generation, apart from those ancient freaks or that inheritor of the demonic arts, I'm afraid no one is qualified to fight with him. I wonder what level Gu Chang'e's cultivation has reached. Wang Wushuang's body was hidden in the thick mist, looking very mysterious. Only his golden eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Runes flashed through them from time to time. He nodded with a heavy expression. Ever since he was born, he had never been defeated. He boasted that he was invincible. But when facing Gu Chang'e, he couldn't help but feel a kind of tremble in his heart. If they were to fight, he would not be Gu Chang'e's match if he used all his means. Gu Chang'e is so strong, but he is not invincible. Wushuang, have you forgotten about your sister? She should be coming out soon and returning to the clan. The old demon beside Wang Wushuang couldn't help but faintly smile when he heard this. He mentioned Wang Wushuang's mysterious older sister. My sister? Wang Wushuang was slightly startled. Clearly, he was also stunned for a moment. After that, various memories flashed through his mind at lightning speed. In fact, he was very curious about his mysterious sister. It was said that when she was very young, she was found by the human ancestor palace because of her terrifying talent. She was taken away to cultivate. She cultivated for more than 20 years and never returned to the clan. As such, many of the clan members and even some of the upper echelons of the Longevity Wang clan did not know that he had such a sister. Wang Wushuang had only heard about it from a clan elder some time ago. Only then did he know that he thought he had a sister. His sister was cultivating in the human ancestor palace. Now that she had made some progress in her cultivation, she seemed to be returning to the clan. After a moment of silence, Wang Wushuang could not help but ask, "Is my sister very strong? Is she very strong?" Hearing this, the old monster could not help but smile. He then shook his head. Describing your sister as very strong is already an insult. Her talent can be said to be unparalleled throughout history. All you need to know is that when your sister was born, her peerless heavenly voice spread across a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. The voice did not stop for 3 days, causing many cultivators to comprehend the Tao. Back then, she directly devoured the essence of several astral regions and was born a saint. However, she severed her cultivation with great determination. The incident shocked a few patriarchs. They all woke up from their seclusion. A few patriarchs made their moves and concealed the heavenly secrets. They sealed off the heavens and prevented the other supreme Taoism factions, imperishable factions, and other factions from discovering the incident. Many of the clan members who knew about the incident sealed their memories too. They were afraid that someone would find out about your sister's terrifying talent in advance and harm her. The old monster's words were full of admiration. Wang Wushuang was completely dumbfounded. Even with his personality, he could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Born a saint? How significant was that? Even with his outstanding talent, he had only achieved the void god realm at the moment. Yet, his sister had achieved the saint realm when she was born. Wasn't this a little too shocking? If he did not hear it from the old monster of the clan, he would not dare to believe it. The news was too terrifying. He trembled slightly and stood there with a blank expression on his face. No wonder my sister's existence was sealed off by the clan. If the news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. She might not even be alive now. Hearing these words, Wang Wuxuang suddenly felt a sense of admiration for his masked sister. That's right. At that time, many of our clansmen had their memories sealed. Your sister's existence has always been hidden in the dark. The old monster nodded and said. Therefore, even though Gu Changda's performance is so outstanding, there are many people who are even more outstanding than him in this world. For your sister, no matter how strong Gu Changda is, he might not be her match. I heard that she was about to achieve the Divine Emperor realm a few years ago. I believe she's not far away from achieving the Sacred Realm. Gasp. Hearing this, Wang Wuxuang sucked in a cold breath of air. His eyes widened as he received another blow. She was already at the Divine Emperor realm a few years ago. Just how terrifying was that elder sister of his? At this time, he finally understood why those elders didn't care much about him, the successor, and acted as if it didn't matter whether he was there or not. It turned out that his existence was purely to cover up his sister's existence. Wang Wuxuang could not help but smile bitterly at this thought. However, he could not say much. Who asked him to be less talented than his sister? It seems that my sister has left behind many rumors. Wang Wuxuang could not help but sigh. The old freak agreed and said, but it's strange. Your sister didn't cry or make a fuss when she was born. She was different from other babies. It was as if she had the wisdom of her previous life. The ancestors tried to investigate, but they couldn't find anything. Her personality seems to be, at this point, he could not help but show a conflicted and strange expression. It was difficult to describe everything. He still remembered it clearly. A delicate and flawless little fairy-like girl, who opened her mouth and said, fuck, 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 fuck. These memories left a deep impression on him. Oh right, clan elder, what is my sister's name? Hearing this, Wang Wuxuang became more and more curious about his sister. To actually make this clan elder reveal such an expression and say such words, it was truly unbelievable. Your sister. Her name is Wang Zijin. I guess you'll see her soon. The old monster smiled. And soon, this name will shake the entire upper realm. At the same time, in the upper realm, the heavenly region. In the most prosperous and ancient center of the territory. A majestic palace that towered into the sky was located here. It was grand and sacred, like a celestial palace standing here. The palace was built in an extremely grand and magnificent manner. It was made of flawless white jade as the tiles, with ancient purple gold sandalwood as the eaves and pure obsidian star stones as the floor. It was grand and simple, majestic and solemn. There was even a thick sea of celestial chi surging in it. It was like a celestial realm. This palace overlooked the endless ancient city of Laoqi. The main hall rose and fell as the sun rose and the moon set. Runes intertwined on it. It reflected the stars in the 9 heavens at every moment. It was like a supreme divine throne, showing the extraordinary status of this place. A huge immortal plaque hung in front of the hall. It was made of purple immortal gold and inlaid with golden immortal gold. 3 ancient words were written on it, Human Ancestors Hall. One could see that there were thousands of silver threads in the world that were crazily surging toward this place. They were about to converge, making it look holy and white. These silver threads were the prayers of living beings and cultivators from all over the world to the human ancestors' great achievements. At this moment, a beautiful woman in a flawless white robe with a veil on her face was cultivating with her eyes closed in the main hall. Blurry immortal shadows, grand and mysterious, seemed to be chanting scriptures. They floated behind her as if they were going to cross time and space from ancient times. Her skin was fair and delicate, her eyebrows were picturesque, and her eyes were like flawless black gems, shining with a moving luster. However, her expression was very calm. Other than calmness, no other emotions could be seen. It was as if she was born this way, or as if she had abandoned all emotions and desires. Saintess Zijin has left the heaven region and is on her way back to her family. At this moment, a man and a woman appeared behind the white-robed woman. One of the women reported respectfully. Wang Zijin, she really left secretly. Hearing this, the white-robed woman seemed to be stunned. However, her expression was as calm as usual, as if there was no change in her expression. What else did she say? The white-robed woman asked calmly. Saintess Zijin left behind a sentence. She said that she was not interested in finding the human ancestors' reincarnation. It was purely a coincidence that she came here to cultivate. She was completely tricked. Now, she's leaving. She also said that she doesn't want the position of saintess. She just wants to go back and find a suitable husband, and marry him. The woman who reported had an awkward and strange expression on her face when she said this. Such words coming from the mouth of another successor of the human ancestors' palace was simply too shocking. If outsiders heard this, they would definitely lose all face. Of course, if one considered the saintess's usual performance in cultivation, this would not seem very strange. However, when such words like marriage were said so naturally, she could only say that she was indeed Saintess Zijin. Wang Zijin's thinking is good, but this is not up to her. Once she enters the human ancestors' palace, she will be a member of the human ancestors' palace for life. Assisting the human ancestor and returning peace to the world is her duty and obligation. The white-robed woman only shook her head and said calmly. Even Wang Zijin could not escape this fate. She also understood that although Wang Zijin appeared simple, she was actually a very proud person. There were many young geniuses in the human ancestors' palace, but none of them caught her eye. None of them caught her eye either. Although the outside world was vast and boundless, how many geniuses could compare to the human ancestors' palace? As the white-robed woman finished speaking, a layer of hazy fog began to appear on her face, enveloping her entire body. For a moment, even the voice sounded ethereal, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. In this generation, the human ancestors' palace's successor was actually two women. This was simply unimaginable in the past. That was because those two women were both too outstanding, and simply could not be abandoned. Thus, he decided to appoint two successors. Regardless of whether it was the longevity Wang family's Wang Zijin or the white-robed woman named Jiang Chuchu, they were both terrifying geniuses rarely seen throughout history. In the eyes of the human ancestors' palace's older generation experts, Jiang Chuchu was very likely to be the reincarnation of an ancient immortal. Although Wang Zijin was strong, it would be difficult for her to gain an advantage over Jiang Chuchu. According to the prophecy, the human ancestors' reincarnation should be born this time. Looks like I have to leave this place too. Jiang Chuchu pondered for a moment, and her calm face revealed that she was pondering. This was because the human ancestors' reincarnation would not appear in every generation. For the successors of the human ancestors' palace, their greatest mission was to protect the human ancestors' reincarnation before it matured and help it become stronger. To help the human ancestor awaken the memories of his past life and become the strongest of the generation, saving the world and all living beings. In this generation, the successor of the demonic arts will definitely cause chaos in the world. While searching for the human ancestor's reincarnation, I can find the successor of the demonic arts first and get rid of it. Jiang Chuchu muttered to herself in her heart. Righteousness and eliminating evil for the people was the most important thing in her cultivation. If Gu Chang'e was here, he would definitely know that this was the so-called righteous and righteous. Rumble. The terrifying pressure was like a vast sea of mountains descending from the sky, wanting to crush down. The heavens and earth shook, and the sun and moon dimmed. It was as if a supreme existence had come from the universe to destroy everything. However, in the next moment, this aura that caused the heavens to tremble seemed to be strangled in the blink of an eye. The terrifying aura instantly dissipated like a tide, completely vanishing without a trace. In the Divine Crocodile Clan's ancestral hall, Gu Changa stood with his hands behind his back, his black robes fluttering in the wind. He smiled at the horrified patriarch of the Divine Crocodile Clan and said, "Don't tell me you want to die too. Young Master Gu, you're exaggerating. I hope you can be magnanimous." This quasi-supreme Divine Crocodile Clan patriarch's face was a little pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Even the clansmen behind him turned pale with fright, and some even fell into despair. They didn't expect that even a quasi-supreme Divine Crocodile Clan patriarch couldn't do anything to Gu Changa. Even his life was in Gu Changa's hands. This was no longer as simple as before. He was completely controlling their lives in his hands. "Seeing that you're still useful to me, I'll spare your life this time. If there's a next time, you won't be the only one to die. At the same time, your entire clan will be buried with you." Looking at the patriarch of the Divine Crocodile Clan, Gu Changa said with a smile. This kind of indifferent threat made all the clansmen of the Divine Crocodile Clan tremble in fear. "From today onwards, we're willing to acknowledge you as our master." At this time, they had no other choice. They could either die or submit to Gu Changa. Therefore, without a doubt, everyone chose to submit. Although Gu Changa made it sound simple, there were still some clansmen of the Divine Crocodile Clan. However, there were actually quite a few clansmen who didn't believe him and provoked him earlier. When they intended to attack him, their bodies collapsed, and their souls were destroyed. They died an unnatural death. In Gu Changa's opinion, it was necessary to let the Divine Crocodile Clan know this clearly. Otherwise, they would always think that they had a chance to break free from his control. Before he was 100% sure, he wouldn't show himself like this. The terrifying control of the power-shifting celestial art was not affected by cultivation base. Chapter 193. It did not take Gu Changa much effort to subdue the entire Divine Crocodile Clan. After all, under the terrifying control of the wedding dress celestial spell, he could kill the 3 ancestors of the Divine Crocodile Clan with a single thought. At most, he would kill more people to create a greater deterrent effect. The rest would be more fearful and would not dare to rebel. Gu Changa was naturally not afraid that they would rebel. Even if they did, it would not matter. All he wanted was a saber that would fight for him in battle. If this saber was broken, he could just replace it with a new one. He did not care about these forces. He could abandon all of them at any time. In Gu Changa's eyes, the big clans in the immortal ancient continent were the best tools. At least in terms of bloodline talent, they were blessed by the heavens and were far superior to many human cultivators and creatures in the outside world. Therefore, Gu Changa planned to use this period of time to train a terrifying army in the immortal ancient continent that would fight for him in the future. They would be able to kill supremes and sweep through 10,000 worlds. Buzz. Soon, they received Gu Changa's order. "Greetings, Master." The 3 ancestors of the Divine Crocodile Clan, who were ancestors of the Divine Crocodile Clan, knelt down and greeted Gu Changa respectfully. They thought that they were controlled by Gu Changa's slave seal. They never thought that the problem came from the Immortal Sutra that they had painstakingly obtained from the Black Sky Eagle clan. No matter who it was, even if they racked their brains, they would not be able to guess that the Immortal Sutra was the cause of all this. Even if they understood, they would not dare to believe it. It could only be said that Gu Changa's methods were too meticulous and shocking. It was not enough to describe them as flawless. "I am not a person who kills innocent people. As long as you work for me, you will naturally be rewarded," Gu Changa said casually. He made empty promises as he glanced at the front. "Pick out all of your clan members who are above the true God realm and are brave and good at fighting. From today onwards, you will be called the Divine Crocodile Army," Gu Changa said with a meaningful smile. At the same time, he flicked his sleeve, and a brilliant light descended, bestowing a cultivation technique known as the art of endless creation. He couldn't be bothered to come up with any grand names. In short, it was fine as long as it was easy to remember and distinguish. Yes, young master. Although the three quasi-supreme ancestors knew that Gu Changa might not have good intentions, at this time, who would dare to refuse? The divine crocodile clansmen behind them wore bitter faces as they accepted the technique in front of Gu Changa. It was called the art of endless creation. But if it was really as its name suggested, why would Gu Changa hand it over to them? The clansmen who had not reached the true God realm secretly felt lucky in their hearts and heaved a sigh of relief. Currently, there were many experts in the main hall. There were as many as 13 Saint Realm experts. In Gu Changa's eyes, this was a force that could not be underestimated. Then, the entire divine crocodile clan received the order of the ancestor. From today onwards, the divine crocodile clan would submit to Gu Changa. They began to select members of the divine crocodile army. Everyone in the clan would submit to Gu Changa's orders. This order immediately shocked the entire clan. Many of the clansmen were still in shock and confusion at the beginning. They did not understand what was going on and why they had to listen to Gu Changa's orders. But since it was the order of the ancestor, naturally, no one dared to disobey. Of course, they were no stranger to 21 and Gu Changa. In the entire immortal ancient continent, which clan did not know of Gu Changa's terrifying reputation? They did not expect that in the end, they would have to submit to Gu Changa. This news was too unexpected. Then, the higher-ups of the divine crocodile clan spread the news that Gu Changa was the successor chosen by the reincarnation ancient lord. Back then, their ancestors had followed the reincarnation ancient lord. It was reasonable that they would follow Gu Changa now. For the sake of face, they naturally could not say that all this was completely forced by Gu Changa with the slave seal. Just like that, the huge divine crocodile clan was subdued by Gu Changa within 3 days. He began to train this army. But Gu Changa deliberately controlled this news so that it did not spread. Gu Changa had another purpose. He was waiting for this knife to deal a fatal blow to the entire immortal ancient clan at the critical moment. Then, Gu Changa set off, leading the 3 quasi-supreme divine crocodile clan ancestors to the ancient serpent clan's territory. The Black Sky Eagle, the ancient serpent clan, and the divine crocodile clan seemed to be united on the surface, but there was actually a lot of friction and competition between them. However, these 3 clans were the most powerful and long-lasting among the clans left behind by the reincarnation ancient lord. After all, the other clans were weaker than them. Even in the entire immortal ancient continent, there were not many clans that were more powerful than these 3 clans. Soon, several terrifying auras crashed down like the blue sky, tearing through space and descending from heaven and earth into the ancient serpent clan's territory. Master, this is the ancient serpent clan's territory, a divine crocodile clan ancestor said respectfully as he led Gu Changa to this place. At this time, they definitely did not want to be the only one to follow Gu Changa. They definitely wanted to drag their old friends along with them. Why can't I die? Why can't you die if I want to die? This was actually the attitude of all the clans and orthodoxies now. If they could drag one more person down with them, why not? Gu Changa was naturally relieved. For a time, the entire ancient serpent clan was in an uproar. Soon, many ancient serpent clan elders and higher-ups gathered in the main hall. This place was filled with a solemn and tense atmosphere. Everyone was looking at the young man in the center with a solemn and respectful expression. The moment Gu Changa arrived, they had already noticed him. Especially when Gu Changa brought 3 divine crocodile clan ancestors with him. Their purpose was self-evident. Everyone in our clan is willing to serve you, master. We will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. At this time, all the higher-ups of the ancient serpent clan spoke. They were very smart. If they could really resist, why would the Divine Crocodile clan have such an attitude? It was obvious that there was something wrong with this matter. They were not stupid. They had to be smarter to avoid unnecessary casualties at this time. Hearing this, Gu Changa smiled and nodded. Very good. You're smart. You saved me some time. The ancient serpent clan members kept quiet out of fear. Then, in the ancient serpent clan, Gu Changa also built a flying serpent army. He specially selected experts above the true immortal realm and gave them the life and creation scripture. Gu Changa was not bad at naming. He was just too lazy to think about it. Although these powers had yet to be revealed, they were already in the embryonic form of a terrifying force. After all, the Feathermen clan, the Black Sky Eagle clan, and now the Divine Crocodile clan and the Ancient Serpent clan had all become Gu Changa's slaves. He only needed to say a word and these clans would kill for him. He would start a bloodbath in the immortal ancient continent. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Gu Changa estimated that the Grand Elder's time for the immortal ancient dragon clan was almost up. Therefore, he gave an order. The experts of the Taichu divine sect stationed at the supreme peak drove the Taichu battleship, broke through the space, and landed outside the Dragon Island. The soldiers were at the gate. After receiving the news, countless cultivators and living beings were shocked by Gu Changa's sudden action. Gu Changa, who had disappeared for a long time, came to the immortal ancient continent again. It seemed like he was going to start a boundless bloodbath. Buzz! In an instant, many divine rainbows rushed over and gathered outside the Dragon Island. Thank you, Grand Elder. Gu Changa's feathery white robe was intertwined with light. His figure appeared on an ancient battleship. He smiled at the Grand Elder who was guarding this place. I hope you can keep your promise. The Grand Elder could not help but sigh. He could not do anything to Gu Changa. This scene caused countless cultivators and living beings to suck in a breath of cold air. It seemed that the Great Elder was being forced by Gu Changa. On the Dragon Island, light soared into the sky. Inside the protective array, all the clansmen knelt down and prayed. Dragon roars shook the sky. At the same time, in the heaven region billions of miles away from the immeasurable heaven, clouds lingered, mountains rose and fell. The mountains were beautiful, and the lakes were green. It was a magnificent scene. The white clouds were boundless, and there was a cloud of dust. In the sky, a carriage with red clouds inlaid with fire was being driven by 9 of the best heavenly horses. A group of powerful knights covered in armor followed behind. They were riding on all kinds of terrifying fierce beasts. They were aggressive, and their chi and blood were powerful and shocking. This carriage was like rolling silver snow, crushing through the sky. The momentum was astonishing, and it was quite spectacular. And the carriage faintly flashed with all kinds of fluctuations that seemed to be powerful divine talismans. The old coachman's face was as calm as the wind and clouds. All of this showed that the person in the carriage was noble and extraordinary. When the nearby cultivators saw this, they had no choice but to retreat. They did not dare to get close. From this posture, they knew that the person in the carriage was either rich or noble. They could not afford to provoke him. I already said don't send him anymore. Go back and tell your young master to stop wasting his time. Young miss is not interested in him at all. If he still doesn't know what's good for him, don't blame young miss for making a move. And at this time, the curtain of the carriage was suddenly opened by someone. The head of a little maid with bright eyes and white teeth with braids popped out. The little maid looked to be 11 or 12 years old. She looked smart and charming. She frowned, looked at the group of knights behind her, and said with dissatisfaction. Miss Xiu, this is the young master's order. We can't do anything about it. Don't make things difficult for us. Send Saintess Zijin outside the celestial domain, and we'll go back. We won't stay for more than 15 minutes. Among the knights behind, the leader was a burly middle-aged man in golden armor. He couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. It's that annoying Zhao Tianqing again. Why won't he give up? Hearing this, the maid named Xiao did not look good at all. She was extremely annoyed with the young master behind this group of knights. The reason was very simple. Sitting in the carriage was one of the successors of the human ancestor hall, Saintess Zijin. At the same time, she was the young miss in charge of taking care of her daily life. And the master behind this group of knights was the young master of the celestial domain's ancient Zhao clan, Zhao Tianqing. He was a famous young paragon in the celestial domain. Zhao Tianqing had gotten the news that her young miss was leaving the human ancestor hall, so he specially sent knights to escort her. He wanted to be her protector. They could not avoid such a thing even if they wanted to. This group of people was extremely thick-skinned. They escorted her all the way to the border of the celestial domain. They were almost at the border of the inner domain. Because of this, Xiao Er's attitude toward Zhao Tianqing was extremely bad. Earlier, she was still a little polite because of his identity. Now, there was no trace of a pleasant expression on his face. Furthermore, Xiao knew that her young miss behind her also disliked Zhao Tianqing. She was absolutely disgusted with him. She had been unable to resist the urge to attack him several times and seriously injure him. However, the more she did so, the more Zhao Tianqing refused to give up. He was determined to woo her young miss. He was simply like a masochist. Naturally, her young miss was also extremely annoyed by such a sticky candy. If Zhao Tianqing's father had not come forward to plead for mercy, Zhao Tianqing would have been seriously injured and would not be able to walk for several months. Zhao Tianqing did not dare to show himself, so he sent you guys. If it weren't for my young miss' kindness, you would have been killed by now, Xiao said unhappily. At this moment, she completely disregarded Zhao Tianqing's identity as the Zhao clan's young master. Her face was filled with dissatisfaction. She was disgusted by the fact that she was being protected the entire way but was actually being followed. She could imagine that her young miss was extremely disgusted by this as well. No matter what, our young master is the young master of the ancient era's Zhao clan. Holy daughter Zijin has always disliked our young master. Out of kindness, our young master was afraid that something would happen to holy daughter Zijin, so he had us escort her all the way here. Even if there is no merit to this, there is still hard work involved. Miss Xiao, how many hidden dangers have been nipped in the bud by us on this journey? Could it be that you are unable to see these things? Hearing that, the group of cavalrymen began to speak out in dissatisfaction. Even now, you still don't know what's good for you. Don't blame me for speaking ill of you. Our young miss has so many suitors in the celestial domain. How could your young master possibly qualify? Hearing those words, Xiao Er's face sank. Her voice was filled with coldness. She appeared to be very young, but her cultivation was not weak at all. She even had a spiritual body that had been specially taught by their young miss. Her strength was actually very strong. The expressions of the cavalrymen changed at the words of the young maidservant. They looked very ugly and angry, but they could only suppress their anger. No matter what, they had spent a lot of time and effort escorting holy daughter Zijin here, even if they did not contribute. However, they did not receive any favor from the other party at all. If not for the fact that the other party was the successor of the human ancestor palace and had a venerated status and could not be offended, they would have attacked and taught her a lesson. This was especially so for this young maidservant. Relying on holy daughter Zijin behind her, she would occasionally show her head and mock them, making them furious. Of course, they did not know the true origins of holy daughter Zijin. Even in the human ancestor palace, very few people knew about the faction behind holy daughter Zijin. The elder who had brought her to the human ancestor palace to cultivate back then had not mentioned this matter. Scram! I hate people who resort to moral coercion the most. While I'm still not angry, you still have a chance to leave this place. At that moment, a pleasing voice sounded from the carriage. It was like the sound of nature. However, this calm voice carried a kind of coldness. With a buzz, runes surged like a sea, icy blue like ice crystals. All of a sudden, waves of ice-cold light appeared between heaven and earth. A shocking cold air swept out in all directions, causing the sky to tremble. Divinity surged and seemed to be able to drown the world. It was as if a terrifying snowstorm was about to descend here. Holy daughter Zijin, you, seeing this, the cavalrymen's expressions changed. Their bodies turned cold, and a terrifying chill rose from their backs. This was the first time Holy daughter Zijin had spoken on the journey. Previously, she had treated them as air and completely ignored them. It was clear that she was really angry. This made their expressions turn even uglier. At the same time, they were very unwilling and confused. What did moral coercion mean? Their minds were in a mess. They could not understand why their good intentions would cause this holy daughter to be displeased. They were afraid of the human ancestor palace behind Holy daughter Zijin, not her strength. Holy daughter Zijin's true strength was very mysterious to them, and she rarely showed it. The strength she displayed was even more unfathomable than the other successor who claimed to be the reincarnation of a perfected immortal. However, she was still a junior. How could she fight against experts like them who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years? However, although they boasted of their strength, they really did not want to offend a transcendent force like the human ancestor palace. Especially recently, there was news that the human ancestor's reincarnation was about to descend upon the world again. Scram. Tell Zhao Tianqing that if he dares to let me see him again, even his father will not be able to protect him. I, Wang Zijin, will say this. When the time comes, even if the heavenly emperor comes, I will subdue him. The heavenly voice in the carriage was cold and domineering as it rang out again. The monstrous cold air suddenly turned into thousands of dazzling divine swords. They clanged and were shockingly sharp, as if they could kill everything. These words caused the cavalrymen's expressions to change drastically. Although it was a bit tongue-twisting, they understood the meaning. The next time their young master dared to pester this holy daughter, she would most likely attack without mercy. If you don't want to die, hurry up and scram. If the young miss is angry, the consequences will be very serious. At this time, the old coachman who had been driving opened his eyes. In his deep eyes, a faint golden light flashed, like some kind of snake. He spoke calmly, but the pressure of a great saint spread out, shaking the sky. This is a great saint, hiss. How can this be? This old coachman's strength is actually so terrifying. This scene caused the cavalrymen to be shocked and stunned. Their eyes widened, and their souls trembled. They could not help but be overwhelmed with shock. In the next moment, they reacted. Riding on their mounts, they did not dare to stay any longer. They hurriedly turned into divine light and rushed into the distance. Before this, no one had ever told them that Saintess Zijin's old coachman was actually a great saint existence. With such an existence guarding her, there was naturally no need for them to escort her along the way. Thinking of their attitude just now, everyone felt a chill down their backs. If a great saint really wanted to, he could definitely make all of them stay here. A chill ran down their spines. They suddenly realized that this holy maiden Zijin was far more mysterious than they had thought. I didn't expect this kind of thing to trouble Grandpa Snake. At this time, after a moment of silence, the voice in the carriage sounded again, thanking the old coachman outside. It's fine. Miss, don't be angry over such a small matter. It's not worth it. The old coachman smiled slightly when he heard this, and his face returned to being calm. It seems that it's just as I guessed. Grandpa Snake's true cultivation is definitely not as simple as it seems, he was just hiding it before. At this time, within the carriage, there was a beautiful woman wearing a blue dress. Within her beautiful eyes, there was a flash of craftiness. It was as if she had found something very interesting. As she spoke, her eyes could not help but narrow into the shape of a crescent moon. She looked particularly charming. It had to be said that in terms of appearance, she was an extremely beautiful woman. Like an orchid in an empty valley, clear fog in the forest, she was very otherworldly. There was a serene and moving beauty, and also a cunning look that could see through everything. The surrounding heaven and earth were perfect as if she was a part of the beauty of heaven and earth. This was a flawless feeling. Her black hair danced lightly, and her long dress swayed. Not only was her appearance devastatingly beautiful, but her temperament was also otherworldly. She was otherworldly and made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. It was as if all the beautiful things in the world would be overshadowed in front of her. Any man who saw her would definitely think of two words: perfect. It was one of the two successors of the human ancestor Hall, Prince Jean. At this time, she had a satisfied expression, and there was no trace of the anger and coldness from before. "Miss, what do you mean by moral kidnapping?" The little maid named Xiao poked her head in from outside and could not help but ask curiously. She heard another word that she did not understand from her miss's mouth. "Xiao, why do you have so many questions all day long?" Wang Zijin knocked the little maid's forehead with an annoyed expression. She had thought that Xiao-er's name was fun and casually gave it, but she did not expect to use it for so many years. Xiao-er did not feel that there was anything wrong with this name. She even felt that it was very pleasant and had a spiritual air. "Miss, can you explain it to me? What's moral kidnapping? For example, if a man gives you a spiritual pill, a divine medicine, or a cultivation technique, and then forces you to marry him, would you be willing?" Wang Zijin smiled faintly and explained. In her opinion, wasn't that the previous group of knights, including her many pursuers, just like that? They forced something on her and then forced her to repay them according to their wishes. Regarding this matter, Wang Zijin only wanted to say one sentence to them: go to hell. Oh, so that's the case, then I'm not willing. Xiao shook her head like a rattledrum, and her face was full of unwillingness. All along, her miss had known many things that she felt were novel and unfamiliar, but were also full of various profound meanings. Therefore, Xiao deeply admired Wang Zijin and felt that her miss was almost omnipotent. "Miss, you know so much," Xiao said with a look of admiration. "Know a lot." Hearing this, Wang Zijin was slightly stunned and her expression became a little dazed. She was a little disappointed. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had passed. It wasn't that she knew more, but the people in this world were much more innocent than the people she met in her previous life. Many things that were common knowledge in her previous life had to be carefully explained several times in this world before people could understand. That's right. Wang Zijin was actually not from this world. Instead, she came from an era of information explosion, from a blue planet, and lived in an ancient country with 5,000 years of brilliant cultural heritage. According to the words she knew in her previous life, she was a transmigrator. Born in a well-off family, her parents were all successful people, and she didn't have to worry about food and drink at all. She was a fair, rich, and beautiful woman that everyone envied. However, the heavens were cruel to her. When she was born, she was accompanied by several congenital diseases that were difficult to cure, causing her body to be extremely weak. Before the age of 20, Wang Zijin had always been lying in a hospital bed. The only happy days were through the internet on the other side of the screen to understand the outside world. She had once transformed into a supreme god, fought against the strongest heroes, and had once had parents in Zhuan. Speaking of which, there was no one in the world who was more of a shut-in than her. She had only gone out a few times in her life. In the end, after her 20th birthday, Wang Zijin left that world forever. When she woke up again, she had already become a baby girl of the longevity Wang family, one of the top forces in this world. According to the information Wang Zijin had learned, she should have transmigrated, and she should have transmigrated to an incomparably terrifying fantasy world. In this world, the strong could shake the universe with a raise of their hand, and split the sky with a breath. The weak could move mountains, fill seas, and fly into the sky. It was not the kind of world where fighting turned into horses. Moreover, her talent was terrifying, and it was not the kind of cliché story that she was familiar with in her previous life where the trash third miss rose against the heavens. In short, regarding transmigration, Wang Zijin had an attitude of taking things as they came. Compared to her previous life, this life felt more real and natural. She would not lie in a hospital bed again, and could only understand the outside world through a screen. In this world, Wang Zijin quickly found her position seemed to be different from the usual trash. She was born with an invincible constitution, and she was the darling of heaven and earth. Whether it was her background or strength, she was far superior to many of her peers in this world. She did not even have the various face-slapping tricks that she had been thinking about. At first, Wang Zijin was still wondering if she had a fiancé who fell from his pedestal overnight. Her role was that of a villain who was going to break off the engagement. But soon, she found that this was not the case. Because her talent was too strong, there was almost no young prodigy who was worthy of her. Naturally, there was no such thing as breaking off the engagement. Her position seemed to be that of a protagonist who should have smooth sailing. Chapter 194. Wang Zijin felt that her intuition was not wrong. To her, smooth sailing was a very normal thing. Because in this life, she had not encountered any setbacks. From the moment she was born, she had shown her extremely strong talent, and her cultivation had directly reached the so-called saint realm in this world. But thanks to her previous life, she was familiar with all kinds of male and female online novel routines. Wang Zijin chose the most unwise, but also the most stable and smart method, which was to cut off her own cultivation to increase the ceiling of her future achievements. Later on, reality proved that her choice was not wrong. Now, every step of her foundation was extremely solid. Wang Zijin felt that she would definitely become a perfected immortal in the future. Although the other saintess of the human ancestor palace, Jiang Chu, was known as the reincarnation of an ancient immortal, she might not be able to win against her in a fight. So, Wang Zijin was very confident. This was the confidence of her strong strength and trump cards. So, she planned to leave the human ancestor palace and wander in this world. Her talent was so strong, even if she did not cultivate hard, she would be a target that ordinary heavenly talents could not catch up to in their lifetime. In her eyes, the so-called young supremes were just existences that she could suppress with a flip of her palm. Wang Zijin did not take them seriously at all. The grand world that she had yearned for in her previous life, strange and exciting, was slowly unfolding in front of her eyes. Although Wang Zijin was a woman, she could not help but feel excited at this time. This was the first time in more than 20 years that she planned to go out and experience this boundless fantasy world. Before this, she had always been cultivating in her family and the human ancestor palace, and had never seen this world properly. Now that such an opportunity was in front of her, she naturally would not let it go. Wang Zijin thought of a sentence in her previous life. The world was so big, she wanted to go out and see it. This world was countless times more exciting than her previous life. Heavenly talents competed, hundreds of rivers flowed into the sea, beautiful women were everywhere, and there were thousands of different kinds of scenery. Look at the other transmigrators. They're all cold princes and domineering demonic monarchs. Why is it that when it comes to me, they're all brainless suitors? All of them are supposed to be geniuses, but they're acting like mentally retarded people with negative EQ. In the carriage, Wang Zijin held her delicate and flawless chin as she stared at the magnificent scenery outside and muttered casually. She felt that the world that she had transmigrated to was definitely not the world of female novels that she was familiar with in her previous life. Fortunately, she had read a lot of male novels and felt that it was easy for her to deal with all kinds of tricks. Furthermore, compared to the various schemes in the female channel, this world where the pursuit of power was the one and only Tao was much simpler. Power determined everything. Any schemes would vanish in the face of absolute power. Miss, you said that you're going to find a good husband to marry. Is that true or false? Suddenly, Xiao asked. The expression on his little face was very conflicted and puzzled. In her opinion, her young miss was so outstanding that it was not an exaggeration to describe her as the bright moon in the ninth heaven. Was there really a man in this world who was worthy of miss? Hearing this, Wang Zijin secretly rolled her eyes and said in annoyance, Xiao, why are you so silly? Of course this is a lie. I, your young miss, am going to become a peerless female immortal king in the future. How could a supreme being who fought against 3,000 emperors with one hand and pushed 14 states with both hands be restrained by a mere Mr. Right? That being said, Wang Zijin was also clear that no matter if it was her talent, background, or the vision of her previous life, she was completely different from other women. She felt that she would probably be alone for the rest of her life. Thinking about the transmigrated seniors in the female channel novels in her previous life, Wang Zijin thought that it was pretty good to have a harem of men in a different world and sit on top of all kinds of beautiful men. However, when it was her turn to transmigrate, she realized that this kind of thing was really disgusting. Her vision was too high. Thinking that she would one day be taken advantage of by a certain pig trotter, Wang Zijin felt strange and goosebumps appeared all over her body. She was so outstanding. Even if the ancient emperor appeared in the world again, she probably would not care. Fighting against 3,000 emperors with one hand and pushing 14 states with both hands. Miss, your ambition is too great. However, I knew why you would do this, Mississippi, Xiao nodded in realization. Mr. Right? Although she often heard such words from her young miss, Wang Zijin always had a nonchalant tone and was purely teasing. However, I can consider finding a Mr. Right for Jiang Chu and marry her off. She always has a cold face and makes it seem like the previous world owes her something. She thinks she is virtuous. People like her deserve to be taught a lesson by a man. Otherwise, she will always think that all men in the world are just so. Except for that Renzu, all men are just so. At the mention of Jiang Chu, Wang Zijin shook her head. Although he could be considered the only friend she could talk to all these years, in Wang Zijin's opinion, his character was too noble and righteous. In the words of her previous life, he was called a saint. The Virgin Mary was different from the Virgin Mary. The Virgin Mary was righteous and had her own principles. As for a saint, it was hard to explain. Wang Zijin would not criticize a saint. However, if she met a saint, she would naturally avoid them as far as possible. If it really did not work out, she would just slap them to death. This kind of thing was useless in the world other than wasting resources and disgusting people. I think Saint Chu is a good person. It's just that her character is too cold and she always wants to uphold justice. Xiao was a little annoyed. Yes, she's a good person. That's why she should find a good husband to marry her off. Lest she falls into the fire pit that is the human ancestors' hall, she should escape the sea of fire as soon as possible. Wang Zijin smiled and said with a look of agreement. Whether it was in her previous life or now, she had never come into contact with a man. However, in terms of theory, Wang Zijin was very knowledgeable. She would talk about all kinds of things and would not repeat the same thing for 3 days. Sigh, miss, this time you secretly left the human ancestors' hall and did not plan to find the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Will this make the human ancestors' hall elders angry? Xiao thought of another matter and began to worry. If they are angry, so be it. Do I have to give in to their whims? Wang Zijin was unhappy. Finding the reincarnation of the human ancestor is their problem. I don't want to get involved. What's the point of being a tool? Back then, she was tricked into coming to the human ancestors' hall to cultivate. At first, she did not know that there was such a mission. To put it nicely, it was called the Human Ancestors Hall. To put it bluntly, it was a place to cultivate tools. Wang Zijin was not interested in the Human Ancestors Hall at all. If the successor was a man, it would be fine. However, if it was a woman, would it not mean that she was nurturing a future harem for the veiled human ancestor? When she thought of this, Wang Zijin felt nauseous. She wished that she could erase all traces of the human ancestors' hall from her body. Perhaps to other women, this would make them feel extremely honored and would want to recommend themselves. However, to her, it was better not to do so. She would stay away from it. Miss, look. The inner territory's boundless heaven is in front of us. I heard that young Master Wuxia is there now. Do you want to go and see him? Who knows, we might even meet some outstanding young talents. After passing through various star regions and teleportation formations, Xiao opened the curtain and looked at the vast world outside. Suddenly, she said with a face full of joy and excitement. During this period of time, they actually had some understanding of the news in the outside world. Although the upper realm was boundless, it was roughly divided into the heavenly region, inner territory, middle territory, and outer territory. In fact, the major events that happened in each region would spread quickly in all directions. The speed was unbelievably fast. During this period of time, the things that happened in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals had shocked many places in the upper realm. The appearance of the inheritor of demonic arts, the appearance of the immortal road in the immortal ancient continent, each of these caused a huge commotion. The master and servant, who were far away in the heavenly region, actually heard about it. Wuxia. That cheap little brother of mine. Wang Zijin was slightly startled and remembered. She did not have a brother complex. Before this, she had never seen her little brother at all. He was no different from a stranger. As for Wang Wuxia, she only knew about him through the family's messages. However, he was still her biological brother in this life. Since he was passing by, there was no problem in going to take a look. In this life, she also had family. Therefore, Wang Zijin thought for a while and nodded. Then let's go take a look. Okay, the Palace of Heavenly Immortals is the most ancient orthodoxy in the boundless heaven. During this period of time, many young supremes have come. Maybe you'll find one that you like. Hearing this, Xiao said happily. Obviously, she was the one who wanted to see the glory of the young supremes. Didn't they say that the current successor of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals is the #1 of the young generation? I wonder what the rumors are like. She was still mumbling. As if this was her real goal. #1 of the young generation. That's because your miss is not born yet. Otherwise, how could those guys be so impressive? Wang Zijin smiled, as if she did not care about these rumors at all. She, who was born as a saint, had the confidence to do so. Although she had started cultivating again, she had already reached the early stage of the boundary saint realm. This cultivation speed was already shocking. If this news spread, who knew how many people would be shocked and shocked. As far as she knew, those young supremes were only at the void god realm. How far away was she from them? It was difficult to explain. Therefore, she did not care about this at all. Miss, aren't you curious? I heard that he is a young taboo with the potential to become a true immortal. Young Master Gu Chang'e, his power in the boundless heaven is unmatched. He is the young master of the Longevity Gu clan, the successor of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, and he has the support of the Primordium demonic sect and other imperishable sects. I can't believe that one person has so many halos. Contrary to Wang Zijin's reaction, Xiao appeared to be full of yearning and admiration. She was very excited. She was very excited, and her attitude towards the successor of the ancient Zhao clan was completely different. Wang Zijin was very calm and even sneered. What do you know? Potential to become a true immortal. Did his father say that my son Chang'e has the potential to become a true immortal? Let me tell you. Usually, geniuses with this kind of reputation die very quickly. They are cannon fodder who can't live for long. And Gu Chang'e? This kind of name can't be the main character. In the male genre, if the name is not a little ordinary, it is too embarrassing to say that they are the main character. So this guy you are talking about is just a cannon fodder character. Look at how excited you are. Was stunned when she heard her miss say that. She didn't understand many of these words, but she still understood what her miss meant. Gu Chang'e, who had great power in the boundless heaven, was just as so in her miss's eyes. Just a small character. You won't understand even if I tell you. These are all plots. Maybe there is a person called Ordinary who has offended Gu Chang'e and is about to be slapped in the face. Wang Zijin shook her head and said helplessly. Based on her experience of reading all kinds of male genre web novels in her previous life, which stupid author would give the main character such a name? It was obvious that this was a cannon fodder character used to show off and slap the face. But still looked like she admired him. Humph, miss, you can't say that about young Master Chang'e. He injured his origin when fighting against the successor of the demonic art and almost died in the immortal ancient continent. He also saved the junior sister who had a conflict with him from the hands of the successor of the demonic art. Rumor has it that young Master Chang'e is handsome and extraordinary. Puffed up her cheeks, looking like a little fangirl of Gu Chang'e. Stop. Why don't you go be someone's servant? Wang Zijin quickly shut her up. Seeing her like this, she was speechless. Compared to this rumored young taboo, she was actually more interested in the more mysterious successor of the demonic art. Rumble. Soon, accompanied by violent tremors, the carriage crushed through the space barrier between the two regions. The chaotic streams of chaos were chaotic, as if giant meteors were smashing down one after another, emitting terrifying fluctuations. However, these terrifying waves were easily swept away by the old carriage driver's sleeve. A layer of ripples spread out and easily swept away, appearing very skilled and natural. Miss, boundless heaven is in front. Are we leaving directly or going to ancient Tao Heaven City? The old carriage driver asked calmly. Grandpa Snake, let's go to ancient Tao Heaven City, Wang Zijin replied with a smile. Boom. In the next moment, the carriage immediately tore through space and traveled thousands of miles in an instant, heading towards ancient Tao Heaven Palace. These days, this place was even livelier. Many orthodoxies and great sects sent their disciples and experts here. Especially when they found out that Gu Chang'e appeared in immortal ancient continent and planned to force the immortal ancient dragon tribe to submit in one fell swoop, it was even more shocking many people. Gu Chang'e's methods could be said to be shocking enough. As a member of the younger generation, he dared to make a move against the entire immortal ancient dragon tribe. Such courage made many of the older generation experts tremble. Soon, Wang Zijin, and the old carriage driver, 2 servants and 1 master, arrived at ancient Tao Heaven City. However, in order to deceive others, Wang Zijin still disguised herself as a man, wearing a long green gown. Her waist was slender, and her skin was fair and delicate. Her voice was deliberately rough, but there was a hint of tenderness. Miss was about to speak. Boom. Wang Zijin knocked her forehead and glared at her. I told you to call me young master outside, do you understand? Ouch, 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 I understand, young master, digging bones when he was young, now he's calling me a sister, what kind of trick is this? Wang Zijin pinched her delicate and flawless chin. Hearing some of the news that happened in ancient Tao Heaven City recently, she could not help but be stunned. The main reason she came here was to see that cheap little brother of hers. But now, she suddenly felt that things were a little strange. However, in that case, that Gu Changa's momentum of sending cannon fodder seemed to be confirmed. She just did not know how long they could live. With that thought, the master and servant trio also followed the cultivators to Immortal Ancient Continent to join in the fun. Immortal Ancient Continent, outside Dragon Island. Many formation runes rushed into the sky, colorful and dazzling. The situation was tense, and the atmosphere was incomparably solemn. Normally, this place was like a holy land, but now, it was filled with a murderous aura. Rumble. The Taichu ancient warships arrived one after another. They towered in the sky like ancient demonic mountains. Their auras were magnificent and terrifying. Demonic chi filled the sky, and the battle intent was shocking. Little Gu, don't think that the dragon tribe will submit to you. Since ancient times, the dragon tribe has dominated the world. Even immortals will not submit to us, and we dare to fight. You, a little brat, dare to speak so arrogantly. In the sky above Dragon Island, the void blurred, and a stalwart middle-aged man with a dignified face appeared. He wore the dragon tribe's golden dragon crown on his head, and had the dragon horns unique to the dragon tribe. His aura was that of a saint. He was the current dragon tribe leader. Dragon tribe leader, you're wrong. I'm just a junior, how would I dare to force you? Back then, the dragon tribe issued the true dragon order, and sent the feathermen to kill me. Now, the feathermen have all submitted to us. How should we settle this grudge now? At this moment, Gu Changa was standing there with his hands behind his back, looking down at the many dragon tribe experts. He asked with a faint smile. Slander. Junior, if you want to fight, then let's fight. At this time, you still want to claim righteousness and frame our tribe. This crime deserves death. Some dragon tribe experts were enraged, and their eyes were full of anger and hatred. They had never encountered such humiliation. The entire tribe was oppressed by Gu Changa. No, I'm afraid you've got it wrong. I'm not trying to claim righteousness. I just want to seek justice for myself. Gu Changa smiled and shook his head gently. Since the dragon tribe would rather die than submit, then don't blame me for being merciless. As he spoke, his expression turned cold and indifferent. Suddenly, a black, brilliant sun rose behind him. That kind of fluctuation seemed to reflect the 9 heavens and 8 wastelands. It was like a burning black sun with thousands of black clouds, and the supreme rules were boiling. That was the imitation of the ancient reincarnation wheel, which Gu Changa obtained from Yi Ling when he killed him. Of course, if it was the real ancient reincarnation wheel, its divine power would be vast, and it could evolve the 6 paths of reincarnation and control fate, life, and death. Its power was infinite. However, even if it was an imitation, it was extremely powerful now, far surpassing ordinary divine artifacts. Boom! At that moment, as many runes rumbled, the golden light swept over like a tide. Now that Gu Changa wanted to show himself as the successor of the ancient reincarnation wheel, it was naturally the best opportunity. Moreover, the ancient reincarnation wheel had an unusual meaning in the immortal ancient era. With this title, it could save Gu Changa a lot of trouble. This is, the ancient reincarnation wheel is not the real Tao artifact, the ancient reincarnation wheel's Tao artifact replica. It's actually this thing. I didn't expect Gu Changa to have such an identity. The moment the black sun rose, many orthodoxies and cultivators nearby were shocked, and their eyes widened. This was something that no one expected. If Gu Changa did not show himself, they would not have thought that he was the successor of the ancient reincarnation wheel from the immortal ancient era. How is that possible? Gu Changa actually has this thing. What is his relationship with the ancient reincarnation wheel? Many of the immortal ancient clans who were watching were shocked because of the ancient reincarnation wheel. Their ancestors had more or less interacted with the ancient reincarnation wheel and received favors and other things. Now, it seemed that Gu Changa must be the successor of the ancient reincarnation wheel to have this item. Moreover, if Gu Changa did not know the reincarnation wheel of the ancient reincarnation wheel, he would not be able to activate this Tao artifact replica at all. From all these circumstances, it seemed that Gu Changa was definitely related to the ancient reincarnation wheel of reincarnation wheel. No matter how strong the immortal ancient dragon clan was, they were only putting up a desperate struggle now. They could not possibly stop the forces behind Gu Changa, not to mention that the great elder was standing beside him now. At this moment, many of the higher-ups of the immortal ancient clans began to have thoughts. In the current turbulent situation, it was not impossible to follow Gu Changa. Damn it! This guy actually has such an identity. This is not good. Why don't we surrender? On the various dragon islands, the faces of many members of the dragon tribe changed drastically, turning ghastly pale. In the current situation, there was not much hope for them. They were no longer the dragon clan of the past in their glory days. Junior, the dragon clan's pride will last forever. We would rather die than submit. Don't even think of making us submit. Boom! In the depths of Dragon Island, there was a sky-shaking sound. Several quasi-supreme auras were awakening, incomparably powerful. Moreover, this was not something an ordinary quasi-supreme could compare to. They were at least 7th or 8th heaven quasi-supreme experts. Great Elder, Gu Changa smiled slightly and said to the Great Elder beside him. The Great Elder had a complicated expression. He looked at him and sighed helplessly. Buzz. He reached out with his palm. The supreme power was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. Even the heavens and earth were about to sink. Almost at the same time, the quasi-supreme also displayed his own supreme techniques. Countless dragon clan chanting prayers sounded between heaven and earth. Light and meridians filled the air. These were quasi-supreme laws. Dong! The void trembled as divine lights of various colors soared into the sky. An ancestral artifact was awakening, and its vast divine might was about to fill the sky. Poof! However, in the next moment, he instantly coughed up blood and was instantly sent flying. Back then, even the ancestor's shadow was no match for him. How could he resist the Great Elder? Kill! Kill! Men! Kill! At this moment, 3 shocking murderous auras came from another direction. There was a vast army that slaughtered their way over. It was a black mass, like a torrent. This scene was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing many dragon clan members to despair. The black sky eagle, ancient snake, divine crocodile, and other tribes were majestic, covering the sky and the sun as they charged over. However, it was obvious that they were not here to help them. The dragon clan is finished today. In the distance, all the cultivators of the orthodoxies and great sects who were watching all of this thought so, and their hearts trembled. Young Master, look, that's definitely young Master Changa. This kind of demeanor is indeed different from ordinary people. In the mountains further away, Xiao held Wang Zijin's hand and said excitedly, like a little fangirl who saw the person she admired the most. Chapter 195. Between the mountains, there were many cultivators and creatures. They all came from all over to personally witness today's spectacle. The immortal ancient dragon clan had been standing tall since the immortal ancient era. They had a long history and great power. Who dared to offend them? They were used to being arrogant in the immortal ancient continent and didn't put anyone in their eyes. Now that they encountered someone stronger than them, they were pressured to this extent. Many cultivators were even looking forward to seeing the immortal ancient dragon clan suffer a great loss today and wear down their arrogance. Many of them heard what Xiao said, but they didn't care. To them, this was normal. After all, this was Gu Changa. Which girl in the younger generation didn't admire him? Hearing this, Wang Zijin looked at her speechlessly, then nodded. Look at how excited you are. But this Gu Chang'e is quite handsome. His appearance is quite intimidating. He really does give off an otherworldly feeling. No wonder he has so many admirers. She didn't say anything else. After all, who in this world didn't care about appearances? If even she thought he was pleasing to the eye, then there was nothing to say about his appearance. After all these years of cultivation in the human ancestor's palace, Wang Zijin was used to seeing all kinds of young supreme beings. All of them firmly believed that they were invincible and that their Tao hearts were strong. But once they were defeated or suffered a great blow, they couldn't recover. They couldn't be the peerless figures she knew in her previous life. Which of those great emperors and ancient emperors weren't indomitable and courageous? Wang Zijin didn't feel like she was a shallow person. She couldn't judge people from their first glance. So, she couldn't judge what kind of person this Gu Chang'e was. She would only know after interacting with him. Right? I'm right. Young Master Chang'e is the #1 person in the younger generation. Xiao Er said excitedly. With that kind of appearance, he doesn't even look like a main character with a delicate and pretty face. Now, he's even forcing the immortal ancient dragon clan to submit. His actions don't seem like something a righteous character would do. I wonder what kind of main character he's offended. Wang Zijin nodded and stared at Gu Chang'e's figure in the distance. A strange light flashed in her eyes. She was still muttering and sizing him up. Somehow, she felt that this Gu Chang'e seemed to have some inexplicable discrepancies with the male style she was familiar with. He clearly looked like he had not even reached the true God realm, so why did she involuntarily give birth to a kind of faintly discernible feeling of danger? This was the first time she couldn't see through a young man's cultivation. One had to know that no matter how young the supreme martial artists were, it was difficult for them to hide their true abilities in front of her. Wang Zijin felt that they were nothing more than that. But today, she found a special case in Gu Chang'e. It was as if there was a layer of fog shrouding him, making him very mysterious. Even Jiang Chuchu, who claimed to be the reincarnation of a true immortal, could not give her such a feeling. This was very strange. Wang Zijin's intuition was very accurate. She even used this intuition to discover the true strength of her old coachman. Moreover, in her opinion, Gu Chang'e was very familiar with using power to oppress others. He was clearly a habitual offender. Ordinary supreme martial artists would at most challenge their peers at this time and play around on a small scale. However, Gu Chang'e was actually scheming against the entire immortal ancient race. This kind of courage and ability was clearly not something those supreme martial artists she had seen before could compare to. Wang Zijin admitted that she had underestimated Gu Chang'e before. Things were clearly not as she thought. Therefore, she became more and more curious about this Gu Chang'e. Her interest was piqued. This Gu Chang'e should not be too simple. Wang Zijin couldn't help but say this. Young master, this is the first time you said that the younger generation is not simple. When Xiao Er heard this, she couldn't help but say in surprise. She looked like she was shocked. Then, she became even happier. It seemed that young Miss also understood that there was always someone better than you. She had mentioned the rumors of young Master Chang'e many times, but Wang Zijin did not care. Now that she saw the real person, she should believe it, right? Wang Zijin naturally wouldn't explain anything to Xiao Er. In any case, she felt that leaving human ancestor palace this time and coming to the outside world was the right decision. She had just arrived in immeasurable heaven, and she already encountered someone who piqued her interest. Young Master, Longevity Wang family's worship is over there. Young Master Wushuang is also there. At this time, Xiao Er suddenly pointed at a group of cultivators not far away, saying in pleasant surprise. The ancient worship moved through the sky, radiance rushing into the heavens. Many cultivators with powerful auras stood on it. Longevity Wang family's banner fluttered in the wind, a large Wang character simple and imposing, displaying Longevity Wang family's powerful backing. The young man in the lead had golden eyes, an imposing appearance, appearing extremely mysterious. However, Wang Zijin saw through his face with a single glance. It was precisely Wang Wushuang. Even though she had never seen him before, she immediately recognized that he was her younger brother of this life. They are actually here too. Then, Wang Zijin couldn't help but smile. Immediately, 2 servants and 1 master rushed over, planning to catch up with each other first. She put aside the matter of Gu Chang'e for the time being. After all, the 2 of them weren't familiar with each other at all. They had never even met before, let alone had any enmity between them. There would be plenty of time to get to know each other in the future. Meanwhile, on the other side, which was very far away, the battle was very intense, and it could be said to be hair-raising. The surrounding tens of millions of people were filled with an austere atmosphere. Above the sky, divine light rushed into the clouds, and the sound of killing shook all directions. This was a terrifying force that caused the expressions of many orthodoxies to change. The protective runes on Dragon Island glowed at this moment, preparing to resist this great battle. Black Sky Eagle, Ancient Flying Snake, and Alligator God had all rushed over, listening to Gu Chang'e's orders. At this critical moment, they would become a sharp blade that could break open the immortal ancient continent situation. Kill. Fight for young master. They led a vast number of elites, sweeping across the heavens and earth like a torrent, wanting to kill their way to Dragon Island's territory. The quasi-supreme patriarchs of the 3 races also joined the fray. They were fighting with the quasi-supreme level existences of the dragon tribe. The aftermath of their battle shook the universe, causing the mountains within a radius of 10,000 li to collapse, turning into dust and ashes. All living beings could only feel a world-shocking aura sweeping across from far away. Great stars in the sky trembled one after another, shaking the heavens and distorting the universe. Angry roars and unwilling voices sounded from there, shaking countless living beings and cultivators. One could imagine what kind of terrifying battle was happening there. The quasi-supreme level existences were the foundation ancestors of the various clans. Normally, they would be in seclusion cultivation, and would not show themselves unless they encountered the most dangerous situation. But now, the ancestors of these 3 clans had all appeared, fighting for Gu Chang'e, waging war against the immortal ancient dragon tribe. This scene shocked many orthodoxies and great sects, and their hearts were filled with deep shock. During the immortal ancient era, I heard that the ancestors of these 3 clans were all followers of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. It seems like this rumor is true. Who would have thought that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord would actually leave behind this kind of resource for his successor, and the 3 great clans would be used by him. For the sake of his successor, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord simply put in a lot of effort. No wonder Gu Chang'e is so powerful. Many cultivators' eyes turned red with envy. These were the 3 great immortal ancient clans. Each clan's foundation was not simple, having quasi-supreme level ancestors, but now, they were all used by Gu Chang'e alone. This kind of power could not only be described as terrifying, it was simply unimaginable. This made many young heavenly talents tremble, their fists clenched tightly, unwillingness, dejection, and even despair. Unknowingly, the gap between them and Gu Chang'e had already reached such a level. With this kind of power, perhaps Gu Chang'e was already on the same level as the family heads behind them, right? They were originally of the same generation, but now, when they saw Gu Chang'e, they could only look up to him. Now, no one doubted Gu Chang'e's identity as the successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. After all, things had already come to this point, and even the 3 great clans had shown up to listen to his orders. What else was there to say? This was a battle that made the entire dragon tribe tremble. Gu Chang'e revealed his identity as the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord, and even the Black Sky Eagle and other clans listened to his orders to fight against the dragon tribe. This scene made the restless immortal ancient clans tremble uncontrollably, feeling very uneasy. They knew that once the immortal ancient dragon tribe fell, Gu Changa would definitely use this knife to attack them. With Gu Changa's current methods and temperament, he would definitely do that. For a time, many clans were anxious, feeling that after this battle, the situation in immortal ancient continent would change greatly. They had to choose a side. If they stubbornly resisted like the dragon tribe, there was no other way but to die. Even the other orthodoxies did not dare to anger Gu Changa at this time in this place. This was power and influence. It's hard to imagine. Is he really a young man? Many older generation cultivators lamented. Buzz. At this moment, Gu Changa's expression was unusually calm. His figure did not move, and his robes fluttered as he stood on the horizon. The reincarnation ancient wheel was like a black sun, its brilliance shocking the heavens and earth. Divine runes shone in all directions, displaying its overbearing divine might. Under such fluctuations, he did not even need to make a move to deter the dragon tribe's powerhouses, making them not dare to attack him. Not to mention, he had many powerhouses protecting him. A Black Sky Eagle tribe's ancestor, who was a quasi-supreme, followed closely by his side. Gu Changa could also secretly take out the supreme saint puppet that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord left for Yi Ling at any time in case of emergency. So on and so forth, what else did he have to worry about? He was just here to show his face and deter the other orthodoxies at the same time, to prevent some reckless people from snatching his prey. This was a flawless plan that he had planned for a long time. It was a perfect suppression. No matter how unwilling the immortal ancient dragon tribe was, they still had pride in their hearts and would not surrender. However, when the time came, as Gu Changa slaughtered more dragon tribe members, they would feel fear and understand the meaning of stupidity. To put it bluntly, they would not cry until they saw the coffin. Therefore, Gu Changa was not worried at all. At this moment, various thoughts flashed through his mind. In fact, he was thinking about something else. The system that had not changed for a long time had a new mission notification. This was a pleasant surprise for Gu Changa. The leak that he had been thinking about was finally online, and he had taken the initiative to come to him. After all, Gu Changa had been thinking about how to earn a large amount of fate points to prepare for the future. He had other plans for Yu Mingkong and Gu Xianpe. He had to do it step by step and could not be rushed. Just as he was thinking about how to sleep, someone immediately sent him a pillow. Gu Changa felt a little moved. It seemed that the leak this time was quite self-aware. However, the system's notification this time made his expression a little thought-provoking. A new daughter of fate has appeared. Is it a fellow from another world? TSK. His fellow countrymen. There was no need to say anything more. A transmigrator like him, and a daughter of fate. For Gu Changa, the first thing he had to do when he met his fellow transmigrator in this world was to find a way to kill him. This kind of thing related to his origin naturally had to be buried in his stomach. It was impossible to let a second person know about it. Not to mention that this person carried a great amount of fate with her. Naturally, he had to find a way to snatch it. Gu Changa's idea was as simple as ever. He would either kill them or subdue them. He would naturally choose the one that would benefit him the most. Since the system had already notified him, it meant that his fellow countrymen had unknowingly become enemies with him. At this time, when a fellow countryman saw a fellow countryman, he would definitely not cry. If the other party knew that he was a transmigrator, she would definitely not allow him to exist. At this time, it would depend on who had more means. Besides, Gu Changa was not sure about the other party's cheat. What if she also had a system? That would be interesting. However, in Gu Changa's opinion, this possibility was not high. Since his system had notified him, it could only mean that his system was obviously more powerful than the other party's cheat. Therefore, Gu Chang'e was not in a hurry. The system was not omnipotent. He did not rely on the system that much. In the beginning, he still relied on his destiny points and the heavenly immortal canon cultivation. Now that he thought about it, he felt that he should fool the others. That was why he casually added points. Gu Chang'e could actually find replacements for the things in the system store in this world. It was just that because he had destiny points, he could exchange them at any time, which was simpler and more convenient. The most important thing was that before this, the other party would definitely not know about his identity as a transmigrator. In this way, it was equivalent to him being in the dark while the other party was in the light. The other party thought that she was the only one who was a transmigrator, but she did not know that he was also a transmigrator. Gu Chang'e's smile was somewhat profound. How to plan, was it not still under his control? Of course, before this, Gu Chang'e had to think of a way to find the Lady of Providence. Moreover, since the other party was a transmigrator, her temperament and habits would definitely be different from the native living beings of this world. It would be very easy to find her. Not to mention, Gu Chang'e had a simpler and more direct method. For things like destiny points, he could tell who had more and who had less at a glance. As long as the other party appeared in his field of vision, they would definitely not be able to escape his perception. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e was careful and put this matter aside for now. Soon, under the powerful attack of the Great Elder, several supreme powerhouses of the immortal ancient dragon tribe were no match for him and retreated in defeat. Under the large-scale attack of the primordial divine sect, the ancient serpent snake, the divine crocodile, the black sky eagle, and other forces, Dragon Island's protective array pattern finally shattered. This was completely a one-sided crushing, like a hot knife through butter. On the divine mountain of the island, all the people of the dragon tribe were wailing. They did not expect that as strong as they would finally welcome this day. Boom! In the deepest part of Dragon Island, the ancestral artifact floated between heaven and earth, absorbing the power of the universe, and then evolved into a pitch-black void, where all life was extinguished. Ripples spread out, and each ripple seemed to contain a small world, which was incomparably magical. But in the end, because of the loss of support, the awakened deities within had exhausted their power and fell with a thud. Our tribe is willing to surrender. Our tribe is willing to surrender. In the face of all this, the group of elders of the dragon tribe, no matter how unwilling and unyielding they were, chose to surrender. They did not want to see any more casualties among their tribe. A miracle did not happen. The ancestor that they had been praying for did not descend. If I had known this would happen, why did I have to struggle so bitterly? Gu Chang'e could not help but shake his head slightly and said regretfully, but he was not surprised at all. Hearing this, the group of dragon tribe powerhouses turned pale with humiliation. Their bodies trembled, but they did not dare to say anything. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly and ordered everyone to stop. The place was still raining blood, and there were no corpses left. Many members of the dragon tribe were crying loudly, their expressions sorrowful and angry. After all, this was a disaster that they had brought upon themselves. They could not blame anyone else. If it were not for the fact that he had a legitimate reason to do so, Gu Chang'e would not have been able to do it so easily. Very soon, this battle that shook the surroundings finally came to an end. Gu Chang'e ordered his trusted subordinates to clean up the mess. He planned to unify the immortal ancient dragon tribe in one fell swoop. At this time, his identity as the young master of the Longevity Gu family would come into play. After all, he did not use the Longevity Gu family's influence and power at all. He had completely relied on his own methods to make the immortal ancient dragon tribe submit. No orthodoxy or force dared to say no. At this time, no one dared to show up and steal everything he had planned. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, the Longevity Gu family did not show up and did not give Gu Chang'e the slightest bit of help. This did not cross the bottom line between the orthodoxies, so no one could say that it was wrong. However, if they dared to attack Gu Chang'e, it would be tantamount to provoking the longevity Gu family. They would not rest until one of them was dead, and the situation would be far more shocking than this battle. Now, the immortal ancient dragon tribe had suffered heavy casualties. In the end, they could only choose to submit. From today onwards, they would submit to Gu Chang'e, just like the winged man tribe. This news shocked everyone. Whether it was the orthodoxies and living beings nearby or the other tribes, a huge wave of emotions surged in their hearts at this time. In the end, the immortal ancient dragon tribe could not escape this fate. Many tribes began to regret that they did not unite earlier and fight against Gu Chang'e together with the dragon tribe. Perhaps the situation would not have turned out this way. But now, it was useless. The ancient snake tribe, the divine crocodile tribe, and the black sky eagle tribe made a move at this critical moment. Like a sharp knife, they dealt a fatal blow to the entire immortal ancient continent. On the other hand, this allowed many tribes to find a way out and a way out. Many pieces of news began to spread quickly, causing a huge commotion everywhere. Gu Chang'e's methods and courage are truly amazing. I am far inferior to him. In the distance, on the Wang family's ancient warship, Wang Wuxia, who had finished reminiscing with his sister and witnessed this terrifying battle with his own eyes, could not help but exclaim. His expression was slightly shaken. Beside him, Wang Zijin and the others also had different expressions on their faces, and all kinds of emotions were present. Chapter 196. In this battle, the aftermath of the battle enveloped an area of nearly 300,000 miles. The sky and earth were turned upside down, the sun and the moon rotated, and the universe was destroyed. Many of the dragon race's divine islands and mountain ranges were crushed to pieces by this terrifying aura. The immortal ancient formation patterns that were engraved surged with heaven-shocking murderous aura, but in the end, they were erased by a half-supreme being. The battle in the sky also ended. Terrifying stars scattered in all directions, turning into star skeletons that surged between heaven and earth, about to cover and fall. Buzz! A golden path extended and landed in the sky. The great elder returned. His white robe fluttered, and he had the demeanor of a transcendent being. It was impossible to tell that he had just fought with someone. Behind him, a quasi-supreme existence of the dragon clan was sealed with a huge palm print. It's over. The great elder asked with a calm expression. From the beginning to the end, he was not very willing to take action. Except for the supreme expert of the dragon clan who took action to suppress, he did not participate in the battle below. The great elder was also shocked by the sudden appearance of Gu Chang'e's identity as the ancient heavenly lord of samsara. Before this, he had never thought about it at all. He thought that Gu Chang'e would borrow the power of the longevity Gu clan in the end. But it was obvious that the identity of the ancient heavenly lord of samsara's successor was Gu Chang'e's final trump card. Thinking of this, the great elder could not help but take a deep look at Gu Chang'e. He could not see through this guy anymore. How many more trump cards did he have hidden in the dark that others did not know? Fortunately, the grudge between Gu Xian, and this guy had been resolved. Otherwise, he really did not dare to imagine how much chance Gu Xian had of surviving when facing Gu Chang'e alone. If it were not for this group of old things supporting Gu Xian behind her, she would probably be eaten by Gu Chang'e until not even her bones were left. It's over. For this battle, I have troubled the great elder. Gu Chang'e smiled. Don't worry about it. Remember what you promised this old man. With a cold snort, the Grand Elder waved his sleeve, and the Dragon Tribe expert, who had been suppressed behind him, flew over to Gu Chang'e. Don't worry, First Elder. I won't forget what I promised. Gu Chang'e glanced at the dejected Supreme Master of the Dragon Clan. Gu Chang'e's expression was calm. Then, he looked towards the distant horizon. His gaze swept past the many experts before he smiled and said, as the successor of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, Chang'e is duty-bound to help the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace quell the chaos of the Dragon Clan. Many orthodoxies and living beings who were watching from afar were stunned as well. For a moment, they did not understand what Gu Chang'e meant. Gu Chang'e, you, how ruthless. So shameless. The Grand Elder was stunned. He did not understand why Gu Chang'e would say that in front of so many orthodoxies. Then, his eyebrows twitched, and anger rose in his heart. The Tao Heaven Immortal Palace had always been neutral. They would not interfere in the feuds between any forces and orthodoxies. Although Gu Chang'e was the successor of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, the entire Tao Heaven Immortal Palace had not provided him with any help in this battle. Now, Gu Chang'e was trying to tell everyone that it was the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace who had actively helped him. Was it not because of the agreement they had that day? The Grand Elder knew what Gu Chang'e was up to. He understood it almost immediately. He was infuriated, and his anger surged. Not only did he want to stir up chaos in the immortal ancient continent, but he also wanted to drag the entire Tao Heaven Immortal Palace into it. When that happened, many forces in boundless heaven would think that the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace was involved in the unification of the immortal ancient continent. This way, Gu Chang'e could divert everyone's attention. After reaping the benefits, he would let the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace take the blame for him. The Grand Elder's expression darkened. He was angry and livid. However, he could not refute Gu Chang'e's statement. Only a few people knew about the agreement they had made that day. Chang'e will remember the favor you have shown me, Grand Elder. Then, Gu Chang'e said calmly, but, Grand Elder, you still owe me a favor. Don't forget about that. Gu Chang'e was not very clear about the Grand Elder's cultivation level. However, he knew that the Grand Elder had surpassed the quasi-supreme realm. Compared to Gu Nanshan, he might be much stronger. Therefore, he had to hold on tight to this favor. Who knew when it would come in handy? Moreover, he did not think it was a big deal to let the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace take the blame for a while. Many cultivators in the outside world would think that he had forced the Grand Elder to take action to achieve his goal. Although that was not wrong. However, in Gu Chang'e's opinion, this was not a good idea. He had to make the outside world think that the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace was the mastermind behind all this. After all, he had been in the limelight for a while now. The more cultivators and orthodoxies paid attention to him, the harder it would be for him to scheme in secret. Gu Chang'e had always liked to make a fortune in secret. He would take the benefits himself and let others take the blame. He was even more so with the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Whether or not it would have much of an effect was another matter altogether. Grand Elder, if you think that Chang'e is wrong, you can explain yourself. I think many cultivators will believe you. Gu Chang'e continued to smile. She knew that with the Great Elder's temperament, he would not say anything at this time. After all, he had achieved his goal. He did not care about angering the Grand Elder. He would rather think about how to unify the immortal ancient continent. Humph. The Grand Elder interrupted him with a dark expression. He flicked his sleeves and left in a blur. He had decided that from today onwards, he would hand over all the affairs of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace to the Palace Lord. Gu Chang'e was so shameless. He did not care what he wanted to do. He could not care less. He was going to cultivate in seclusion for a while. Otherwise, one day, he would not be able to stop himself from slapping this shameless junior to death. This guy was so stubborn and did not want to suffer any losses. Men, clean up the dragon tribe. Kill anyone who refuses to obey. From today onwards, I only want to hear one voice in the dragon tribe. Then, the smile on Gu Chang'e's face disappeared and she said lightly. Yes, young master. Behind him, a roar like a tsunami came. The mighty army of the three tribes began to deal with the remaining members of the dragon tribe who refused to submit. They had to clean up the mess to avoid any hidden dangers. As for those who refused to obey, it was even simpler. They just had to kill them. There was no lack of disobedient creatures in this world. Young master. We have done what you asked us to do. The members of the dragon tribe who rebelled have all been killed. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a vast and majestic aura came crashing down. On the other side, the prospective supreme ancestors of the ancient serpent, black sky eagle, and alligator god had also suppressed many dragon tribe powerhouses and rushed back to Wuxia to report on their mission. Very good. Well done. Wuxia glanced at the scene below and showed a satisfied expression. Then, he nodded and gestured for them to leave. Although the appearance of the three tribes would cause the various orthodoxies to be wary, Wuxia would definitely consider hiding them in the dark. Then, after dealing with the dragon tribe, Wuxia had time to think about his fellow countrymen. If he guessed correctly, Yumingkong might not even know about his existence. After all, transmigrators were the biggest outliers. In the timeline that Yumingkong experienced in her past life, the existence of transmigrators was still unknown. However, since the transmigrator had voluntarily appeared in front of him, Wuxia would find him even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground. Unless it was an extremely unlucky transmigrator, anyone who came to this world and had a cheat would definitely be awesome. However, what Wuxia did not know was whether this transmigrator came to this world before or after him. What he had to do next was to unify the various tribes of the immortal ancient. With this force, he could also provide a large amount of cultivation resources. Just from immortal ancient's dragon clan alone, there would definitely be many good things that would be useful to him. He might even be able to obtain part of the essence and blood left behind by the true dragon. To Wuxia, those things were extremely beneficial. Recently, his demonic cultivation had reached the peak of the quasi-sage realm. He was only a little bit away from breaking through to the sage realm. After reaching the sage realm, Wuxia could condense more Great Tao treasure bottle runes to help him devour and refine the remaining immortal essences. His cultivation could still break through to another level. At the same time, far away from the Dragon Island, in the sky, the powerhouses of various orthodoxies gathered to witness everything. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, who would believe that this is something that a young man can do? Now is the golden age, and the stars are shining brightly. However, in terms of power, I'm afraid that no one in the younger generation can go against Wuxia. In some ways, this Wuxia is even more terrifying than the inheritor of the demonic arts. Such scheming methods make one's heart tremble. In the end, he openly schemed against the entire immortal ancient tribe. Many people were whispering, and the shock in their eyes could not be dispelled. Rumor has it that the inheritor of the demonic arts was defeated by him in the end. However, no one has ever found his tracks after so long. Even when he killed some young supreme beings, it was done in secret. I'm afraid that he was severely injured by Wuxia. His injuries are not light. Now, seeing how Wuxia activated the replica of the ancient reincarnation wheel, his expression is normal, and he doesn't seem to be in any difficulty. It seems that his cultivation is not as simple as it seems on the surface. He has hidden it well. On the ancient warship, auras intertwined, and chi and blood were majestic. Many of the Wang family's powerhouses were discussing. Regardless of whether they were from the younger generation or the older generation, their expressions were complicated, and their hearts were filled with fear and shock. They did not intervene in the battle. Instead, they witnessed everything from the beginning to the end. At first, the joy and excitement from Wang Zijin's return from the human ancestors' palace was like a basin of cold water being poured over them, cooling them down. Their bodies trembled all over. Many people reacted, knowing that Wang Zijin was not the only dazzling person in the same generation. Wang Zijin's talent was strong, and could be said to be one of a kind in history. She cultivated in the human ancestors' palace, and her progress could be said to be very fast. Half a month to a small realm, half a year to a large realm. Cultivation breakthroughs were as simple as drinking water and eating. However, she was still from the younger generation and had yet to inherit the orthodoxy of the force behind her. Meanwhile, Gu Chang'e was already in control of everything. Just the power in his hands made everyone deeply shocked and fearful. Not to mention anything else, just the three great tribes of Black Sky Eagle, Ancient Snake, and Alligator God were an extremely terrifying force. Under Gu Chang'e's command, he could practically sweep through an area. Just now, there were a total of 3 quasi-supreme old ancestors who had appeared. This power made them tremble. Those were quasi-supreme grand elders, supreme powerhouses who could shatter stars with a lift of their palms and shatter continents with a wisp of their aura. They were existences who were the foundation of the various orthodoxies. Now that supremes had not appeared, and those who had achieved the Tao did not appear, quasi-supreme grand elders could be said to be invincible. If they really wanted to compare, they realized that in terms of power and influence, perhaps even the current longevity Wang family's clan leader would have to be polite to Gu Chang'e, right? This was something that they would not have dared to imagine in the past. This kid's methods seem simple, but in reality, each step is closely linked. Even I can only see some clues and arrangements. If we really want to investigate further, I'm afraid we can trace it all back to the time when the immortal ancient continent opened. For such a long time, this kind of scheming really makes this old man sigh in admiration. I'm afraid you can't find many people in the current younger generation who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. On the ancient warship, after hearing Wang Wushuang's words, the old monster from the Wang family could not help but sigh. One had to admit that even they had to admit that in the battle against the immortal ancient dragon tribe, Gu Chang'e's banner of justice played a huge role. Everyone could see that he was planning to scheme against the immortal ancient dragon tribe, not some pretty words like seeking justice. But so what if they could see it? They could not do anything, but they had no reason to do anything. Did they really think that the longevity Gu family behind Gu Chang'e would just stand there and watch the show? Now, in front of all the great orthodoxies, Gu Chang'e took away the fattest piece of meat. This was what made them feel the most depressed and helpless, and even gasped in admiration. His various methods displayed the courage and methods of a young master from an everlasting family, and not a simple cultivation talent. With a young master like this, why would they worry about the prosperity of their orthodoxies? However, on the other hand, Gu Chang'e showed off his ability. Now, he controlled the terrifying power of the immortal ancient dragon tribe, and even the quasi-supreme ancestors obeyed his orders. In the following days, all the great orthodoxies would be wary of him, and they would join forces to deal with him. One gain and one loss, this was unavoidable. The previous competition between the younger generation was still a small matter, but now, it had evolved into a situation where clans would be annihilated at the slightest move. Just ask, who wouldn't be fearful? Young master, I'm afraid you'll have to learn from Gu Chang'e in the future. Thinking of this, the old monster from the Wang family could not help but laugh. Where were their horizons? They would not blindly praise the other party, nor would they overly belittle the other party. Saying these words was just to spur their young master on. They were both descendants of everlasting families, so they would be compared in many aspects. Of course, everlasting families stood tall and had a long history. They would not casually collapse just because a young master was not good enough. Being inferior to the other party was being inferior. At this time, could it be that they still had to be sarcastic and belittle? Gu Chang'e is indeed very strong. In terms of courage and methods, I am far inferior to him. This is something I will admit. But don't forget, elder, these schemes are useless in the face of absolute power. If Gu Chang'e did not have the identity of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's successor, he would not have been able to make the ancient snake tribe and divine crocodile tribe listen to him. At this time, Wang Wushuang shook his head and said. Although he really admired Gu Chang'e, it was not deep enough. But he didn't have a deep impression of Gu Chang'e. He just felt that Gu Chang'e was relying on this relationship. Without the help of these three tribes, this battle would not be so easy. Hearing this, Wang Zijin, who had been staring at the figure in the distance with a strange expression, slowly shook her head, but she did not say anything. Since young master says so, then let me ask you, what does absolute power mean? The old monster from the Wang family was happy to use this opportunity. He could not help but smile, intending to educate his young master. The younger generation naturally had the heart to compete, but this competition should not be something that they were unwilling to accept. Ever since Wang Wuxuang was born, there had always been arrogance in his heart. Begging for flowers, he admitted that his cultivation was far inferior to his sister, who was a natural saint, and there was nothing he could say. However, Gu Chang'e was clearly younger than him in terms of age. But with his current cultivation, even he could not see clearly. He could only vaguely sense that it was unfathomable. To be honest, he was a little unwilling and unconvinced. Now that he was said to by the elders in front of his sister, he felt a little embarrassed. Absolute power naturally refers to true cultivation. No matter how strong Gu Chang'e is, it is impossible for him to surpass my sister in terms of cultivation, right? Wang Wuxuang said. In his eyes, golden light flowed, and he was not very calm. Normally, he would never say such a thing. But today was the first time he saw his sister, and he was not calm. He always felt a sense of frustration. Ordinary geniuses would definitely not be able to accept this situation. Fortunately, his heart was far stronger than ordinary people, so he was not deeply affected. Wuxuang, there is always someone better than you. You have to remember this sentence. Of course, this sentence is also for myself. At this time, Wang Zijin, who had been silent, finally spoke. Her voice was like the sound of nature. With a smile on her face, she looked at Wang Wuxuang and said. Wang Wuxuang, this younger brother, did not seem like a weak-willed genius. This made her feel a little satisfied. Of course, this sentence was also for herself. Previously, she felt that she was very powerful, but she realized that Gu Chang'e had many tricks up his sleeve that she could not compare to at all. The only thing that he could rely on was probably his talent and cultivation. This made Wang Zijin even more curious and interested in Gu Chang'e. As a transmigrator, she was familiar with all kinds of tricks, had a powerful background, and terrifying talent. From the moment she was born, she stood at the end of countless cultivators. In the following days, it was inevitable that it would be boring. In fact, Wang Zijin really wanted to find something that interested her, so she had the intention to travel the world. Now, she happened to encounter Gu Chang'e. This native genius seemed to be completely different from the rest of the cannon fodder. This kind of scheming made her very surprised. Immediately, she continued to speak. Gu Chang'e's cultivation is not as simple as what you see. To be honest, even I can't see what his realm is like. Sister, you can't see his cultivation level either. This time, Wang Wuxuang and the other Wang family elites around him were stunned and couldn't help but stare. They had heard from the elders that Wang Zijin's strength was very likely to be at the quasi-holy land level now. However, she couldn't see through Gu Chang'e either. Wang Zijin nodded. To her, this kind of thing was not something that she could not admit. However, to be able to easily activate a Dao attainment artifact imitation, his cultivation level must be beyond ordinary people. If you were given a Dao attainment artifact imitation now, would you be able to activate it as easily as Gu Chang'e? Also, you said that he relied on his identity as the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. Think about it, if you were the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, would you be able to make the three major clans listen to your orders like Gu Chang'e? As long as the three major clans are not stupid, they would not agree to submit to a young man. Gu Chang'e was able to make them submit to him, so his methods are not simple at all. Wang Zijin said so, with her analysis and understanding. Her perspective of things was different from that of others. When she said so, the people of the Wang family on the ancient warship immediately fell silent. Some of them took a deep breath and were extremely shocked. As expected of the young miss, you can see things so clearly so easily. The old monster of the Wang family couldn't help but nod and smile. He could see all of this because he had lived for a long time. And if Wang Zijin could see it, it could only mean that she was really smarter than ordinary people and was talented. I see. Hearing this, Wang Wushuang was silent for a while. Thinking about it according to Wang Zijin's words, he finally understood the gap between him and Gu Chang'e. He really couldn't do what Gu Chang'e did. A deep sense of disappointment and unwillingness spontaneously rose in his heart. It's a pity, I heard that Gu Chang'e has a marriage contract, otherwise he and the young miss would be a good match. However, things like marriage contracts can be cancelled. The old monster of the Wang family suddenly sighed and said with emotion. If the two families were to be connected by marriage, it would definitely be a win-win situation. Hearing this, Wang Zijin was slightly startled and her expression suddenly became a little strange. Why did he suddenly mention this matter? Could it be that the fiancé scheme that she had been thinking about before was coming? Gu Chang'e tore up the original marriage contract with the female lead and then set up a marriage contract with her. From Gu Chang'e's actions, he didn't seem like a decent person. It didn't seem impossible. Elder, does Gu Chang'e have a good-for-nothing fiancé? After thinking for a while, Wang Zijin considered her words and asked tentatively. The words of the elder just now were too much like the rhythm of some kind of melodramatic routine. This. The elder of the Wang family obviously didn't expect Wang Zijin to ask this and was stunned. However, Xiao at the side continued, young Master Chang'e's fiancé is the famous future emperor of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, Yu Mingkong. She has the appearance of an empress, how could she be a good-for-nothing? Wang Zijin was a little disappointed. If she really had a fiancé like Gu Chang'e, she didn't think much of it. It wouldn't be like before where she would get goosebumps every time she thought about it. As a person who only cared about appearances, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with coveting other people's bodies. After all, no matter which world it was all about appearances. Before this, Wang Zijin always felt that she wouldn't meet a young genius that could interest her and that her life would be just like that. After all, an ordinary main character's face, a delicate and pretty youth's face, when she thought of all kinds of descriptions of the main character, her head hurt and she couldn't get interested. This world was obviously not a female world. Instead, it was a male world. The main character would definitely be the type that slowly grew stronger from weak, otherwise there wouldn't be the so-called hot-bloodedness to level up. As for Gu Chang'e, although Wang Zijin hadn't interacted with him before, she could feel that he was different from other geniuses. And her intuition had never been wrong. Wang Zijin felt that this was very likely a cheat that she had brought with her. She wasn't afraid of villains being bad, but she was afraid of villains being handsome. Wang Zijin suddenly remembered a sentence from her previous life. Miss, since we're already here, why don't we pay a visit to young Master Chang'e while we're at it? As if seeing that Wang Zijin was a little disappointed, the Wang family elder suddenly asked. Wang Zijin was stunned when she heard this, but her expression didn't change. She smiled indifferently and said, then we'll do as you say. Miss, didn't you say you weren't interested? Seeing this scene, Xiao couldn't help but mutter. In exchange, the result was Wang Zijin giving her a knock on the head. You talk too much. At this time, in Dragon Island, Gu Chang'e, who was searching for the heritage of the Dragon clan in a magnificent and incomparably magnificent treasure vault, suddenly heard the notification sound of the system. Ding, the Lady of Luck is interested in the master. Luck points increased by 1,000 points. Fate points increased by 5,000 points. Gu Chang'e's eyes suddenly narrowed. This works too. Or is it that I have nowhere to put my charm? 1,000. Chapter 197. The system notification came out of nowhere, but he had indeed gained a lot of luck points and destiny points. It seems that this transmigrator has noticed me and is interested in me. Is my charm that great? Or does she feel that I'm different from the natives of this world? The smile on Gu Changa's face was a little intriguing, and he quickly reacted. He glanced at the dazzling palace in front of him and gave an order. Many of his trusted subordinates stepped forward and began to collect the treasures of the dragon clan over the years. Then, Gu Changa moved and went outside. Since this fellow countryman had noticed him, he must be among the great orthodoxies just now. Perhaps, he was not far from the dragon tribe's territory. Gu Changa could understand her mentality. After all, everyone was a transmigrator. In terms of mentality, it was normal for them to look down on the natives. If they were born with a higher background and had stronger cheat codes, they would be proud of themselves. However, the other party did not seem to know that he was also a transmigrator. Before that, he might as well pretend to be a more special native. Gu Changa had long been familiar with this kind of thing. Naturally, he could guarantee that it was flawless and difficult to find any flaws. Unless the other party also had a system like him and could detect his origin. Otherwise, she would have to obediently be controlled by him. Thinking of this, Gu Changa smiled meaningfully. He already had a plan in mind. The other party thought that she was smart and knew the entire script, but how could she know that the person in the script was just acting with her? There was always someone better. If I'm not wrong, this Lady of Providence will probably come to me personally. Is she interested in me? Just as Gu Changa was planning, a fluctuation came from the void, and an expert from the Primordium Divine sect turned into a divine rainbow and arrived. Buzz. Young Master, the successor of the Longevity Wang family, Wang Wuxia, wants to visit you. He is now waiting outside Dragon Island. The expert glanced at Gu Changa in front of him and reported. It's the Longevity Wang family. They came quite quickly. Hearing this, Gu Changa slightly nodded, and couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Let them in. Yes, young master. After receiving the order, the expert quickly left. Seems like I need to prepare for my first meeting with a fellow countryman. Gu Changa smiled playfully. Since it was a competition of tricks, then it was time to see whose tricks were deeper. Then, he took a step forward. The void became blurry and a tunnel appeared in the void. It pierced through the sky and landed on the peak of a mountain. To be honest, he thought that someone would come looking for him. Unexpectedly, it was related to the Longevity Wang family. Since it could be called a longevity family, its foundation must be unfathomably deep. There were cultivators who previously said that not even the long-life families themselves knew how terrifying their own backing was. This point was well confirmed by the Longevity Gu family. Due to that, Gu Changa would not look down on the Longevity Wang family. There was a reason why every family could stand tall and never fall. Before this, he was thinking about the relationship between the person who came and Wang Wuxia. Although Wang Wuxia was a bit mysterious in front of others, hiding his true appearance with fog, Gu Changa saw through his true appearance and even the source of his constitution with a single glance. As long as he wanted to, there was no genius or cultivator in this world that could hide from his eyes. Before this, he also considered scheming against Wang Wuxia's source. He knew that his constitution was a type of unparalleled battle constitution. The manifestation of unparalleled strength was the faint golden patterns in his eyes. The unparalleled strength was equivalent to a terrifying secret technique. It could increase a cultivator's strength in all aspects, including attack, speed, divine sense, defense, and so on. However, Gu Changa gave up in the end, because the difficulty was not low, and it was not easy to succeed. And now, in his opinion, the person who wanted to see him couldn't be Wang Wuxia himself. Even Wang Wuxia had to listen to his orders, so his status was clearly higher than Wang Wuxia's. Older sister. Or was it an ancient freak from the longevity Wang family? At the same time, on the Wang family's ancient warship, Wang Zijin, Wang Wuxuang, and the others were standing there, waiting for the announcement. It was not a simple matter to visit Guchanga now. Especially now that the dragon race had just been suppressed, who knew if there would be someone watching and taking advantage of the situation. In their opinion, it was normal and reasonable to be cautious. Guchanga's identity was not like an ordinary young supreme. "Miss, will we be able to see young Master Changa soon? I'm so excited." Xiao-er's face was full of excitement, and her two braids kept swaying. Seeing her expression like a little fangirl in her previous life meeting her idol, Wang Zijin couldn't help but shake her head. She really wanted to cover her mouth. "I told you to be quiet. Why didn't you listen?" Wang Zijin couldn't help but say helplessly, but she couldn't be bothered with this little maid, because she was used to indulging her. "Got it, Mississippi." Xiao-er quickly nodded like a chicken pecking rice, but she still couldn't hide her excitement and anticipation. Wang Zijin didn't say anything else. After all, she was going to visit Guchanga, the so-called number one of the younger generation, with her younger brother. Otherwise, with her current transcendent status, it would be too degrading to visit others so casually. So today, she was just a foil, and now she was still dressed as a man. She didn't intend to expose her identity as the successor of the human ancestors' hall so early. Wang Zijin was very annoyed with those suitors who didn't know their own limits but were like sticky candy and maggots in the bones. She couldn't wait for no one to disturb her. "Everyone, please follow me. The young master is already waiting for you on Dragon Island." The expert who went to report quickly returned and replied. "Thank you." Wang Wuxuang nodded calmly. Hence, everyone followed this expert and headed towards the depths of the Dragon Island. Many cultivators nearby were shocked when they saw this scene. The successor of the longevity Wang family, Wang Wuxuang. He's visiting Guchanga. This matter was probably not simple. Soon, the people of the Wang family passed through many sacred mountains and islands under the lead of this person and headed to a mountain peak shrouded in clouds. Buzz. At the peak of the mountain, several experts with terrifying auras were waiting there like guards. Meanwhile, Guchanga had a calm expression and a composed look in his eyes as he sat behind a stone table. The stone table in front of him was filled with the fragrance of tea and five-colored light. It was obvious that the tea had been prepared for them. "Greetings, Brother Gu." Wang Wuxuang landed and cupped his fists at Guchanga. Behind him, Wang Zijin, Xiao-er, the old coachman, and the others were half a step behind, as if Wang Wuxuang was the leader. "Brother Wang, why have you come in person? Everyone, please. Serve the tea." Guchanga looked up with a smile and glanced at the people of the longevity Wang family in front of him, hinting them to sit down. Then, his gaze paused for a moment on Wang Zijin, who was dressed in men's clothes and had fair skin. He was surprised. Then, he quickly looked away. It was as if he was just a little curious but didn't care much. As for the rest of the longevity Wang family, he didn't look at them. Noticing this small scene, Wang Zijin was not surprised. On the contrary, Guchanga's attitude made her feel that it was very interesting and she became more and more interested. Guchanga obviously noticed that she was different from the others. However, he didn't ask or say much. This was a smart man. Compared to the other young supremes, he was indeed different. Moreover, looking at him up close, he did have the temperament of a transcendent immortal, exuding a noble and extraordinary aura. He was clearly acting like a villain just now, but in the blink of an eye, he had the face of, "I'm a righteous character." How could this be? To be honest, Wang Zijin didn't expect that there would be a day when she misjudged. Since Guchanga was so capable, it was obvious that he wasn't the kind of villain who couldn't live for more than a few chapters. At this time, after they sat down, hearing Guchanga's question, Wang Wuxuang couldn't help but smile. He said, I saw Dao Brother Changa's strategy. Such a simple method suppressed the entire immortal ancient dragon tribe and made them submit. Such methods are truly shocking. I couldn't help but sigh in admiration. I wanted to pay you a visit and learn from Dao Brother Changa. These words were said very sincerely, with a sense of sincerity. Wang Wushuang also knew that at this time, he definitely couldn't say that his sister was interested in Gu Changa and wanted to see him. As the successor of the human ancestor palace, such behavior would inevitably be criticized. Oh, so it's about this. Hearing this, the smile on Gu Changa's face didn't diminish. He then shook his head. It's just luck. Brother Wang, you flatter me. The immortal ancient dragon tribe is doomed to self-destruction. This is the law of heaven and earth. For countless years, they have been bullying others. They can cover the sky in the immortal ancient continent with one hand and do whatever they want. They brought this upon themselves. I merely added fuel to the fire. Hearing this, the corner of Wang Wushuang's mouth twitched. Then, he bitterly smiled. Brother Gu, there is no need to belittle yourself. From what I see, no one in the younger generation has methods like yours. Gu Changa still didn't seem to care. He smiled and shook his head. This matter is not worth Brother Wang's attention. Even if I didn't do anything, someone else would have done something to them. As for me, I merely took advantage of the great elder's actions. The Palace of Heavenly Immortals is the real mastermind behind this. I was merely pushed out in the open and used this opportunity to make a name for myself. What he said was reasonable, and there was nothing wrong with it. However, the people here were not simple people. None of them were stupid. They could tell that Gu Changa was trying to shirk the responsibility. He was completely shirking away from everything that he planned. He was blaming the Palace of Heavenly Immortals and the immortal ancient dragon tribe. It sounded as if he was helping the immortal ancient continent get rid of evil. If they didn't see how he was raiding the entire immortal ancient dragon tribe, they might have believed him. Brother Gu, you are being too humble. Others want to make a name for themselves, but you are avoiding it. Speaking of which, the Black Sky Eagle, the Alligator God, and the other tribes are all under Brother Gu's control. With your power today, nobody can compare to you. Of course, you don't need to care about these things. Wang Wushuang couldn't help but exclaim. His words were sincere. Humble? Why would I be humble? I am merely speaking the truth. Gu Changa couldn't help but laugh. Brother Wang, you have overestimated me. The old monster of the Wang clan couldn't help but shake his head speechlessly. Indeed, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. He had truly underestimated Gu Changa's ability to lie through his teeth. Everyone saw what you did, didn't they? Wasn't it better to be honest? Stop pretending to be someone with a big tail at a time like this. Even he wanted to say that to Gu Changa. At this moment it was as if he knew what everyone was thinking. Gu Changa said with a slightly regretful tone, I know Brother Wang thinks I am lying through my teeth, but the Black Sky Eagle, the Alligator Snake, and the other tribes did help me because of the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord. Now that this matter is settled, their agreement with me is no longer valid. They will go their separate ways. I can't ask them to do anything for me anymore. Saying this, he revealed a regretful expression. His words were so true that everyone believed him a little more. After all, when the quasi-supreme ancestors of the three tribes attacked together, their power shook the sky. It was too shocking. They found it hard to accept that the quasi-supreme existences would listen to a young man. Gu Changa's words made them feel a little better. They felt like it was within the acceptable range. To say such hypocritical words of righteousness, he is indeed not a good person. Wang Zijin's expression was strange. At this moment, when she heard Gu Changa's words, she couldn't help but laugh. It was pleasing to the ear, like the sound of nature. In fact, she didn't think that Gu Changa's approach was wrong. In this fantasy world where the strong preyed on the weak, good people would never live long. Gu Changa, who raised the banner of justice and did things that villains would do, could live for a long time. This made Wang Zijin more and more interested, and she wanted to know more about Gu Changa. And at this moment, hearing Wang Zijin laugh, Gu Changa seemed to look at her face. On his face, there was just the right amount of surprise and doubt. And this is my sister Wang Zijin. She had just returned from cultivating elsewhere and was planning to return to her tribe. On the way, she passed by immeasurable heaven and came to see me. Wang Wuxia gave a simple introduction, not saying that Wang Zijin came from the human ancestor palace. Oh, so it's brother Wang's sister. I was a little surprised just now. It seems that you really are hiding your strength. Gu Changa said in surprise, as if he had just found out. After saying that, he raised his hand and raised his cup. In the white jade teacup, the fragrance of tea wafted, indicating to Wang Zijin. Since Wang Wuxia didn't have the intention to explain in detail, he didn't continue to ask, in case it backfired. Greetings, Brother Gu. I've heard many rumors about Brother Gu. Today, I see that you live up to your reputation. Seeing this, Wang Zijin didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Gu Changa's actions and expression. Hearing this, she also raised her cup and smiled, drinking the tea in one gulp. Huh, Miss Zijin, you flatter me. This is nothing more than a false reputation, it's useless. Gu Changa also spoke casually, chatting happily with her. His jade-like, handsome, and elegant face attracted Xiao Er's attention, looking at him with a look of reverence and admiration. Then, Gu Changa, Wang Zijin, and the others began to talk. Their expressions were calm, and they didn't show any abnormalities. When he first saw Wang Zijin, he had already confirmed her identity as a transmigrator. That huge amount of luck points, as high as tens of thousands, was really too eye-catching. Moreover, Wang Zijin's temperament was very different. She was indifferent and proud, with a kind of loftiness that didn't care about anything. Gu Changa could clearly tell that she was different from ordinary proud girls. Therefore, he planned to follow the original plan and set this trap first. Chapter 198. Wang Zijin was aloof and aloof. Her temperament was somewhat similar to that of Gu Xian-er. However, Gu Xian-er was aloof and aloof. Especially in front of outsiders, she was even more aloof. However, in front of Gu Changa, she was just a silly girl. Gu Changa was very familiar with dealing with people with such personalities. He already had a way to deal with them. Wang Zijin didn't know that he was also a transmigrator. When dealing with anything, he would always bring the unique views and perspective of a transmigrator. Thinking of this, the smile on Gu Changa's face deepened. What he had to do now was to play along with Wang Zijin. He had to play the role of a somewhat special native prodigy. Wasn't she interested in him? One had to know that being interested in a strange man was a very fatal thing for a woman. Wang Zijin didn't know any of this. Gu Changa wouldn't keep a person who was a threat to him by his side. Of course, Gu Changa had another way. As long as Wang Zijin didn't find out that he was also a transmigrator, many things were actually very easy to plan. After all, Wang Zijin was a woman. It wasn't difficult for her to submit to him and be used by him. Very quickly, a few minutes passed. On the mountain peak, fog lingered, ancient trees were nodded, and sacred herbs were blooming. It was ethereal like a fairyland. Originally, Wang Wuxia was the one who came to visit Gu Changa. His sister, Wang Zijin, was only here to join in the fun. She wanted to be a foil and see this so-called number one person of the younger generation. However, even Wang Wuxia and the others didn't expect that after a while, they would become foils instead. Gu Changa and Wang Zijin chatted happily. They raised their cups and clinked tea. Wang Zijin had a smile on her face. Starting from cultivation, life, and other aspects, she talked with Gu Changa. It was as if she had forgotten about them. This made Wang Wushuang, Xiu, and the others a little shocked and dumbfounded. Although Wang Zijin usually appeared to be very amiable and approachable, she was actually very proud and arrogant. She wouldn't put ordinary young supreme martial artists in her eyes at all. Xiu knew about this. Back then, even when the son of an eternal sky emperor of the heaven region came to visit the young miss, she didn't care about him at all. She sent him away with a single sentence. Wang Zijin's attitude towards Gu Changa could be said to have changed too much. Previously, she even said that he was an insignificant character. Now, he actually took the initiative to chat with her. This change made Xiu widen her eyes in disbelief. Wang Zijin didn't care about the attitudes of the Wang family members around her. At this moment, she had already noticed the difference between Gu Changa and the other native sky prides. Regarding cultivation and many other things, he had a lot in common with her. This feeling surprised her and made her even more interested in Gu Changa. It had been more than 20 years since she transmigrated to this world, but this was the first time she had found someone who shared the same interests as her. In this strange fantasy world, she actually found a sense of familiarity. Whether it was Gu Changa's speech, knowledge, or opinions, there was a kind of refreshing feeling to her. This was completely different from the other young sky pride she had seen before. Even those old freaks who had cultivated for a long time were far inferior to Gu Changa in this regard. Wang Zijin also suspected whether he had the same origin as her, but soon Gu Changa's many words and actions dispelled her doubts. It was just that on some things, she and Gu Changa had something in common. On more things, Gu Changa's views and opinions were actually no different from those of the native sky prides. Gu Changa was just a little special. But, these were enough to arouse her strong interest. Never had there been a moment like this where she wanted to dig deeper into a person's experience. Although he doesn't seem like a righteous person, he's real. He's much better than those who keep saying that they uphold righteousness and righteousness. The strange look in Wang Zijin's eyes became more and more intense as she gave Gu Changa such a high evaluation in her heart. It was the first time they met, and he had made her so interested. This was not an easy thing to do. Miss Zijin's various insights are truly a refreshing experience for me. At this moment, Gu Changa couldn't help but sigh as he said, "Today, after meeting Miss Zijin, I finally understand the meaning of the phrase, regret that we didn't meet sooner." After saying this, he looked as if he had met a confidant. Hearing this, Wang Zijin pursed her lips and smiled, "Brother Gu, in my opinion, is the same. In the future, you will definitely achieve great things and stand at the peak of this world, overlooking the ups and downs of the sea." Her words caused the people of the Wang family behind her to be shocked, especially that old freak of the Wang family. Because of Wang Zijin's physique, she would definitely become an immortal in the future. Her opinion had always been different from others. Even if there were some geniuses with ancient royal bloodlines, she didn't care at all. She wouldn't even mention them. When had she ever given Gu Changa such a high evaluation like today? If what she said today were to spread, it would cause a huge commotion among the geniuses of the heaven region. This could only mean that Gu Changa's true strength was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Even they had been fooled. The old freak of the Wang family couldn't calm down for a long time. What did Changa do to deserve such an evaluation from Miss Zijin? Gu Changa couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. He couldn't help but laugh. Then, he thought of something and couldn't help but reveal a regretful expression, "It's a pity that I didn't get to know Miss Zijin sooner. It's one of the biggest regrets of my life." "Oh, Brother Gu, aren't you afraid that your fiancé will hear you say this? It's not too late to know her now. How about this, Brother Gu, you go and cancel the engagement. What do you think of a marriage alliance between our two families?" Hearing this, Wang Zijin smiled, the luster in her eyes moving. She couldn't help but ask with a smile that was not a smile. She could tell that Gu Chang'e was just being polite. It was impossible for such a man to be easily moved by a woman. Saying that it was a huge regret was just a casual remark. Maybe he would forget about that woman in the blink of an eye. Even if that woman was as dazzling as her, it was still the same. This was enough to show how firm his Tao heart was, unlike the other geniuses who were easily disturbed by external factors. So Wang Zijin couldn't help but ask this, planning to tease him. "Sister, miss," the moment Wang Zijin said this. Gu Chang'e didn't say anything, but the expressions of Wang Wushuang, the old freak of the Wang family, and the others behind her changed drastically. Their eyes widened in incomparable shock. They didn't expect it at all. At this time, the prince would be so bold and say such words. If these words were heard by someone, it would definitely make the people of the Wushuang immortal dynasty suspicious, thinking that the longevity Wang family was provoking them. Even if she really liked Gu Chang'e, there was no need to say such words in public, right? As a woman, especially with her status as the successor of the human ancestor palace, how could she say such words? Everyone in the Wang family, and even the experts of the Taichu divine sect behind Gu Chang'e, were dumbfounded at this moment. At this time, Gu Chang'e's face also showed a slightly stunned expression, as if she was really shocked. Then, as if he had reacted, he shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, "Miss Zijin's words really make it difficult for me to accept. Even if I want to agree, I'm afraid the force behind you won't." He naturally knew that this was Wang Zijin's intention to tease him. No ordinary woman would be like her, saying such bold words. Gu Chang'e didn't take it to heart at all. Therefore, he directly said these words to see if he could get some information about the force behind Wang Zijin. Hearing this, Wang Zijin said with a smile, "Brother Gu, it's a little sad that you rejected me so tactfully." She was not surprised that Gu Chang'e would say this. How could it be so easy to break off an engagement? She was indeed interested in Gu Chang'e, but it was not to the point where she wanted to stick to him. As a transmigrator with such an ancient force behind her, she had terrifying talent. Ordinary young supreme beings, even the youngest son of the ancient emperor, could not enter her eyes. She did not intend to let a certain pig trotter off so easily. Moreover, Gu Chang'e had pointed out the force behind her, so he had obviously guessed her identity. This surprised her a little. One had to know that even many members of the longevity Wang family did not know about this matter. "Brother Gu, you don't have to care about the force behind me. They can't stop me from doing what I want to do." Then, Wang Zijin continued speaking. Her tone was somewhat confident and arrogant, as if she did not think much of her identity as the successor of the human ancestor hall. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e's eyes flashed with a strange light. He naturally did not know what the force behind Wang Zijin was. After all, he did not even investigate. What she said just now was pure nonsense. There were many forces in this world. How could he know where Wang Zijin had been cultivating? But according to Wang Zijin's words, the force behind her did not affect her decision. And it just so happened to be against him. The enemy of the longevity Gu family? That was obviously not right. Then it was very likely, that was his other identity, the inheritor of demonic arts. Almost instantly, Gu Chang'e guessed Wang Zijin's other identity. The successor of the human ancestor hall. After all, apart from the human ancestor hall, Gu Chang'e could not think of any other force in this world that had been opposing his identity. This was interesting. Even the human ancestor hall was interfering. At this thought, Gu Chang'e's expression was calm, and no one could see anything unusual. He nodded and said with a smile, "Miss Zijin, with your talent and strength, it is indeed so. You don't need to care about the force behind you." This time, it was Wang Zijin's turn to be surprised. She could not see through Gu Chang'e's true strength, but from Gu Chang'e's words, it seemed that he had seen through her. She felt that her talent was not inferior to any prodigy since ancient times. But now, Wang Zijin realized that Gu Chang'e was really shrouded in mystery. Combined with the many rumors about Gu Chang'e, he had dug out his cousin's great Dao bone when he was young, and now he had displayed the inheritance of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. But how many unknown methods did he have in secret? She could not say for sure. Brother Gu is really unfathomable. At this moment, Wang Zijin had no choice but to agree. She had indeed underestimated the prodigies of this world. Gu Chang'e had clearly taught her a serious lesson. At this moment, Gu Chang'e also heard the system notification. Thousands of luck points and destiny points entered his account. As a leak, Wang Zijin was obviously easier to harvest than the other girls of luck. These luck points came in batches, so much that Gu Chang'e was a little surprised. However, he did not show any abnormality on his face and continued to smile. Luck points and destiny points were one thing. Now, he saw another effect on Wang Zijin. Then, after chatting for a while, the Wang family planned to leave. Today's matter made them re-examine Gu Chang'e. Not only were his methods unfathomable, but even his talent and cultivation were unfathomable. Everyone had something on their mind. Brother Gu, we will meet again. Wang Zijin cupped her hands and smiled, then turned to leave, looking quite carefree. Miss Zijin, take care. Gu Chang'e said with a smile. Standing on the mountain peak, the mountain wind blew, and his hair was sparkling, looking more and more extraordinary. After watching the Wang family leave, the smile on his face quickly disappeared, revealing an inexplicable expression. Men. Gu Chang'e said indifferently. Buzz. In the void behind him, several heavenly god realm experts walked out. They were all Gu Chang'e's confidants, and they said respectfully, young master. Go and see what Princess Mingkong has been doing recently. Report her movements to me at all times. Gu Chang'e thought for a moment and decided to start with Yu Mingkong. It was not that he wanted to do anything to Yu Mingkong. But Yu Mingkong, as a reincarnator, should know some things about the future. Knowing her whereabouts could also allow Gu Chang'e to roughly see what would happen in the future. Now, even the human ancestor palace was planning to appear. He needed to make preparations in advance. Gu Chang'e naturally knew about the rumors about the human ancestor. Therefore, he had to be on guard. Most importantly, he suspected that the human ancestor had the most amazing providence. As for whether he was a son of providence, that was not important. As long as he had great providence, it would be useful to Gu Chang'e. Plundering providence could not only rob the providence of the son of providence, but also the providence of those with great providence. As the successor of the human ancestor palace, Wang Zijin had begun to travel the world. That also meant that the human ancestor of this generation was about to appear. Gu Chang'e would definitely not leave such a big hidden danger for the future. The inheritors of demonic arts and the human ancestor had always been mortal enemies. Since ancient times, many inheritors of demonic arts had died at the hands of the human ancestor. Upholding the goal of cleansing the world, the human ancestor would definitely make a move against him once he returned. Gu Chang'e was well aware of this. He had pinned the title of inheritor of the demonic arts on Yiling. Although he could hide it for a while, he could not hide it forever. In particular, the human ancestor had the means to identify inheritors of demonic arts. That was a huge hidden danger. That was why Gu Chang'e planned to get rid of the human ancestor before he rose to power. Whether it was to replace him or to kill him, it was fine. Yes, young master. Soon, they received orders. These trusted subordinates quickly left, preparing to inquire about Yu Mingkong's whereabouts. Gu Chang'e had previously planted people around Yu Mingkong. However, after the incident at the Baiheng mountain range, Yu Mingkong seemed to have sensed something and carefully cleaned out the people around her. In the end, she really did discover Gu Chang'e's people. Yu Mingkong did not care much about this. After all, to her, this was very much in line with Gu Changa's temperament. Then, she replaced all of Gu Changa's people. Gu Changa actually trusted Yu Mingkong a lot, so he did not bother about her. The last time, he had planted 633 people around her, mainly because Yu Mingkong refused to tell him the location of the immortal path. That was why he had done so. In this world, besides his parents, Gu Changa trusted Yu Mingkong the most. There was no doubt about that. Very quickly, a few days passed. The situation in the immortal ancient continent changed drastically. After the dragon tribe was defeated, the other tribes hesitated for a long time before making a decision. The three tribes, the ancient snake tribe, the divine crocodile tribe, and the black sky eagle tribe, purged all the traitors in the immortal ancient continent. What was a traitor? This was not important. As long as they did not submit to Gu Changa, they would be considered traitors. Very quickly, under such pressure, the other tribes also made a choice. They decided to submit to Gu Changa and rely on the longevity Gu family. After countless years, the entire immortal ancient continent was unified, backed by the Palace of Heavenly Immortals and the longevity Gu family. This decision caused a huge uproar. Of course, to many orthodoxies and sects, this was a normal thing. It was only a matter of time. The immortal ancient continent was originally taken by the ancestors of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. With their supreme magic power, they had been left behind since the immortal ancient era. Once the dragon tribe was defeated, the other tribes would definitely not be able to go against the forces behind Gu Changa. During this battle, Gu Changa's reputation reached an unprecedented peak again. He was the most powerful person among the younger generation. This title spread among the cultivators of various orthodoxies, causing a huge uproar. His identity as the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara was also exposed, causing a huge uproar. No one expected Gu Changa to have such an identity. This made many cultivators envious and jealous, especially those of the younger generation, who were even more envious. Gu Changa's talent was already ridiculously strong. Now that he had the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara's inheritance, wasn't he like a tiger that had grown wings? Then, many details of the battle spread. Countless cultivators were shocked speechless. They could not imagine that one person could do so many things. The Vermilion Bird tribe, the far ancient royal tribe. In a glorious palace with runes like clouds and a faint light. He used the ancient Samsara will replica. I didn't expect Brother Changa to be the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. He hid it so well. No wonder Yi Ling pretended to be the reincarnation will that day. He already knew about this and planned to blame Brother Changa. The successor of the Vermilion Bird tribe, Qi Ling, said softly with a cold look on her face. After leaving the immortal ancient continent, she had been looking for Yi Ling. However, it was obvious that she could not find any clues. However, some time ago, the successor of the demonic technique appeared again. Many young supremes of orthodoxies were attacked, their origin energy stolen, and died. This made her alarmed. These things showed that Yi Ling had not gone far. He was just hiding in the dark. This made Qi Ling uneasy. However, she could not find any trace of Yi Ling all this time. She knew that Yi Ling had amazing means, especially his concealment technique. He could even hide his origin energy and disguise himself as the successor of the Heavenly Lord. If she really wanted to find Yi Ling's whereabouts, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was too difficult. At that thought, Qi Ling sighed and decided to look up the relevant ancient books. She did not believe that they could not do anything against the successor of the demonic technique. After all, not everyone could be like Gu Changa, who could severely injure the successor of the demonic technique. If they were to face the successor of the demonic technique, they would definitely die unless they had many life-saving means. Chapter 199. On the other side, in the peerless immortal dynasty. Reporting to the Crown Prince, the spatial coordinates of the heavenly stellar realm have been confirmed. The Peerless Guard already has 500,000 candidates and is now forming a second team. A female official was reporting respectfully. In the palace, Yu Mingkong stood with her hands behind her back and looked out the window. Her face was calm and deep. Her emperor's robe was loose, but it could not hide her proud figure. At this moment, she was thinking about something. Her thoughts were interrupted when she heard this, and her beautiful face looked a little dazed. Then she nodded and said, "Very good." The heavenly stellar realm was the information she knew from the memories of her previous life. The reincarnation of the human ancestor had walked out of that realm and finally returned to the upper realm. However, she had spent a lot of time to confirm the location of the heavenly stellar realm. In addition, she had spent a lot of energy building the Peerless Guard during this period of time and had not moved yet. Yu Mingkong had been planning to solve this problem for Gu Chang'e first. If she could not do it, then she would think of a way to inform Gu Chang'e and let him think of a way. Otherwise, if the human ancestor Hall found out early, it would not do Gu Chang'e any good. Once his identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts was exposed, he would face the situation of being the enemy of the entire world. If I go to the heavenly stellar realm now, I might miss this matter after a long time. Yu Mingkong's expression showed a rare hint of hesitation. On the one hand, she was afraid that it would be too late. At this time, the reincarnation of the human ancestor was at his weakest and easiest to deal with. If the human ancestor Hall found him, it would be very difficult for her to deal with him. The difficulty would increase exponentially. Yu Mingkong did not plan to rely on her current strength to deal with the human ancestor. At most, she would delay his return. In that case, the heavenly stellar realm is extremely far away from the inner area. The human ancestor Hall will not be able to find the reincarnation of the human ancestor Hall in a short time. Even if they want to confirm the location of the human ancestor, they will have to spend a lot of effort. Yu Mingkong thought for a long time and decided to wait for a while before moving. Because in a few days, Gu Chang'e's mother's birthday banquet would be held. Yu Mingkong had always been grateful to this person who had treated her like her own daughter in her previous life. Her mother had passed away when she was young. The only kinship she had experienced in her previous life had always been Gu Chang'e's parents. In this life, she did not want to miss his birthday banquet, because going to the heavenly stellar realm would definitely take a long time. During this time, she had been paying close attention to the happenings in the immortal ancient continent. The final result was not much different from his previous life. However, the difference was that in his previous life, Gu Chang'e did not reveal his identity as the successor of the ancient celestial lord of Samsara. Instead, he used other means to control the ancient python serpents, black sky eagles, and other tribes. In this life, Yi Ling had died at the hands of Gu Chang'e. Naturally, he would brazenly assume this identity. Yu Mingkong was not surprised. This approach was very Gu Chang'e. The successor of the human ancestor Hall will be born very soon. His strength is unfathomable, and only a few ancient freaks can match him. With my current strength, I'm no match for him. Looks like I have to make a trip to the ancestral land to receive the Emperor Qi and refine the remaining immortal essences. After that, Yu Mingkong pondered for a while, gave out orders, and then set off for the ancestral land of the unparalleled immortal dynasty. Every crown prince of the unparalleled immortal dynasty had a chance to receive the Emperor Qi. This was the inheritance method of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, the foundation that had stood tall since ancient times. There was no need to say more about the wonderful effects of the Emperor Qi. Every generation only had this one chance. Yu Mingkong had originally planned to receive it when she broke through to the Saint Realm. However, now that the successor of the human ancestor Hall had appeared, she felt the pressure and felt that she needed to raise her cultivation. In addition, she had the immortal essences given by Gu Chang'e. Yu Mingkong felt that she could use and refine them together. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to have a place in the great era of geniuses. After unifying the various races of the immortal ancient, Gu Changa did not remain idle. He plundered along the way and obtained many good things. Immortal ancient scriptures, the insights of predecessors, supreme stone inscriptions, all kinds of runes and formation patterns, spiritual pills and sacred medicines, ancient scriptures, divine weapons and Tao artifacts. Now, the cultivation resources in Gu Changa's hands had reached the most abundant level so far. The accumulation of the various great races since the immortal ancient era could be said to be shocking and unimaginable. Even quasi-supreme beings would be envious. Meanwhile, Gu Changa also took this opportunity to break through to the saint realm in one go with the immortal devouring devil art. On the surface, the cultivation of the Tao heavenly immortal scripture had also broken through to the true immortal realm. At least for now, it was enough to fool people. Gu Changa knew that many people suspected his true cultivation, and that it was definitely not as simple as the true immortal realm. However, what was the use of suspicion? Did they have the ability to expose his true strength? Moreover, Gu Changa himself did not care about this. His reputation had already reached a level where no one in the younger generation could compare to him. Even if the successor of the human ancestor palace appeared, so what? When he saw him, he would still have to lower his head. During this period of time, Gu Changa was also looking up information about the human ancestor's reincarnation. Combined with some of the ancient records, he was speculating how likely it was to replace the human ancestor. In the end, he came to the conclusion that the possibility was not high, but it did not mean that it was impossible. Before that, he needed to find the human ancestor's reincarnation. However, how big was the upper realm, and how vast was the lower realm? How many worlds were there? It could be said to be endless. Therefore, Gu Changa did not plan to search for them one by one. This was not realistic at all, and he also felt that it was troublesome. Gu Changa's current problem was this. Then, he thought of two methods. One was to use Yumingkong to provide him with clues, but when his confidant went to investigate Yumingkong's whereabouts, he found that she had run to the ancestral land and did not leave the Wuxia immortal dynasty's territory. Now, there was only one method left, which was to find the human ancestor's reincarnation through the human ancestor palace, and then he would go and intercept him. However, this method was full of difficulties, and it was impossible that the human ancestor palace did not have protective measures. When the time came, he might suffer a double loss and expose his identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts. From Wang Zijin's current attitude, she did not seem to have much interest in finding the human ancestor's reincarnation. This was right, she was a transmigrator, how could she be willing to be a tool? Therefore, Gu Changa was thinking of a way to turn Wang Zijin into his tool. This process could not be completed in a short period of time. He put the matter of the human ancestor's reincarnation aside for now, and planned to consider it after Yumingkong returned from the ancestral land. In addition, during this period of time, Gu Changa used his destiny points to make some changes to the inner world. Based on the previous foundation, he constructed the magnificent ancient scene of the immortal court in the legends. In the vast mysterious world, golden palaces were everywhere, and divine stars were like a sea. Billions of starlight fell, and the chaos was endless. The magnificent atmosphere was incomparable. Not to mention ordinary people, even sage realm existences would be suppressed, and could not help but kneel down and worship under this pressure. After all, this was related to Gu Changa's next plan. He had to arrange it seriously, otherwise, he would not be able to scare people, and he would not be able to attract leaks. Everything is ready except for the east wind, it's time to find someone to test it out. Thinking of this, Gu Changa set his target on He Ming of the Black Sky Eagle clan. The good-for-nothing young master from back then had now transformed into a dazzling star of the Black Sky Eagle clan, possessing overwhelming power and authority. His status was second only to his sister He Yenyu. This made He Ming proud of himself, and he even began to think about how to help his clan break free from Gu Changa's control. He did not expect that all of this was a disaster that he had brought to the entire clan. Greetings, Master. Soon, Gu Changa's figure appeared in the Black Sky Eagle clan's territory. His arrival alarmed the entire Black Sky Eagle clan. Everyone came to greet him, but they were uneasy, not knowing why he was here. No need to be so polite. Gu Changa nodded, and took a look at the results of their clan's training. He was quite satisfied. The entire immortal ancient clan was under his control, and they began to secretly train a terrifying force for him. With this army, he would be a powerful force when he fought in the future. However, his purpose for coming here was not this. Is He Ming here? Gu Changa asked with a smile. Master. He Ming is here. Why are you looking for him? An elder's expression changed, and he hurriedly replied, his voice trembling. He clearly feared Gu Changa to the extreme. Bring him to see me. Gu Changa said indifferently, his expression calm. His back was facing everyone as he stood in the great hall. No one could guess what he was thinking. This type of might made everyone feel fear, making them tremble in fear, as if they were walking on thin ice. What happened to He Ming? He Yenyu's expression changed slightly, her face becoming pale. She thought of some bad things, worried that He Ming had offended Gu Changa. It was because a while ago, He Ming told her that he would find a way to save the clan, to break free from Gu Changa's evil clutches. This was the first thing that came to her mind. She felt that if Gu Changa found out about this, He Ming would be killed. Soon after, under the Black Sky Eagle clan's anxious and alarmed expressions, He Ming was brought up by several clansmen. Today, he was no longer the mediocre, and useless youth from before. There was a type of confidence and spirit that was different from others. But He Ming's face was still filled with confusion, shock, worry, fear and various other emotions. He did not understand why Gu Changa suddenly wanted to see him. He Ming feared this young man who controlled the lives of the entire clan from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, there was hatred. He did not want his clan's lives to be controlled by this young man. Now that Gu Changa suddenly wanted to see him, he was very uneasy. Master, He Ming is here. A Black Sky Eagle clan member said with a trembling voice. All right, He Ming will stay, the rest of you can leave. Gu Changa said indifferently. Yes. Soon, only He Ming and Gu Changa were left in the great hall. Master, He Ming opened his mouth, forcing himself to calm down. But Gu Changa did not seem to hear him. He still did not turn around. He Ming did not dare to speak, his forehead was filled with sweat, his face was pale, and his body was trembling. I heard that you want to undo the slave seal of your clan. Finally, when He Ming could not take it anymore, Gu Changa finally spoke. He turned around with a faint smile on his face. For a moment, He Ming felt like his scalp was about to explode. He had only thought about this in his heart and only told his sister, He Yenyu. How did Gu Changa know? At this moment, He Ming's expression was filled with despair. He subconsciously thought that Gu Changa would kill him after knowing his thoughts. Under the control of the slave seal, even if he resisted, it would be impossible. Gu Changa would easily resolve it and then take his life. Even a quasi-supreme old ancestor couldn't resist it. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, you are the one chosen by the supreme existence. At this moment, just as He Ming was in despair, Gu Changa spoke again with a playful smile. What? When He Ming heard this, his eyes widened in disbelief and shock. He actually heard the words, supreme existence, from Gu Changa's mouth. His head felt as if it had been struck by a giant bell. His mind went blank, and a rumbling sound rang out. Could it be that Gu Changa was also a follower of the supreme existence? Thinking of this, He Ming was even more shocked. It was difficult to describe his emotions at this moment. This was He Ming's biggest secret. He did not expect that Gu Chang'e would say it out loud. Soon, He Ming figured it out. No wonder he always felt a familiar aura from Gu Chang'e. It turned out that he was also a member of the Supreme Existence. The Supreme Existence asked me to tell you that as long as you are sincere, everything can be achieved. Those who recite his true name will see eternal life in the reincarnation. Gu Chang'e looked at the shocked He Ming and the smile on his face deepened. After all, it involved the matter of the inner world's guidance. It was obviously better to use the Supreme Existence to fool him. It was enough for the Supreme Existence to appear once. If he appeared frequently, it would be too degrading. Therefore, he needed to be such a spokesperson. Who would have thought that the real Supreme Existence was actually him? As for the identity of the Supreme Existence, this was actually not important. True Immortal, Master God, Immortal King, or an indescribable innate God. There were too many. Of course, during this process, Gu Chang'e used his fate points as a medium to build the guidance channel. After all, fate points were omnipotent in the system shop and the inner world. In fact, building the guidance channel did not require much fate points. The most important thing was that it involved the strength of the receiver and the space distance. The consumption of this would obviously be quite high. However, Gu Chang'e did not intend to pay for this consumption himself. For any living creature, if they wanted to see the legendary Supreme Existence, they must first have faith in him. Gu Chang'e could do something about this. When a living creature chanted his true name, he would know the location according to where the faith was. Through this method, he could know how many fate points that person had. This was because the number of luck points determined how Gu Chang'e would harvest them. As for how to obtain faith, this was not simple. Through the wedding dress immortal art, it would spread to all realms, using himself as a net to capture all the planes and lower realms. As long as they cultivated the wedding dress part of the cultivation method, then these creatures would all be believers of the Supreme Existence. The so-called faith is just a saying. It is just a line that can be controlled by me. Gu Chang'e had already thought of a plan. Therefore, he planned to experiment with He Ming first. At this moment, hearing Gu Chang'e's words, He Ming suddenly trembled and reacted. His expression became incomparably excited, sweeping away his previous disappointment. As expected, the last time he saw the Supreme Existence was completely by chance. Normally, if he wanted to see the Supreme Existence, he would have to chant his true name. Now, the Supreme Existence has given you a mission. Within 3 months, find 30 devout believers for the Supreme Existence. When the time comes, chant the Supreme Existence's true name and you will be able to see him. Gu Chang'e softly smiled and began to give He Ming his first mission. As for whether or not he could complete it, that was not important. He was just experimenting. He did not care how He Ming would complete it. If he could not even do that, then this pawn would be useless. I understand. Don't worry, Master. I will definitely complete the Supreme Existence's mission. He Ming heard this and his face was filled with excitement. Gu Chang'e nodded, then stepped forward. In a blur, he disappeared from this place. If this experiment was successful, then he could begin the second step of his plan. The Absolute Ein descends, the human ancestor appears. Gu Chang'e's expression was profound. To ordinary people, the Absolute Ein sky was a great terror that they could not avoid. But to Gu Chang'e, it was a great opportunity and fortune. Then, after leaving the immortal ancient continent, Gu Chang'e returned to the palace of heavenly immortals to digest and absorb the various gains during this period. His strength had already broken through to the saint realm. After devouring several types of origin constitution, it stabilized. In addition, Gu Chang'e had 4 more transcendence bones on his body. Now he had a total of 13. All of them were exchanged during this period of time with luck points. With the Transcendence Bones, his control of the rules of heaven and earth and the origin of many Tao techniques was obviously on a higher level. With so many methods at hand, Gu Chang'e did not need to fear the existence of the Supreme Saint realm. Time passed quickly. Except for Gu Xian, who came to the foot of the mountain to provoke him from time to time. In the end, Gu Chang'e's indifferent attitude and did not care at all. Gu Xian was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Everything was calm and peaceful. Gu Nanshan chased all the way to the depths of the ocean palace. In the end, he forced the ocean palace to seal the sea and forbid the sea creatures to leave the immeasurable sea for 100,000 years. This caused a huge sensation. At that time, there were people who saw a black blade light, piercing through heaven and earth, coming from an unknown distance, shocking all directions. A supreme expert of the ocean palace was seriously injured by that blade light. Some people said that the blade light was slashed by an ancestor of the Gu family who could not bear to see his family being bullied. However, even more people felt that it came from a mysterious expert. It seems that it should be the master behind Gu Xian, who made the move. On the supreme peak, Gu Chang'e was not surprised when he heard about this. At this moment, there was a letter from the Longevity Gu family in his hand. He was quietly opening it. Mother asked me to bring Gu Xian back to her birthday banquet. Gu Chang'e looked calm as he glanced at the contents. Then, he could not help but squint. In his view, this was an opportunity. A good opportunity to get in touch with the Peach village behind Gu Xian. At the same time, this would be a wonderful beginning to the tragic drama that had paved the way for Gu Xian for so long. String. Chapter 200. Gu Xian had left the clan at a young age and had not returned to the Gu clan in all these years. Although she had relatives and masters in Peach Village, she still wanted to visit home. However, she definitely wanted to go home and take a look. After all, that was the place where she was born, and there were people from her bloodline. Therefore, in Gu Chang'e's opinion, this birthday banquet was a good opportunity for him to completely eliminate the estrangement between the various branches of the Gu clan and take full control of the Gu clan. Gu Chang'e had not forgotten about this matter from the beginning. That was because his mother and father had married at a later date. Now, his mother was already 5,000 years old. However, she still had the ability to retain her youthful appearance, so it was hard to tell. Moreover, based on his mother's status, both the Gu clan and the Taichu divine sect would make a grand appearance during this birthday banquet. Various orthodoxies would be invited to participate. At that time, it was inevitable that the prodigies of various orthodoxies would gather and cause some conflicts. As the host, Gu Chang'e naturally had to maintain his status as the host. It would not be good for him to personally participate. Of course, this was a small matter to Gu Chang'e. He was more concerned about something else. Next, the human ancestors' palace would definitely start to take action. This also meant that many ancient freaks or the ancient emperor's youngest sons would be born. Needless to say, their talents were all very strong. Gu Chang'e just happened to be lacking some origin constitution recently. He planned to train the Order of the Sage stage and was worried that he would not be able to find a suitable target. Apart from that, it was time to find a scapegoat for the inheritor of the demonic technique. The human ancestors' palace would definitely find out about Yi Ling's whereabouts soon. After all, the ancient Yi clan was Yi Ling's clan. Meanwhile, the human ancestors' palace had a transcendent status. They had existed for a long time and had many secret techniques. They could very well use part of Yi Ling's bloodline to determine his location. At that time, once news of Yi Ling's death spread, it would definitely have a huge impact on Gu Chang'e. Therefore, Gu Chang'e had to prepare for the second part of the plan. I'll have some time to prepare, but before that, I need to confirm who's going to be the scapegoat this time. Gu Chang'e's expression gradually deepened. The faces of many young supreme beings flashed through his mind, from Wang Wushuang to Yi Langtian to the others. He was constantly thinking, trying to find a suitable candidate. First of all, the status of the prey had to be high enough. If it was an ordinary young supreme being, it would definitely not work. That was because this prey had to be very powerful. Otherwise, how could Yiling be killed? Therefore, the other party had to have a background and cultivation level that was far beyond the reach of someone like Gu Chang'e. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Gu Chang'e to carry out his plan. Back then, the strength that was created for Yiling was a little stronger, to the point where he could even stand up to me and escape with his life. Gu Chang'e also had a headache. At that time, in order to act more convincing, he even damaged his own origin and acted with Yin Mei, fooling everyone. As a result, almost all the cultivators knew that Yiling was very powerful and could escape from him with his life. Therefore, he couldn't just casually push the blame to others. That was because according to his plan, ordinary young supreme beings would not be Yiling's match. How could they possibly kill Yiling? If they wanted to find a new scapegoat, they definitely could not find someone too weak. Now, Gu Chang'e wanted to create the illusion that Yiling was already dead, that the inheritor of the demonic technique was someone else, or that there was a mysterious organization behind him. This was a bit of a test of candidates. In terms of cultivation level, apart from Wang Zijin, Gu Chang'e could not find anyone else for the time being. However, Wang Zijin was definitely out of the question. She was the successor of the human ancestors' hall. Putting the blame on her was tantamount to throwing oneself at the tip of a knife. Looks like I have to find out which ancient freaks, descendants of ancient emperors, or ancient emperors are about to be born. I'll start with them. Soon, Gu Chang'e also had a target. This time, his mother's birthday banquet would obviously attract many great orthodoxies, great sects, and ancient royal families. After all, for all the supreme orthodoxies and imperishable great sects in the entire upper realm, no one would dare to ignore the longevity Gu family's invitation. When the time came, it would be very lively. Based on Yu Mingkong's personality, she'll definitely come. I can get some information from her. I can also use this opportunity to plan and find out where the human's reincarnation is, as well as the mysterious peach tree behind Gu Xian. Now, Gu Chang'e no longer treated Gu Xian like he did in the beginning, when he put a lot of thought into her. Right now, he was actually more concerned about that mysterious peach tree. After all, regardless of whether it was based on Gu Xian's model of the Lady of Fortune or the various plots, that mysterious peach tree was definitely an ancient powerhouse. Therefore, if he wanted to scheme against that mysterious peach tree, he would have to start with Gu Xian. Gu Xian's attitude towards me will largely determine the attitude of the mysterious peach tree and the masters behind her towards me. Gu Chang'e had planned all of this for a long time. If he did not create a tragic drama, he might not be able to move those old fellows who had lived for countless years, let alone make them trust him. Gu Chang'e did not forget that when he sent Yan Ji to the Peach Village to take a look, she, who was already a great saint, was severely injured by a peach petal. If she had not escaped with the region-traversing talisman, she might have died there. What if he could use such a powerful being? Or even take over and devour her origin? When he thought of this, Gu Chang'e could not help but smile even wider. Soon, the news that the Longevity Gu family was going to hold a birthday banquet for their mistress spread throughout boundless heaven and the other orthodoxies, causing a huge commotion. Gu Chang'e's mother was also a famous divine lady back then. She was the previous saintess of the Taichu divine sect. She was very talented and unrivaled in her area. When the news of her birthday banquet spread, countless cultivators were shocked and began to discuss it. Many people only realized that the famous divine lady was already 5,000 years old in the blink of an eye. Even her son had become a leading figure of the younger generation, and had rivals who could match him. For a time, countless cultivators sighed. Many orthodoxies and sects, including the Vermilion Bird clan, the White Tiger clan, the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, the Longevity Wang clan, the Primordial Yi clan, and many others, sent people to the territory where the Longevity Gu family was located with congratulatory gifts. At the same time, on the other side, on the mountain peak where the Grand Elder usually cultivated. At this moment, a beautiful girl was hugging her knees and staring blankly at the clouds below, as if in a daze. Occasionally, a mountain breeze would blow, and the corners of her skirt would flutter, revealing a snow lotus-like delicate calf. She was like an otherworldly fairy that had walked out from the mountains and rivers. She carried a clear and cold temperament, not tainted by a trace of dust, as if she carried the most beautiful blessing of the heavens. She was like a beloved child of the heavens. She was Gu Xian, who had just finished cultivating. During this period of time, under the pressure of Gu Chang'e, her cultivation level had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, she was about to break through to the Void God realm. This speed shocked the Grand Elder, who felt that she had been accumulating for a long time. However, Gu Xian couldn't feel happy. Because Gu Chang'e ignored her, no matter how she provoked him. She even went to Gu Chang'e's place of seclusion on the supreme peak and threatened to challenge Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e's attitude was cold to the bone. He didn't care about her and didn't even bother to say a word. His attitude was as if he was facing a stranger who was completely unrelated to him. Gu Xian didn't say anything, but she was actually very upset. She also knew that when she was so cold and hostile to Gu Chang'e felt the same way. Gu Xian knew that Gu Chang'e was doing this on purpose. He didn't want her to get close to him and dig up his unspeakable secrets. Therefore, she didn't care and continued to be unyielding. However, when a letter from the Longevity Gu family suddenly fell in front of her, it made her feel bad, and her mood quickly fell. Go home. At this moment, Gu Xian was muttering softly, looking at the letter in her hand in a daze. Like Gu Chang'e, she also received a letter from the Longevity Gu family. From the handwriting and aura on the letter, this master of the Feng family came from Gu Chang'e's father, Gu Lintian. He was also the uncle she respected so much in the past. To be honest, Gu Xian really didn't expect that her uncle would personally write a letter to her at this time. In the letter, he sincerely expressed his concern and guilt for her all these years. Although Gu Chang'e's father didn't mention the reason for what happened in the past, Gu Xian could feel his difficulties. She had thought this through long ago, so naturally, she wasn't surprised. However, what surprised her was Gu Chang'e's father's actions. As the master of the Longevity Gu family, he was clearly apologizing to her. However, although Gu Xian could understand, there was still a knot in her heart. Many things were done, and even if she forgave them, she couldn't pretend that they didn't happen. Back then, it was Gu Lintian who expelled her from the Gu family. Now, it was also him who wanted her to return to the Longevity Gu family. This uncle of hers was extremely powerful in the Gu family. Back then, when her father fought for the position of master of the family, he was defeated by him. Gu Xian had always been looking forward to returning to the Longevity Gu family. She wanted to return to the place where she was born. There were still her clansmen and relatives there. She couldn't give them up. When Gu Chang'e admitted my identity as a member of the Gu family, I should have expected all of this. Don't you think so, Big Red? Gu Xian opened her mouth and sighed. She was talking to the big red bird on her shoulder. The big red bird glanced at her, as if to say that she was a slut who was being unreasonable. She clearly wanted to go back, but she couldn't put down her face. Seeing the big red bird's expression, Gu Xian gnashed her teeth in hatred. She wanted nothing more than to pluck out its feathers and roast it in front of her. It really didn't leave her any face. However, how could the big red bird's expression not be the same as what she was truly thinking? Just as Gu Chang'e had said, Gu Xian was a proud person. Sometimes, she cared more about her face than anyone else. If the Longevity Gu clan sent many experts here to invite her to go home, she would reluctantly nod her head and agree to go back. But now, it was just a letter from home, and nothing else. That was it. That was it. That was it. Gu Xian really wanted to throw this letter in her uncle's face and ask him why he didn't have any sincerity or apology. If she returned to the Longevity Gu family just like that, where would she put her face? It had to be known that right now, Gu Chang'e had admitted her identity on his own accord. He had told the whole world about what had happened back then. It should be the Longevity Gu family who invited her back. They don't have the slightest bit of sincerity. They are looking down on me too much, Gu Xian snorted coldly and snorted disdainfully. Speaking of which, this was Gu Lingtian's fault for not thinking things through. In his opinion, the Longevity Gu family had wronged Gu Xian. If this matter was too high profile, Gu Xian might think that the Longevity Gu family was just giving face to the other orthodoxies and was not sincere. After thinking about it, he personally wrote a letter and sent it to Gu Xian. But he never expected Gu Xian to have such a personality. I'm not going back. Whoever wants to go back can go back. In any case, I'm not going back. Gu Xian calmed herself down and couldn't help but mutter. Oh. Not going back where? However, at this moment, Gu Xian suddenly heard a calm voice. Immediately after that, she felt the world suddenly become silent. It was as if a terrifying aura had descended, bringing with it a rumbling sound like the mountains and seas. Even time, space, and reincarnation had stopped. Buzz. High up in the sky, space blurred and a passage appeared, connecting this place. Gu Chang'e's figure walked out from the passage. He had his hands behind his back and looked at Gu Xian, whose expression was slightly stiff. His expression was indifferent. Gu Chang'e, Gu Xian reacted and stared at Gu Chang'e, not understanding why he suddenly appeared. Before this, Gu Chang'e didn't even care about her. He was as cold as ice, making her grit her teeth in anger. But now, why did he suddenly appear here? Gu Chang'e stood there, looking down at Gu Xian indifferently. He was tall and slender, and his immortal robe was embroidered with stars. It was exquisite and beautiful. His entire person exuded a noble and superior aura. Where did you say you weren't going back? Gu Chang'e repeated calmly. Gu Xian shifted her gaze away from Gu Chang'e. She didn't dare to look him in the eyes. She didn't seem confident. Because she couldn't beat Gu Chang'e, and the great elder wasn't on the mountain peak now. After returning from the immortal ancient continent, the great elder's face was full of anger. After giving her some instructions on her cultivation, he disappeared without a trace. Gu Xian felt that the great elder must have been angered by Gu Chang'e in the immortal ancient continent. At this time, if Gu Chang'e really wanted to teach her a lesson, it would be impossible for her to do so. Especially during this period, she had been provoking Gu Chang'e. Although Gu Chang'e did not respond, with this guy's character of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance, it was very likely that he remembered a lot of things. He was just waiting for the right time to take revenge. Did I say anything? Gu Xian couldn't stand Gu Chang'e's terrifying aura and muttered softly. Anyway, this was the right time to play dumb. Although Gu Chang'e might have heard her muttering just now, or else he wouldn't have suddenly appeared. But she wasn't afraid of Gu Chang'e now. Oh, you're not going to say anything? Seems like you've made some progress in your cultivation recently, so you're hallucinating again, right? Seeing that Gu Xian didn't admit it, Gu Chang'e kept his calm expression and asked mockingly. Gu Chang'e, you, hearing this, Gu Xian's expression changed slightly. She immediately felt that something was wrong. She reacted quickly. A layer of silver light appeared on the surface of her body, as if the light of the immortal Tao was flowing. All kinds of runes intertwined, forming a real phoenix with its wings spread out behind her back. It was brilliant and colorful, and its aura was shocking. When it spread its wings, it seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. This was a treasure technique of extreme speed. The moment she spread her wings, Gu Xian escaped into the space behind her. Because she sensed that Gu Chang'e was about to attack. Whing! But Gu Chang'e's speed was much faster than hers. And the moment Gu Xian was about to retreat, a vast and terrifying fluctuation came from the space nearby. It was as if the sea had suddenly turned into chaos. Every inch of the void was as heavy as a mountain, firmly locking her in place. Not good. Gu Xian cried out in a low voice. She realized that with her current cultivation, she couldn't break free at all. Her breakthrough speed was already very fast, but she still couldn't resist Gu Chang'e in the slightest. You brat, after a few days of not beating you up, you've become arrogant again. This can't go on. Seeing this, Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly and said with a regretful tone. But his methods were unusually cold. Whing! The void suddenly expanded. As he reached out with his palm, a terrifying void palm print appeared and then fell from the sky. There was no surprise. Gu Xian was once again suppressed to the ground by his palm. No matter how her newly born immortal bone shone and tried to awaken, it had no effect. Gu Chang'e used the power of the laws to suppress her. Naturally, it was easy because the two were not on the same level. And Gu Xian obviously didn't know this. Otherwise, she would definitely shout that it was unfair. To be honest, Gu Xian's current strength was already very strong in Gu Chang'e's eyes. Her cultivation speed was also worthy of being the Lady of Destiny with 2 types of fate templates. But Gu Chang'e definitely wanted to achieve a higher result. How could Gu Xian with such strength satisfy his requirements? So his words were still cold and carried a merciless mocking tone. Gu Xian this is the result of provoking me every day. You can't even take one of my palms. You really disappoint me. If we really fought, you would already be dead. Gu Chang'e looked down at her coldly from high above. Gu Chang'e, you have the ability to suppress your cultivation level to the same level as mine. Bullying me because of your high cultivation level, what kind of ability is that? Gu Xian was so angry by these words that she gritted her teeth. She rose and fell, and was hit hard again. No matter how she cultivated, she could never catch up to Gu Chang'e's footsteps. Instead, she was easily suppressed by him every time. This made Gu Xian feel very hurt. She knew that Gu Chang'e's cultivation level was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Maybe he was about to break through to the Saint Realm. In a real fight, no one talks about fairness, Gu Chang'e said lightly. I know you won't kill me. Although Gu Xian was suppressed to the ground, she still said this when she heard him. She looked as if she knew what Gu Chang'e was going to do. Oh. Gu Chang'e said noncommittally, with a slightly playful expression. Anyway, Gu Chang'e, you better remember this. Sooner or later, I will catch up with you, and you will never be able to bully me again. Gu Xian said fiercely, and there was an expression in her eyes that Gu Chang'e thought was asking for a beating. But this time, Gu Chang'e did not say anything. Father sent a letter, ordering me to take you back to the clan, he said lightly, and at the same time, he removed the suppression on Gu Xian. He had already expected Gu Xian's plan. With her proud temperament, she would definitely not be willing to go back like this. No matter how much she wanted to go back, she would not agree. That was why Gu Chang'e came here, intending to make her face reality. I won't go back. That's your father, not mine. Gu Xian heard this, and her expression quickly returned to being cold and calm. She said lightly. Gu Xian, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. He ordered me to take you back, not to let you go back with me. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. For this stubborn girl, he naturally had to use tough methods. His words were already very clear. If Gu Xian resisted, then Gu Chang'e could only do what he did just now, and suppress her again. Even if she was knocked unconscious and stuffed into a sack, he still had to take her back to the clan. Hearing this, Gu Xian gritted her teeth. She knew that at this time, it was not up to her. Gu Chang'e definitely had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. I didn't want to go back. You forced me to go back. Gu Chang'e, don't get this wrong. Finally, as if she had thought it through, Gu Xian agreed. But her attitude seemed very forced, and her small face showed that she was completely unwilling. I know. You were the one who begged me to take you back. I didn't want to take you back. When Gu Chang'e heard this, he nodded understandingly. Huh. Hearing this, Gu Xian was stunned, and then exploded in anger. Chapter 201. He looked at Gu Xian's furious expression. Gu Chang'e's expression was very calm. He was not surprised at all. However, just as Gu Xian was about to pounce over and fight him to the death, his expression changed slightly. He flicked his sleeve, and then the void in front of him blurred. A space passage appeared. Gu Xian felt the world spin. The scenery in front of her changed rapidly. The mountains were magnificent, the rivers were like ribbons, and the lakes were like jadeite. They were quickly moving away. Gu Chang'e's aura came from behind her. When she came back to her senses, she found that Gu Chang'e had already grabbed her by the waist and was traveling through the void at high speed. Buzz! All of a sudden, Gu Xian's mind went blank. She even forgot to think about where Gu Chang'e was taking her. At this moment, she only felt that Gu Chang'e's aura was constantly coming from behind her. It was like warm jade, warm sunlight, a clear winter spring, with a faint chill. In the next moment, time changed, and the mountains and rivers reversed. She heard the bustling sound of people. The two had already disappeared from the palace of heavenly immortals and arrived at a very noisy street in ancient Daotian city. On the side of the street, cultivators and living beings of various forces came and went. The palaces, pavilions, and halls were majestic and imposing. Gu Chang'e's sudden appearance had obviously caused a huge commotion here. Many living beings and cultivators widened their eyes and looked at all this in shock. They obviously could not react. This is young Master Chang'e. A cultivator cried out in alarm. Almost instantly, a space was cleared around Gu Chang'e and Gu Xian. During this period, Gu Chang'e's power shook the entire immeasurable heaven. Almost everyone knew of his existence. Now, casually appearing outside would cause a huge commotion. Soon, this place was surrounded by many cultivators and living beings who heard the news. It was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Many young prodigies with extraordinary backgrounds looked there with reverence and whispered, "Is this young Master Chang'e? I didn't expect to see him in person today. Is the woman beside young Master Chang'e his cousin? She is indeed elegant and refined. It can be seen that in the future, she will bring calamity to the country and the people." Many young women's gazes were attracted by Gu Xian. For a moment, they looked very envious. What are you staring at? At this time, Gu Chang'e did not pay attention to the people around him. He spoke calmly, interrupting Gu Xian's daze. She quickly regained her senses. She did not expect that Gu Chang'e would suddenly bring her here. The aura just now made her heart beat very fast. She actually felt a little nostalgic and reluctant. Why did you bring me here? Gu Xian looked around and asked in confusion. This was clearly a market that could be seen everywhere in the ancient cities. There was nothing special about it. She didn't understand Gu Chang'e's intentions. What do you think? He reeks of poverty from head to toe. Gu Chang'e glanced at her, frowned, and said in a cold tone. Are you going to wear a green dress for the rest of your life? I'm afraid that when you return to the clan, you will bring shame to the Changxinggu family. After all, he had ignored Gu Xian for a long time. It was time for her to realize how good he was to her. Gu Chang'e thought deeply. He could not always bully a silly girl like Gu Xian. He had to let her taste the sweetness. Otherwise, Gu Chang'e would not have gone through so much trouble to personally bring Gu Xian to this kind of place. Speaking of which, this method was the same as in his previous life. For a money grubber like Gu Xian he should let her know what it meant to be rich and overbearing. The rich, that is, the father. It just so happened that Gu Chang'e had all kinds of wealth on him, so much that it was shocking. You are the poor one. Hearing this, Gu Xian was a little unhappy. Sure enough, Gu Chang'e couldn't hear any good words from her. How was she poor? Wearing a dress for the rest of her life. This sentence obviously hit her where it hurt. She just liked green clothes. How could she wear one for the rest of her life like Gu Chang'e said? He said it as if she did not like to be clean. She smelled good. No, this is a rare opportunity to make Gu Chang'e bleed. I can't give up. Gu Xian told herself. Then, she cursed Gu Chang'e in her heart. Only then did she feel a little better. Gu Chang'e looked calm, as if he did not notice the change in Gu Xian's expression. After that, Gu Chang'e brought Gu Xian to all kinds of high-class buildings like in his previous life. Wherever they went, Gu Xian would receive the highest treatment that she could not normally get. This made her gnash her teeth in hatred. She knew that Gu Chang'e was deliberately showing off. But she was envious. The 10,000 Dao Business Alliance's Purple Gold Card, the Purple Pole token of the Purple Pole Elixir sect, from the clothes, artifacts, scriptures, and even elixirs, as long as Gu Xian took a fancy to it, Gu Chang'e bought it without hesitation. He did not even look at what it was. This attitude made Gu Xian suspect that Gu Chang'e really had a conscience. Was he planning to make it up to her? She was determined to make Gu Chang'e bleed. In the end, Gu Xian's eyes widened. She could not stop spending money. Her small hands were trembling slightly. She finally realized that money really was omnipotent. And this was only a drop in the bucket of Gu Chang'e's enormous wealth. It was not even a drop in the bucket. Gu Xian was so envious that her eyes were about to turn green. She wanted to rob Gu Chang'e directly. The wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress that she usually did not dare to take a second look at was embroidered with many kinds of immortal materials. It was exquisite and gorgeous. It was like the intertwining stars in the 9 heavens. It was brilliant and colorful. It could be called a priceless treasure. It was rumored that it was left behind by a female supreme in ancient times. But it was expensive. Besides looking good, it did not have many uses. Until now, no one cared about it. And Gu Chang'e only noticed the desire in her eyes. He did not hesitate and bought it directly. This rich and overbearing appearance made Gu Xian unable to help but hold her breath. And at this time, she finally realized Gu Chang'e's sinister intentions. In the future, she could not be as diligent and thrifty as before. She would definitely be short of money. Could it be that she would have to go back to the old business of taking advantage of others? Or hug Gu Chang'e's thighs tightly? After all, who could eat leftovers after eating all kinds of delicacies? This guy was really too evil. He even wanted to scheme against her. Gu Chang'e, you are really too despicable. Gu Xian could not help but be angry. Gu Chang'e did not expect this girl to see through his intentions. It seemed that she was not dizzy yet. Then you will return the things you bought to me? He asked calmly. I won't. Gu Xian quickly glared at him. He wanted to return the things that fell into her hands. Dream on. And what right did she have to return the things that she bought with her strength? At the same time, in the immemorial royal family, the 9-tailed celestial fox clan. Among the palaces and pavilions, there was an extremely grand atmosphere. Next to a relatively simple stable. A young man in plain clothes, with a youthful face and fair skin, was slightly startled. Then, he came to his senses. He looked like he had come back to his senses after being in a daze for a long time. Why am I here? The young man muttered to himself. His expression was a little confused for a moment. Then, he covered his head, feeling as if it was going to explode inside. Pain. Pain. Incomparable pain. All kinds of memories were flying, like broken fragments, beginning to reassemble and reassemble. After a long time, the young man widened his eyes in shock. He looked around and stared at the unfamiliar environment in front of him. He was still cultivating in the Heavenly Emperor Palace a moment ago, but in the next moment, his vision turned black. It seemed that he had become a coachman in the stable responsible for cleaning and feeding the Pegasus. Why did I suddenly become a coachman? Even my face is not mine. Other than my memories, nothing is mine. The young man's expression was full of shock, unwillingness, disbelief, and other complicated expressions. He muttered to himself. He simply could not believe that all this was real. Could it be that some senior is joking with me? My father is Heavenly Emperor Ing. The young man's expression darkened. He spoke to the invisible void in front of him. Although his face was ordinary, he had a power that made one's heart tremble. This was the terrifying power that only a person in a high position could possess. This could only be displayed by a person in a high position. However, after the young man finished speaking, the void in front of him was still deathly silent. Other than the stable behind him, the surroundings were so quiet that he could hear the sound of his breathing. His words did not have any effect at all. Why did I suddenly become another person? And I don't even know what this person's memories are. What kind of technique is this? The young man's expression suddenly became very ugly. He could not help but clench his fists. Could it be that my soul and this coachman's soul had an exchange? He became me, and I became him. The young man quickly calmed down and analyzed seriously. However, the more he analyzed, the more uneasy he became. A strong anger grew in his heart. He completely could not understand what kind of technique this was. Why would the two souls be swapped out of nowhere? Even when his father was at his peak, it was impossible for him to have such a technique. He was the son of Heavenly Emperor Ing. His talent was unparalleled in the past era. No one could match him. It was difficult to find a match for him. However, his father felt that attaining the Tao in that life would affect his future achievements, so he sealed him and had been sealed until now. He had always been cultivating in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. He had never even taken half a step out and had never encountered an enemy. Why would he suddenly encounter such a mysterious technique? Could it be that it was done by my father's opponent? The young man was incomparably unwilling. He was a noble of the heavens. His status and bloodline were indescribably noble. No one in this world could compare to him. As long as he was born, he would definitely be able to rule over the ancient races. No one could compare to him. However, now, he had been taken away by someone for no reason and became a lowly stable coachman. How could he be willing? Don't let me find out which thief dared to steal everything from me. His expression was very cold. Just as he was gritting his teeth and muttering to himself, the voice of a young maid came from outside the stable. Chu Fan, have you fed the young Miss Pegasus? She is going to the Gu family to participate in the birthday banquet of young Master Changa's mother. Don't delay the young miss important matters. Hearing this, the young man called Chu Fan clenched his fists even tighter. He was not called that. He was called Ing Xuan. However, now, he had to use this name. At the same time, in a boundless void far away from here, a divine talisman flickered and floated in the great splendor palace. I actually became the son of Prince Ing Tian. A handsome young man wearing a five-colored immortal robe suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were filled with deep ecstasy. His entire voice was trembling, as if he had been hit by an incomparably huge pie. His head was dizzy. He had never thought that after sleeping for a while, when he woke up again, he would actually become the person he had dreamed of becoming. Before this, he was just an ordinary young man who fed horses. He had no parents and was adopted by Miss Ian May. After that, he was pitifully favored by Miss Ian May and was bestowed with a cultivation technique. Only then did he embark on the path of cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know where he would be buried. I am now the son of Emperor Ing, the most respected person in the ancient royal family. His heart was filled with excitement and ecstasy. Moreover, he could feel the terrifying strength and talent of this body. Although he had no memories, it was not important. As long as he was careful, no one would be able to discover his abnormality. Thinking of this, Chu Fan couldn't help but laugh in his heart. No, he was now called Ing Xuan. He didn't care at all why he woke up as the son of Emperor Ing, who was cultivating in the heavenly palace. There was no need to care about this kind of thing. Now, he had replaced the previous son of Emperor Ing. He was Prince Tian. Ian Mei, you are my, at this moment, an emotion that had never appeared in his eyes before appeared. This was ambition, also known as possessiveness. Very quickly, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The birthday banquet of the matriarch of the Longevity Gu family shocked all the orthodoxies in the upper realm. During this period of time, almost all the forces sent powerhouses to send congratulatory gifts. For a time, the territory of the Longevity Gu family was very lively. Every day, various ancient warships, carriages, and divine boats could be seen rumbling past. Amid the rumbling, many terrifying auras crushed past. The brilliance was dazzling, and the flowing lights were overflowing. There were white jade boats that were as big as mountains, and warships the size of planets. Immortal chi lingered, and natural Taoist rhymes descended. They were all orthodoxies from all over the world. Now, all the orthodoxies who received the Longevity Gu family's invitation dared not refuse. As for the other forces who were not qualified, they would send powerhouses to send congratulatory gifts. Although they couldn't enter the Gu family's mountain gate, they could leave a congratulatory gift to express their sincerity. During this period of time, on the outer island of the Gu family's mountain gate, countless divine lights passed through, and it was extraordinarily lively. Huge divine islands bobbed up and down, shining with thousands of auspicious lights. Spiritual chi was dense, and immortal fog was billowing. Inside the mountain gate, all kinds of ancient beasts that blotted out the sky came and went. Their chi and blood were overflowing, but they were used as laborers to escort goods. The envoy of the primordial golden rhino clan has arrived, presenting a pair of primordial golden rhino horns. Presenting 90 heaven essence immortal pills. Presenting 3 million caddies of eternal spring water. Many guests shouted at the Longevity Gu family's mountain gate and presented their congratulatory gifts. A pair of primordial golden rhino horns. That's a divine item that can be used to refine secret treasures. I'm afraid you can't see it anymore. Outside the mountain gate, an elder of a great sect who had rushed over exclaimed. Behind him were many younger disciples. It was their first time witnessing the Longevity Gu family's scenery, and they were extremely shocked. This primordial golden rhino horn is already a first-class treasure to us, but it's not worth mentioning to the Longevity Gu family. I'm afraid they'll complain that it takes up too much space even if they hang it on the wall of their treasure vault. However, it's said that the eternal spring water comes from the heart of the falling moon ice lake in the extreme north of the boundless heaven. It only produces one spring every 100,000 years, and each spring contains less than half a caddy. I heard that the young master of the Gu family likes to drink tea. Looks like the Golden Rhino clan has already planned this. Many of the cultivators who came to present their congratulatory gifts could not help but discuss. They were extremely shocked by the gifts. In comparison, the gifts they were going to present were very simple and crude. At this moment, PCHT. The cry of a phoenix suddenly came from the eastern horizon. 9 black divine phoenixes were pulling a carriage from the sky. Nobody stopped them as they descended into the depths. Many guests looked over in shock when they heard the sound, and their eyes widened. Which faction is this? How did they cause such a phenomenon in the Longevity Gu family? They're barging in like there's no one around. How rude. And no one even tried to stop them. Some of the young paragons who came from far away could not help but be shocked. Many of the people beside him were here for the first time. They were clearly shocked and confused as well. The Gu family member who was leading the way could not help but laugh. That's Princess Minkong's carriage. She's the future mistress. Hearing that, everyone was enlightened. Many of the young paragons could not help but look forward to it. Then, they sighed regretfully. Naturally, they had heard of Yu Minkong's name before. However, she was already taken. Even if they admired her, it would only leave them with sadness. As the Phoenix carriage approached at high speed, there seemed to be a terrifying aura circulating. Soon, the cultivators of various orthodoxies and great sects rushed to the inner island. On the divine islands below, auspicious clouds and brilliance rushed into the clouds. Waves of immortal music echoed, appearing incomparably mysterious and shocking. A divine bridge appeared, and the fragrance of flowers wafted in the air. It was incomparably resplendent. It was like a rain of light, sparkling and translucent. Tao sounds rang out in unison, displaying a mysterious Tao technique. Guests, please enter. Many members of the Gu family appeared. They smiled and gestured with their hands. This is the foundation of the Longevity Gu family. They really can't be underestimated. This scene is much more ancient than the Longevity Wang family. Wang Zijin was dressed in men's clothing. She brought Xiu along as she followed the guests of the Longevity Wang family. She could not help but chuckle when she saw the surrounding foundation. Soon, the guests who arrived here first stepped onto the divine bridge and directly stepped forward. The brilliance under their feet was resplendent as if they had crossed through space and arrived at the end. At the front was a pure land. Clouds and mist drifted in the sky. Everyone could vaguely see huge palaces. The white clouds and immortal mist blocked their vision, making the palaces seem even more majestic. In front of the palaces, Gu Chang'e, who had already returned to the Longevity Gu family, was wearing a spotless white robe. He looked even more extraordinary. With a smile on his face, he was greeting many of his younger peers. Brother Gu. We meet again. Seeing this, Wang Zijin could not help but take a step forward and say with a smile. With. Chapter 202. Wang Zijin was dressed in men's clothing. Her slender figure and silky black hair made her look like a fine young master in a chaotic world. Her skin was fair and delicate, shining with a lustrous luster. She was full of smiles, her eyes were slightly curved, and she exuded a transcendent aura. She stepped forward and took the initiative to greet Gu Chang'e at the entrance of the hall. Many young people noticed her and were shocked. Because even the successor of the Longevity Wang family, Wang Wuxia, seemed to be half a step behind her. What did this mean? It meant that Wang Zijin's status was higher than Wang Wuxia's. But before this, no cultivator had seen her before. She knows Gu Chang'e. Her background is definitely not simple. Immediately, many young heaven's favorites made such guesses, keeping an eye on Wang Zijin. Among the guests this time, there were not only the experts of the older generation from the Longevity Wang family. There were also young geniuses from other orthodoxies. Among them, apart from Wang Zijin, who was very mysterious, Wang Wuxia was the most dazzling. Now, even Wang Wuxia seemed to be led by this unfamiliar young man. This made people think that Wang Zijin might be a certain ancient freak from the Wang family. Miss Zijin. Please. Seeing Wang Zijin, Gu Chang'e was not surprised at all. He smiled and gestured for the guests to enter the hall. After all, today was his mother's birthday banquet. As her son, there was nothing wrong with welcoming the guests in front of the hall. Moreover, Gu Chang'e also wanted to see which young supreme beings would appear this time so that he could find a scapegoat. Half a month ago, she brought Gu Xian to ancient Dao Heaven City to buy extravagantly. She understood what it meant to be rich. This was a huge blow to Gu Xian who was used to being poor and thrifty since young. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e could be said to have endless wealth. The bit of wealth he showed back then was just the tip of the iceberg, a hair from 9 oxen. Not to mention making Gu Chang'e bleed, it could not even make him lose a hair. This made her feel discouraged. She really couldn't imagine the life of a rich person. As a result, in Gu Xian's heart, Gu Chang'e's hatred towards him increased by several levels in the blink of an eye. This had nothing to do with anything else. It was entirely because of Gu Chang'e's wealth that made her feel suffocated. Under the attack of this hateful money, she scolded Gu Chang'e for being despicable and shameless on one hand, but on the other hand, she really wanted to empty out Gu Chang'e's family property. Gu Xian was even plotting in her heart how she could get all of Gu Chang'e's wealth in the future. However, this idea was seen through by Gu Chang'e. She thought that Gu Chang'e would teach her a lesson, but she didn't expect that Gu Chang'e would say something like, "These will be yours sooner or later," which made Gu Xian confused for a while. It was as if she was going to inherit everything from Gu Chang'e. While Gu Chang'e was talking to Wang Zijin and the others. Boom! Meanwhile, in another direction, a group of cultivators arrived. They rode on divine rainbows and landed in the main hall. The person in the lead was the successor of the immemorial Yi clan, Yi Langtian. Behind him was his sister, Yi Liuli. As he walked, he looked like the young son of the sun god. He was exceptionally dazzling. "Greetings, Brother Gu." When they arrived in front of the main hall, Yi Langtian cupped his hands and greeted Gu Chang'e. Then, his gaze swept across the many young prodigies of the Gu clan behind Gu Chang'e, and he couldn't help but focus slightly. Just based on their auras, the young prodigies of the longevity Gu clan were actually slightly stronger than the young prodigies of his own clan. From this, it could be seen that the longevity Gu clan's foundation was truly terrifying. Even though they were all Dao orthodoxies that stood at the peak of the upper realm, there was still a huge gap between them. For example, the longevity Gu clan was obviously at the peak of the level, overlooking the sea and turning it into ashes. They were indestructible for eternity. "Brother Yi." Gu Chang'e's expression was gentle and natural. He wore a plain white robe and greeted the many young supreme martial artists present. His appearance couldn't help but make a good impression on many young prodigies who had never seen him before. It was rumored that Gu Chang'e was arrogant and domineering. He was high above everyone else. However, seeing such a humble attitude today made them feel a little flattered. This is. At this moment, Yi Langtian also noticed the unfamiliar face of Wang Zijin on the other side. The prodigies of the Wang clan actually looked like she was the leader. Wang Wushuang explained, "This is my sister, Wang Zijin." He didn't mention anything else, but that was enough. Many young supreme martial artists' eyes moved. Many thoughts flashed through their minds as they made some guesses. Then, everyone stopped at the entrance of the main hall and reminisced. Gu Chang'e smiled and nodded slightly from time to time. Wang Zijin, who was beside him, was also smiling. She looked picturesque and seemed to be having a good chat. In the eyes of outsiders, there was nothing strange about this. However, this scene was seen by Yu Mingkong, who was accompanying a graceful and beautiful woman with an ethereal temperament in the main hall. She couldn't help but frown. Who could Wang Zijin's cross-dressing fool? She was just deceiving herself. However, what Yu Mingkong didn't understand was when Gu Chang'e knew this woman. Now, many things about Gu Chang'e had deviated from the tracks of her previous life. She also didn't know who this woman was. It seemed that some blind vixen had approached him without her knowledge. The previous Yin Mei, whom she had warned, hadn't learned her lesson yet. Now, another unfamiliar young woman had appeared. Yu Mingkong's expression was cold and deep. She looked at Wang Zijin carefully, as if she wanted to remember her appearance. She sensed a threat from Wang Zijin, which was different from Yin Mei. This was a woman's intuition. Although she was very sure that Gu Chang'e wouldn't be moved by any woman so easily. However, Yu Mingkong couldn't tolerate another woman suddenly appearing beside her man. Moreover, she could sense that Wang Zijin wasn't simple. Whether it was her cultivation or talent, she had an unfathomable aura. After receiving the Emperor Qi, Yu Mingkong's cultivation had reached the Divine King realm. Compared to before, she had broken through more than one realm. However, she still couldn't see through Wang Zijin. She's not simple. She might be an ancient freak. Yu Mingkong muttered and guessed. Then, she accompanied the beautiful woman beside her and greeted the guests from the Supreme Taoism and Imperishable sections. To put it bluntly, anyone in the main hall could cause a terrifying earthquake in the outside world by simply stomping their feet. They were all powerful figures from thousands or tens of thousands of years ago. They were once invincible young supreme beings who ruled over a region. Now, they were in control of tremendous power and could be said to be earth-shattering. Mingkong, what are you looking at? The beautiful woman was Gu Chang'e's mother, the previous saintess of the primordial sect. At this moment, she also noticed Yu Mingkong's gaze and couldn't help but look over curiously and ask. Yu Mingkong was the daughter-in-law she was most satisfied with. Whether it was her talent, character, background, or appearance, they were all unparalleled. She was the most compatible with Gu Chang'e, as if they were a match made in heaven. Now that Yu Mingkong was the unparalleled immortal dynasty's crown princess, she had a lot of things to do every day. Her power was monstrous, and her words and actions could change the world. However, she still put down her many responsibilities and came to accompany her. This made Gu Chang'e's mother even more satisfied. She liked this perfect future daughter-in-law from the bottom of her heart. In particular, there were many rumors in the outside world that Yu Mingkong's iron fist and methods were amazing. She was worthy of being the future empress. Auntie, Mingkong is looking at what Chang'e is doing. Yu Mingkong smiled when she heard this, looking very decent and generous. She cleverly changed the topic to Gu Chang'e. Wang Zijin had been standing beside Gu Chang'e with a smile on her face, looking very happy. This made Yu Mingkong very uncomfortable. Although she knew that according to Gu Chang'e's temperament, it was unlikely that he would have any thoughts about Wang Zijin. At most, he would have the intention to use her. However, that uncomfortable feeling was still difficult to get rid of. Ever since they parted ways in the immortal ancient continent, she and Gu Chang'e no longer had any contact. Even Gu Chang'e's attitude towards her became extremely cold. Yu Mingkong still missed the past. When she pretended to be ignorant, Gu Chang'e would occasionally tease her. Instead of treating her so coldly like now, he had reverted to his initial attitude. Obviously, this was Gu Chang'e's true attitude towards her now. Gu Chang'e pretended in front of outsiders, but there was no need for him to do so in front of her. Because Gu Chang'e knew that it was useless. Oh, that woman is quite unfamiliar. I have never seen such a heaven's pride in the longevity Wang family before. Her strength has already reached the sage-to-be realm. Gu Chang'e's mother was a little surprised at this time. She noticed that the woman who was talking to Gu Chang'e was special. Sage-to-be realm. Yu Mingkong's heart trembled. That feeling of threat became more obvious. Gu Chang'e's mother's judgment was definitely not wrong. It was shocking to hear that he had reached the sage-to-be realm at such a young age. If she had not received the Emperor Qi, she would only be a true immortal now. It was clear how terrifying that woman's talent was. With Changa's current temperament, it's very likely that he and that woman are only acquaintances. Mingkong, don't think too much. Gu Changa's mother noticed the subtle change in Yu Mingkong's emotions and couldn't help but smile. She was afraid that Yu Mingkong would think too much. She was one of the few people who knew about the secret of Gu Changa's demon heart. However, this matter involved Gu Changa's future. If it was accidentally exposed, it could even ruin everything he had painstakingly planned. Therefore, Gu Changa's mother had to be careful to avoid accidentally leaking the truth. She also felt very guilty towards Yu Mingkong. Even Yu Mingkong couldn't easily tell her about this matter. After all, one more person knowing meant one more degree of danger. Fortunately, Gu Changa's performance in front of the world was not much different from before. If one wasn't really familiar with him, it would be very difficult to discover the subtleties. Auntie, don't worry. I trust Changa very much. Yu Mingkong couldn't help but smile. She caught the obvious word, now. Why did Gu Changa's mother use now? It seemed that she knew the reason for the change in Gu Changa's temperament. Yu Mingkong couldn't help but feel a little more alert. This was also one of the reasons why she had come to the Longevity Gu clan this time, to investigate Gu Changa's past secrets. Now, she had obtained confirmation from Gu Changa's mother, but she still didn't know what the reason was. Brother Gu, I'm afraid you won't have peace today. At this time, Wang Zijin, who was talking to Gu Changa, also noticed the gazes in the hall. During this period of time, she had investigated Gu Changa and knew a lot about Gu Changa, so she naturally knew who his fiancé was. She was no stranger to Yu Mingkong. Gu Changa seemed to know what she was talking about. His expression was very warm as he smiled and said, Mingkong is very sensible. She won't misunderstand anything. As he spoke, he turned around and looked into the hall. His gaze just happened to meet with Yu Mingkong's in the air. Therefore, Gu Changa smiled slightly and nodded in response. Yu Mingkong was stunned, but quickly reacted to Gu Changa's intentions. She also showed a gentle smile in response. When the guests saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh. This pair was truly a match made in heaven, a match made in heaven. There's actually no jealousy. This Yu Mingkong doesn't seem like an ordinary woman. Wang Zijin was a little surprised in her heart. She had thought that there would be a cliché face-slapping scene, but it was clear that she had been overthinking. However, she had a lazy personality, so she naturally hoped that she wouldn't encounter such a situation. After leaving the human ancestors' hall, she gradually realized that many things were not as she had imagined. Gu Changa's actions were clearly different from what she knew. She even felt that if she wasn't careful, she might fall into Gu Changa's trap. She couldn't see through this man at all. This feeling made Wang Zijin want to cut open his heart and see what he was thinking. It was simply irresistible. It's been hard on you, Mingkong. When she saw this scene, Mrs. Gu couldn't help but sigh softly. She said with pity. As an experienced person, she could naturally see that there was clearly some conflict between Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong. It was no wonder that Gu Changa's attitude towards Yu Mingkong was somewhat cold. He didn't even get up to welcome Yu Mingkong when she arrived at the Gu residence. This attitude was very similar to how Gu Changa had treated Yu Mingkong in the beginning. Cold and indifferent. She didn't know what had happened between the two of them. However, it was clear that Yu Mingkong had cooperated with him in consideration of Gu Changa's face. Auntie, this isn't Changa's fault. It's all my fault, Yu Mingkong shook her head gently. I've been too wary of him all this time and misunderstood his good intentions. When she heard this, Mrs. Gu was stunned. She said with some disbelief, Mingkong, you know about all this? When she said this, she realized that she had spilled the beans and quickly shut her mouth. She thought that Yu Mingkong was wary of Gu Changa's demonic heart. She was afraid that he would suddenly lose control and become as cold and heartless as before. When she heard this, Yu Mingkong was disappointed. Then, she couldn't help but shake her head. Mrs. Gu's words had already confirmed her guess. Something unknown must have happened to Gu Chang'e in the past. It was the same in her previous life as well. That was why this series of huge changes happened. However, she wasn't sure what it was at the moment. What exactly happened half a year before my rebirth? Did Gu Chang'e suddenly descend to the lower realm just to find some kind of opportunity, as he said? Yu Mingkong was puzzled. Then, she thought of something and took the initiative to speak to Mrs. Gu. "Auntie, I heard that Chang'e brought back 2 women when he descended to the lower realm. One is called Lin Chilhun. She's now learning the art of alchemy at the Purple Pole Pill sect. The other is called Zhao Qingge. She was sent by Chang'e to your side to cultivate. She had investigated this matter before. It wasn't very difficult to find out. Therefore, if she wanted to know what Gu Chang'e did in the lower realm, she had to ask these 2 women. Qingge is a smart girl. I like her. I kept her by my side and guided her cultivation." Mrs. Gu was surprised when she heard this. "Then, Auntie, do you know what's so special about her?" Yu Mingkong asked. "Qingge has 2 souls in one body. She should have been a powerful figure in the demonic path in the past. Although I tried to trace her origins using a secret technique, her soul was too fragmented. I couldn't see anything." Mrs. Gu explained. She had said this to Gu Chang'e before. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong's frown deepened. For this birthday banquet, the woman called Zhao Qingge was obviously not by Mrs. Gu's side. She was still in the divine sect of Taichu. Gu Chang'e brought them up and didn't care about them anymore. It seems like they were used up and lost all value, so they were thrown aside. Yu Mingkong made this guess when she thought about Gu Chang'e's temperament. In that case, Gu Chang'e didn't have any ulterior motives for bringing them back to the upper realm. Perhaps he just wanted them to be eye-catching vases. It seems that the key lies in the period in the lower realm. The timing coincides with my rebirth. All of this isn't a coincidence. Yu Mingkong understood. This was because Gu Chang'e didn't bring anyone up when he went to the lower realm in his previous life. It was very likely that in this life, he really did obtain something in the lower realm that he didn't get in his previous life. On the other side, Gu Chang'e was talking to the younger generation. His attitude was natural and casual, and he didn't put on any airs. This group of young geniuses also spoke one after another, praising and admiring everything Gu Chang'e had done in the immortal ancient continent. It was as if they were treating him as the #1 person among the younger generation. That day in front of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, Gu Chang'e admitted in front of the whole world that he had dug out the bones back then. It seemed that it was no longer important, and no one dared to mention it again. "Brother Gu, I wonder if you have any idea about the demonic arts inheritor wreaking havoc in the dark during this period?" In the end, it was Yi Langtian who spoke. His expression gradually became serious, and he changed the topic to the demonic arts inheritor. Buzz. As soon as he said this, the surroundings suddenly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It was as if a gust of cold air blew past everyone. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. When Gu Chang'e heard this, his expression became slightly pensive, as if he was seriously thinking about how to speak. After all, Brother Gu is the only one who fought with the demonic arts inheritor and severely injured him. The rest of us have never met the demonic arts inheritor, let alone fought with him. Another young supreme martial artist explained. His whole body was shining with silver light, as if he was made of silver water. He had 3 pairs of arms on his back, and his strength was terrifying. He came from an imperishable sect. Even Wang Zifeng was interested when she heard this. Speaking of which, the demonic arts inheritor was a target that the human ancestor palace must eliminate. Even she couldn't see through Gu Chang'e's strength. It was not impossible that he could severely injure the demonic arts inheritor. She also wanted to know what Gu Chang'e thought of the demonic arts inheritor. Chapter 203. Upon hearing this question, Gu Changa also spoke. Everyone listened attentively, afraid that they would miss a single word. To be honest, this is actually something that I have been rather puzzled about recently. When I fought with Yi Ling that day, I realized that no matter what happened, he always looked very confident. Even when he was severely injured in the end, he seemed to have nothing to fear and was not afraid of me. So in the end, when Gu Changa said this, he also felt a little helpless and guilty. In addition, I was also severely injured, so I just watched him escape and did not choose to pursue him. Hearing this, the group of young supreme martial artists could not help but widen their eyes in shock. Many people's minds buzzed and went blank in an instant. To be honest, they really did not expect Gu Changa to tell the truth. In an instant, a terrifying chill suddenly appeared on their backs. The meaning behind Gu Changa's words was already very clear. In fact, Yi Ling is not the only one behind him. That is why he is so fearless. A young supreme martial artist's voice trembled, and he felt that his mouth was very dry. As he said this, he could not help but feel his scalp go numb. His skull was about to be opened, and he simply felt cold all over. At this time, even Yi Langtian felt a chill on his back. An inheritor of demonic arts was already so terrifying. What if there were other people behind him, or even an organization? How terrifying would that be? This was simply unimaginable. At this time, no one doubted Gu Changa's words. An inheritor of demonic arts is definitely not that simple. After all, a centipede dies but never falls down. Wang Zijin nodded. In her opinion, such a character who could bring chaos to the world was definitely not someone who could be dealt with easily. Without some means, how would he dare to jump around and kill everywhere? If I had not chased after him back then, I reckon Yi Ling would not be as arrogant as he is now. Hearing this, Gu Changa coincidentally showed some self-reproach and guilt on his face as he said this. Brother Gu, you don't have to be like this. After all, he was also severely injured at that time. If the person behind Yi Ling showed up, you might not have been able to survive. Immediately, many people heard this and began to persuade Gu Changa, telling him not to feel guilty and that this was not his fault. If Yi Ling didn't have any power backing him up, he wouldn't have been able to do things so easily. He wouldn't have been able to escape without a trace. We should have thought of this a long time ago. Yi Langtian said with a long sigh. All of a sudden, many of the young supreme beings felt a sense of danger. They felt that the following days would probably become chaotic and uneasy. Seeing this, a playful smile flashed across the corners of Gu Changa's mouth. However, no one noticed. Although he hadn't found a scapegoat yet, it didn't stop him from making arrangements in advance. At the same time, in the sky above the ancient city of Tao Celestial in the immeasurable heaven, a figure whose face was shrouded in a mysterious mist was flying through the air like a divine rainbow. Soon, this figure landed in Tao Celestial city below, appearing on the streets. However, the nearby cultivators and living beings seemed to be blind and couldn't see her at all. This figure traversed the Tao Celestial Palace, frowning as she paid attention to the remaining auras and waves everywhere. However, too much time had passed, so she couldn't discover anything. According to the rumors, the inheritor of the demonic arts fought with Gu Changa in the immortal ancient continent. In the end, he couldn't win and fled. However, the inheritor of the demonic arts has never been defeated in a one-on-one battle. He has endless methods and trump cards. Although this Gu Changa has the title of true immortal, but from the rumors of his strength, is he really that capable? Can he seriously injure the inheritor of the demonic arts? In the beginning, something happened to the young master of the White Tiger clan, Bai Lai. He's the fiancé of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's heavenly daughter, Yin Mei. Yi Ling is Bai Lai's sworn brother. According to Bai Lai's followers, Yin Mei helped Bai Lai see Yi Ling's character that night. That was why she went to find Yi Ling and was killed. In the immortal ancient continent, why didn't Yi Ling choose to kill Yin Mei when she survived until the end? Could it be that he was really after her beauty? This figure whispered. After leaving the human ancestor palace, she had been searching for information about the inheritor of the demonic arts. She was the other inheritor of the human ancestor palace, Jiang Chu, who was known as the reincarnation of an ancient immortal. Now, there were 5 colored runes rotating in her eyes. They were like the most ancient patterns that could trace the truth of all traces. As long as there were some traces left, she could find clues. Unfortunately, Jiang Chu still hadn't managed to find out anything by using this secret technique. Her brows were tightly knitted, but her expression was calm as if there was no trace of emotion. Everything seems too natural. It makes one feel that things should be like this. There's nothing out of the ordinary. The real truth won't be like everything has been arranged. It's tightly connected and reasonable because people's hearts and accidents can never be guessed. Everything seems too natural. It's as if everything has been arranged and then the characters are placed in it. Although Yi Ling seems to be taking the initiative in this matter, he's always been the passive one. He's been led around by others. Unfortunately, Yin Mei played an indispensable role in this, Jiang Chu whispered. She should be fine. The one with the problem is most likely Gu Chang'e. I hope my opinion and guess are wrong. At this thought, Jiang Chu's figure moved. She quickly soared into the sky and headed for the territory of the Longevity Gu clan. As the inheritor of the human ancestor palace, she knew better than anyone. If there was really something wrong with Gu Chang'e, then the scope of this matter would be too terrifying. It was so terrifying that she didn't dare to make a decision lightly or even reveal the truth. Along the way, she had also learned about Gu Chang'e's terrifying power and influence. The human ancestor palace's status was extraordinary, but compared to an immortal colossus like the Longevity Gu clan, its foundation was not enough. Unless she had sufficient evidence to prove to all orthodoxies and forces that there was something wrong with Gu Chang'e and that it was inseparable from the inheritor of demonic arts. After all of this was just her opinion and guess. She also hoped that all of these guesses and opinions were wrong. She hoped that Gu Chang'e could overturn all of them and prove his innocence. Otherwise, she could only take action and bear the tremendous pressure to return peace to the common people of the world, a clear and bright world. Chu Fan, why do you keep getting things wrong all this time? You can't even remember what spirit herbs to feed Xiao Bai on a daily basis. At this moment, high in the sky outside the territory of the Longevity Gu clan, 9 snow-white Pegasi were pulling a carriage, rumbling as it rolled past. A group of riders on ferocious beasts followed behind the carriage. At this moment, a young servant girl was scolding a fair-skinned youth with an embarrassed expression. I know, Sister Qiao, her. I won't make such a mistake next time. Hearing this, the youth hurriedly nodded and agreed, but his heart was actually filled with grievance, anger, murderous intent, and many other emotions. Usually, he was high and mighty. As the son of Emperor Ing, he was a noble and respected person, let alone a little servant girl. Even if the ancestor of the far ancient royal family appeared in front of him, he would have to be respectful and would not even dare to breathe loudly. Who would have thought that he would have such a day where even a little servant girl could bully him? This made Chu Fan angry, sullen, and even desperate. Because he couldn't even resist, he couldn't even say a single word back. Suddenly, his soul was changed, and he did not have time to adapt to anything. Other than his memory, everything was the same as his original body. Feed the horses. What the hell did he know about feeding horses? He didn't even know who did such a lowly thing in the era when his father ruled the myriad of races and intimidated the world. Even his mount for hunting was a pure-blooded ferocious beast with the purest bloodline. How could he do such a thing as feeding horses? This made Chu Fan want to roar and roar. In front of his true identity, even the ancestor of the 9-tailed fox clan did not dare to be negligent. But now, he had to feed the horses of the heavenly daughter. How could he be willing to accept such a huge difference? He was simply mad with hatred. Even the sole weapon that father personally forged for me is gone. The current me is no different from a cripple. Chu Fan could not help but feel despair. Although he remembered many cultivation techniques and secret techniques. Those were cultivation techniques that had to be combined with his bloodline and physique. Therefore, he could do nothing but feed the horses now. No, I still have a chance. As long as I come into contact with the creatures of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, I can prove my identity and expose the impostor. Chu Fan could not help but have a strong sense of viciousness in his eyes. He was not someone to be trifled with. And in his opinion, the reason for all of this was entirely because of the impostor. Otherwise, who would harm him for no reason? Yin Mei, who was wearing a long red dress, sat in the carriage in front of her and rubbed the space between her eyebrows in confusion. She felt a little helpless when she heard the maidservant behind the carriage scolding her coachman who was feeding the horses. She did not know why, but the coachman, who usually looked very smart, could not even feed a horse well now. They even spouted some weird nonsense. If it were not for the long journey and the fear that the horses would starve on the road, she would not have brought him along. Back then, when she saw how pitiful he was, Yin Mei felt compassion for him and took him in. Moreover, she was worried that he would be mocked and despised by others, so she arranged for him to feed the horses and even taught him a simple cultivation method. All these years, although she was familiar with him, to be honest, Yin Mei did not even remember his name. She only knew that he was called Fan. This was not because she could not remember it, but because she felt that there was no need to remember such things. Her compassion was only a momentary thought. If it was someone else at that time, she would have done the same. After passing through the mountain range in front of us, we will reach the territory of the Longevity Gu family. We will be able to see Master. Yin Mei's eyes curved slightly, and her face could not help but reveal anticipation and joy. Her 9 fluffy snow-white fox tails also swayed gently behind her. Chu Fan, you mixed up the spirit herbs that Xiao Bai wants to eat again. Have you been daydreaming too much recently and your head is dizzy? What Tianhuang Mountain? Has your head been kicked by a donkey? Is Tianhuang Mountain a place that you can casually talk about? At this moment, the maidservant's reprimanding voice came from behind again. This made Yin Mei laugh, feeling that this matter was very interesting. Her coachman actually dreamed that he had become the descendant of the existence respected by all races on Tianhuang Mountain. When the time comes, I can tell Master. Yin Mei laughed, but she did not feel that there was anything strange. Tianhuang Mountain did have an unusual meaning to the various races of the immemorial age. All living beings of the immemorial age would know of the existence of Heavenly Emperor Ing. The 2 words Heavenly Emperor Ing were enough to see his invincible spirit. There were even rumors that this Heavenly Emperor Ing had defeated several celestial venerables in ancient times. After attaining the Tao for millions of years, he broke into the immortal path and his cultivation suppressed the world. Big brother, I heard that you're planning to come into being. Just as many orthodoxies were rushing to the Longevity Gu family's banquet. In the sky above Tianhuang Mountain. In a palace hidden in the void, surrounded by endless chaotic aura. Divine light surged like tides, and treasure light could be seen vaguely. All kinds of surging Taoist rhythms and immortal opportunities intertwined here. It was like an ancient Tao field, and all kinds of Tao sounds resounded. A handsome young man in white robes was surrounded by immortal intent and all kinds of laws. He looked extremely transcendent. A kind of innate Tao voice appeared around his body. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and seas were as vast as the galaxy. He sat there with his legs crossed, as if he was the center of heaven and earth. Every breath he took was powerful and majestic. At this moment, the person who spoke was a beautiful girl with silver hair. She was tall and had soft black hair. Her eyes shone with silver light. She was wearing a 5-colored immortal robe, which was intertwined with wisps of laws. Even the various accessories on her were extremely powerful Dharma artifacts, with divine chains of laws hanging down. Her bloodline talent and status were not inferior to the handsome young man in front of her at all. This was because the two of them were siblings. Their father was Emperor Ing, who had been sealed since ancient times but had never come into being. Today, when she suddenly heard that her brother was planning to come into being, the silver-haired girl was shocked. She couldn't help but ask if this was true. According to their father's words, it was not time for them to come into being yet. Although the two of them were much more powerful than the current young primes, it didn't mean that they were going to come into being now. According to their father's deduction, the siblings would come into being at least around the time when the path of success appeared. Wasn't it a little too early now? The two of them were too noble. They were the children of Emperor Ing. Once they came into being, wouldn't it cause a commotion? Even the current 10,000 ancient races wouldn't be able to sit still. Hearing this, Ing Shuang opened her eyes and said calmly, "Sister, do you have a problem with this?" There wasn't a trace of abnormality in her expression. Even her sister, Ing Yu, didn't find anything strange. Through this period of time, he had grasped many of Ing Shuang's habits. She wouldn't let others find anything strange because of these small things. Thus, it wasn't difficult for Ing Shuang to adapt to this identity. It was just that he didn't have many memories. When doing things and saying things, he had to be more careful. Although he hadn't eaten pork before, he had seen pigs run before. At this time, as long as he could pretend, who would dare to suspect him? Who would be able to tell that he was an impostor? This was a matter of courage. Even the soul item that Emperor Ing specially made for him didn't show any signs of activity. So, what was there to worry about? He just had to pretend. Prince Ing, that was the person he thought about day and night. He was so envious and jealous that it made him go crazy. He didn't think that there would be a day when he would become such a person. Thinking of this, Ing Shuang couldn't help but feel excited. Right now, he was Prince Ing Shuang. He controlled the entire Emperor Sky Mountain and was the future owner of Emperor Sky Mountain. Even the 10,000 immemorial races had to pay their respects to him. And he had Prince Ying's terrifying talent and physique, including the invincible body forged with all kinds of treasured blood and immortal materials and surging magic power. Ing Shuang was confident that after he was born, he would be invincible. He could even fight the number one of the younger generation, Gu Chang'e. No problem. Since it's Big Brother's decision, I will naturally listen to Big Brother. Although Ing Yu was confused, she didn't continue to ask since Ing Shuang didn't explain. And after staying in Emperor Sky Palace for so long, she also wanted to go to the outside world and not cultivate day after day like this. She had once mentioned to Ing Shuang that she wanted to go out and take a look. In the end, she was harshly reprimanded by Ing Shuang. And now, Ing Shuang took the initiative to come out. There must be a reason for it. When I was still a horse feeder, you were the unreachable clouds in the sky and I was a drop of mud in a quagmire. We were separated by heaven and earth, destined to be unreachable. And now, with a shake of my body, I have become the most precious person in the 10,000 ancient races. After Ing Yu left, Ing Shuang's eyes were filled with absent-mindedness and yearning as he muttered in his heart. He would never forget who saved him when he was about to starve to death. She was the light that illuminated the darkness for him. She was also the one that taught him cultivation methods and allowed him to walk the path of cultivation. Young miss, I know you don't just pity me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stood up when I was once mocked and bullied. To you, I am different from the others. I am special. At this moment, many memories appeared in Ing Shuang's eyes. Every time he fed Little White, he would happily wait for the young miss to see Little White and smile at him. Because of my identity, young miss can't reveal too much. I know, and I understand your efforts. But it doesn't matter now. I will stand in front of you openly, Yin Mei, if you want to revive the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, I can help you. Infatuation gradually appeared in Ing Shuang's eyes. It was as if he was willing to do anything for her. If Gu Changa was here, he would know what a one-sided bootlicker was. Ing Xuan knew where Yin Mei would go next. Although she was just a servant, she also knew that when the inheritor of the demonic arts wreaked havoc, it was Gu Changa who saved her. Now that Gu Changa's mother was celebrating her birthday, Yin Mei would definitely go in order to repay the kindness of that day. Then, the entire Heavenly Emperor Mountain was shaken. Many of the ancient tribes left behind by Heavenly Emperor Ing were alarmed and shocked. Because Prince Ing wanted to come out early, he ignored everyone's dissuasion and stubbornly insisted on coming out. Chapter 204. Many guests had gathered in the main hall, and it was extremely lively. They were all important figures from various places, existences that one would not even dare to think about. Many supreme experts who seemed to have passed away also came here to personally deliver congratulatory gifts to Gu Shijio's mother. In fact, in their hearts, the longevity Gu clan was the most mysterious and long-lived among the everlasting families. It seemed to have been immortal since the most ancient times. After experiencing countless calamities, it always gave people the feeling that it would not be destroyed even if the world collapsed. No one knew how terrifying the longevity Gu clan's foundation was. But no matter what, no one dared to underestimate it. Even Wang Zijin was secretly shocked. She noticed that a very frightening existence from the human ancestor palace had suddenly appeared in the depths of the Gu clan's main hall, as if planning to visit an old friend. Even though the longevity Wang family was also known as the longevity family, compared to the longevity Gu family, it seemed like they were still lacking something. Lacking foundation. In the end, she shook her head and whispered. She realized that she had narrowed her horizons. She originally thought that as a transmigrator, she could see the entire world, but she realized that her horizons were really too narrow. She had underestimated many people and forces. For Wang Zijin, who had always been confident and expected everything, this was undoubtedly a huge blow. Miss, I told you that you underestimate the world's geniuses too much. Now, many people say that unless those princes, ancient princes, or young kings who once reigned supreme in the world appear, no one in the younger generation will be a match for young Master Chang'e. Xiu Er's eyes were full of admiration for Gu Chang'e. She was like a little fangirl who worshipped him to the extreme. Wang Zijin smiled when she heard that. I kind of hope that those reigning supreme kings will appear. I also want to see how strong Brother Gu is. Looking at Gu Chang'e, she couldn't help but feel competitive in her heart. Before this, she did not have this feeling at all. This was because she felt pressure from Gu Chang'e. She could not see through Gu Chang'e at all. If not for the fact that she was afraid of exposing her identity, she would not have been able to resist the urge to spar with Gu Chang'e. Inside the grand and magnificent hall, the guests were extremely happy. They discussed all kinds of things and then offered congratulatory words. Gu Chang'e's father, Gu Lintian, also appeared. His cultivation was terrifying and vast, and it was unknown what level he had reached. He appeared at the head of the table. His face was blurry as he conversed with all the guests. In the end, they coincidentally changed the topic to the younger generation. Without a doubt, Gu Chang'e was naturally the most dazzling one in this generation. Even the older generation of powerhouses did not dare to look down on him and had to treat him with respect. What happened in the immortal ancient continent shocked the world. No one dared to imagine that this was something that a young man could do. But that was the truth. Long life Gu family's young master, Tao Heaven Immortal Palace's inheritor, absolute beginning divine sex young master, reincarnation ancient heavenly deities inheritor, immortal ancients clan's overlord, he had so many halos around him, making everyone sigh in amazement, remaining silent for a long time. In terms of power and influence, no one in the younger generation could compare to Gu Chang'e. Even Yu Mingkong was more than half a level below him. Gu Chang'e was the face of the long life Gu family. When they heard these compliments, many Gu family members and clan elders appeared to be extremely happy, their faces glowing with radiance. In this world, who didn't like to hear compliments and flattering words? Even though Gu Changa's many methods made one's heart tremble and could not be considered glorious, all in all, it still made the Gu family members very satisfied. In particular, Gu Xian was also brought back by him, reuniting with his clansmen. More or less, many of the barriers between them were dissolved. Gu Changa's identity as the young master, in their eyes, was something that should be done. With such a young master, why would they worry about the family's prosperity? Their judgment back then was indeed wrong. Big Sister Mingkong, in a corner of the main hall. Her face was incomparably beautiful. She wore a wide-sleeved flowing immortal dress. Her temperament was cold and aloof, like a flawless fairy, Gu Xian. Right now, she was pulling Yu Mingkong, speaking in a low voice. Xian, Yu Mingkong's face was filled with gentleness. The two of them reminisced about old times. After entering the immortal ancient continent that day, they parted ways. Until now, they had many things to say to each other. After returning to the long-life Gu family, Gu Xian's treatment, whether it was identity or status, instantly reached the level of being the Gu family's beloved daughter. For a moment, she was a little unable to react. However, this kind of thing obviously had the approval of the Gu family's clan elders and clan master. Gu Xian also gradually adapted to it. However, she did not forget her original plan. Therefore, she made all kinds of indirect inquiries to the clansmen of each bloodline, especially the clan elders of her bloodline, asking about what had happened that year. After all, she had sworn to find out Gu Changa's secret that no one knew. In the end, she really did find some clues. The midwife and the others who had delivered Gu Changa that day were no longer in the Gu family. No one knew where they had gone. However, it was very obvious that they had been dealt with by Gu Changa's bloodline. Gu Xian could not help but feel apprehensive. She was not stupid at all. Naturally, she could see the reason for this. When Gu Changa was born, something must have accompanied him. Otherwise, it would not have caused such a huge reaction. Everyone who knew about this that day had been secretly dealt with and dealt with. All of this looked flawless and flawless. However, with such an obvious loophole, as long as a discerning person wanted to investigate, they would know at a glance that Gu Changa's bloodline was actually trying to hide something. In Gu Xian's opinion, what they were trying to hide was Gu Changa's biggest secret. Soon, she secretly told Yu Mingkong all of this. In the entire long-life Gu family, except for Yu Mingkong, even if the others knew about this, they would probably keep it a secret and would not dare to talk about it. At this time, after hearing this, Yu Mingkong also fell into deep silence. You mean to say that when Changa was born, there was already a problem, all these years, Changa, Yu Mingkong asked, frowning. There were many things that she did not know how to say. She was guessing whether this matter that Gu Xian was talking about had a deep connection with Gu Changa's change in temperament in her previous life and in this life. Moreover, could the reason why Gu Changa went to the lower realm be related to this matter as well? In that instant, she felt as if something had flashed through her mind like a flash of lightning. It was as if she could solve all of this mystery as long as she grasped this one. This was very important. It was obvious that Gu Changa's parents were hiding something from her and were not going to tell her. This might be the secret that Gu Xian was talking about now. Yes, all these days, I've always felt that Gu Changa had a premeditated plan when he dug out my Dao bone. Even now, it's still the same. First, he wanted to make me hate him. Then, he thought of a way to return the Dao bone to me. During this time, he deliberately acted cold to me, intending to make me hate him. He actually wanted to train me, but my strength was still not as good as his. He was very disappointed. Gu Xian nodded as she spoke. She told her many guesses over the past few days. especially her analysis of Gu Changa's actions and behavior. She was not stupid. She had been carefully taught by many old fellows. It was just that in front of Gu Changa, she had repeatedly hit a wall and appeared to be a little foolish. At this moment, many bright lights flashed in Gu Xian's eyes. She did not doubt her own judgment. In the past few days after returning to the Longevity Gu clan, she had discovered that not only were her clansmen not suppressed in the Gu clan, but they were even allocated more cultivation resources than before. Although this was partly due to Gu Changa's clansmen making up for it, it was also due to their guilt and responsibility for what had happened in the past. Gu Xian did not have the slightest bit of hatred towards the Longevity Gu clan. Now, as long as we can find out what happened when Gu Changa was born, and what caused all of this to happen. Gu Xian frowned as she spoke. This fog was about to disperse, but it was still very vague. She was about to go crazy. She wanted nothing more than to cut open Gu Changa's heart and see what he was thinking. However, all of the Gu clan clansmen were confused, as if they did not know anything. It could only be said that Gu Changa's clansmen had concealed what had happened in the past too well. Back then, when Master was on the mountain peak, he said that Gu Changa was born with a demonic nature. Could this be the case? But he later said that although Gu Changa's actions were like a demon, he was not a demon. Gu Xian muttered, thinking of what the great elder had said when he saw Gu Changa on the mountain peak. She remembered this very clearly. She had not forgotten it even now. Born with a demonic nature. Yu Mingkong was slightly stunned when she heard this. She suddenly remembered that Gu Changa had inherited the immortal devouring demonic art. However, she had not heard of anything special about the previous inheritor of the demonic art. It was nothing more than a coincidence that he had obtained this inheritance. Then he began to cultivate and bring chaos to the world. There should be nothing special between these two matters. Yu Mingkong felt that she had to investigate this matter carefully. Born with a demonic nature. Many things contained a natural demonic nature. For a prodigy, possessing a natural demonic soul and natural demonic chi, was even more so. What was the reason that made the clan behind Gu Changa so carefully conceal it and not let their clansmen or the outside world know? And why did Gu Changa make a move on Gu Xian at such a young age and dig out his bone of Tao? With such doubts in mind, Yu Mingkong returned to her seat. Gu Xian was not interested in such a scene. She glanced at Gu Changa, who was conversing with many young supreme martial artists, and left the main hall. She planned to adjust her state of cultivation and prepare for the awakening of the Gu clan's bloodline in the Nirvana Pond. She entered the Nirvana Pond in the Gu clan's ancestral hall. Such an opportunity was extremely rare, even in the Longevity Gu clan. There were no more than 5 people in each generation. Because the cost of activating the Nirvana Pond was enormous and shocking, even in the Longevity Gu clan, it was slightly painful. Some of the materials needed to activate the Nirvana Pond were used up, and it was impossible to find a replacement. For the young clansmen who entered, the benefits and opportunities were heaven-defying. Gu Xian was also very interested in this. It could improve her cultivation, although she would enter with Gu Changa when the time came. Then, in the main hall surrounded by immortal mist, the banquet was served. The longevity wine was fragrant and mellow, and it had been brewed for at least 1,000,000 years. After a few cups, without using cultivation, the guests were a little tipsy. Even many of the saints were drunk. This was the mystery of the wine of longevity. People of different realms would taste different flavors. There were countless celestial fruits and delicacies at the banquet, showing the Longevity Gu clan's wealth. For example, the Divine King Creation Fruit. The palm-sized fruit was sparkling and translucent, and one could see a cloud of celestial spiritual qi inside. In addition, it also contained the rules of the great Tao and Tao, which could help Divine King cultivators forge their primordial spirits. It was very difficult to find in the outside world. Many guests tasted it and felt the spirit qi in their bodies. Then, a mysterious energy appeared in their mind. Their primordial spirits were also pure. Halfway through the banquet, many young geniuses also took this opportunity to spar with each other and verify their knowledge. Many of the girls looked at Gu Changa, their eyes filled with admiration. They were competing in front of Gu Changa. However, their moves weren't fierce. Instead, they were beautiful. They were like fairies dancing, which was pleasing to the eye. In an instant, many young men widened their eyes in envy. When will we be able to dance with so many talented girls? Comparisons are odious. How can there be such a perfect man like young Master Changa in the world? Many young heaven's favorites had to admit that Gu Changa was extremely attractive to women. In the blink of an eye, it was already the middle of the month. That's a pity. After looking around, I didn't see anyone with a bit of ability. To think that I had high hopes for this. After thinking about it, I'm still too strong. Apart from Wang Zijin, who was born extraordinary, I don't think I can find a suitable candidate. Gu Changa was dressed in a plain white robe. He was handsome and elegant, and his figure was tall and straight. There was a slight smile on his face, which attracted the gazes of many proud daughters of heaven to secretly look at him with admiration. Unfortunately, apart from Yumingkong, no one could hear Gu Changa's regretful words. He glanced at the young supremes around him, including Wang Zijin and Yilang Tian. He seemed to be disappointed. Yumingkong was calm after hearing that. She was still thinking about what Gu Xian said to her. She was beautiful, her eyes were bright, her hair was soft and smooth, and she was wearing a simple and elegant dress. She sat next to him. She glanced at Gu Changa beside her but didn't say anything. If it had been in the past, hearing Gu Changa sigh so calmly, she would have felt a chill running down her spine. She would definitely feel a chill on her back and be on her guard against Gu Changa. Because this meant that Gu Changa was plotting something. Just like last time, he had put the blame of being the inheritor of demonic arts on Yiling. Now that he was saying this, it was obvious that he was plotting against someone. But now, Yumingkong didn't think that there was anything wrong. It was very natural and not surprising at all. She even felt that this Gu Changa was the one she was most familiar with. He had no scruples in front of her and said these things to himself. He seemed to be talking to himself, but he was obviously saying it deliberately for her to hear. Mingkong, won't you help your husband solve his problems? At this moment, Gu Changa had a smile on his face. He suddenly held her slender, jade-like hand under the mat. Yumingkong was stunned. This was Gu Changa taking the initiative to talk to her after they parted last time. Especially in such an intimate way. She was stunned. Her head suddenly felt a little dizzy. For a moment, she couldn't understand Gu Changa's intentions. Those words in the immortal ancient continents by Hang Mountain Range had clearly hurt him. In the end, it had caused their relationship to fall to the freezing point. Could it be that he didn't mind anymore and had forgiven her? Yumingkong couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. How can I help you? Yumingkong quickly asked. She forced herself to calm down. But her heart was still beating very fast. No matter what, she could never keep calm in front of Gu Changa. She had originally thought that there was a gap between Gu Changa and herself. It would be extremely difficult for her to gain his understanding and trust again. After all, it was hard to guess Gu Changa's thoughts. She had a place in Gu Changa's heart, but not too much. Yumingkong had never changed her mind about this. But, she was willing to wait for Gu Changa. She was willing to wait for the day when Gu Changa truly opened his heart to her. Mingkong, what do you think your husband should do now? I can't find a suitable scapegoat. These young heavens' prides are too weak. The real important people haven't shown themselves yet. And very soon, the people from the human ancestors' palace will come looking for your husband. When your husband dies, you will become a widow. Gu Changa smiled and whispered in her ear. In the eyes of outsiders, this was like the intimate behavior of a young couple. And Gu Chang'e looked like he was really in trouble and was asking Yu Mingkong for advice. Yu Mingkong ignored Gu Chang'e's teasing words. She calmed down and asked, "Isn't that ancient freak called Wang Zijin the best candidate?" Chapter 205. Yu Mingkong actually knew what Gu Chang'e was trying to do. He wanted to see if she knew of any ancient freaks who had the potential to become his next scapegoat. However, she did not expect Gu Chang'e to ask her so straightforwardly and ask for her opinion. According to what she knew, the successor of the human ancestors' hall would be born soon and travel the world in search of the human ancestors' reincarnation. At the same time, he would think of a way to kill the true inheritor of the demonic arts. In her past life, the successor of the human ancestors' hall seemed to have gone to find Gu Chang'e, but she did not know what happened. In this life, many things had changed, but the only thing that did not change was Gu Chang'e's identity in his many doings. Now, the entire upper realm was in the palm of his hand. If things really went out of hand, it might really be like what Gu Chang'e said. Once Gu Chang'e died, she would become a widow. When that time came, Yu Mingkong would definitely choose to commit suicide and follow Gu Chang'e. However, she did not want to see that happen. "It seems that you don't know Wang Zijin's background." Hearing that, Gu Chang'e smiled thoughtfully and said casually, "If I were to make a move on her, I'm afraid the risk would be very high. However, if you help me, it would be different." Wang Zijin's background. Yu Mingkong was stunned. Gu Chang'e actually thought that she could help him. Did he see something? However, she did not think too much about it and noticed something else that Gu Chang'e said. Was Wang Zijin's background very important? Was she not an ancient freak from the Wang family? From Gu Chang'e's previous actions, it was obvious that he was using Wang Zijin as a chess piece. Seeing Yu Mingkong's expression, Gu Chang'e understood. Sure enough, in the timeline where Yu Mingkong was killed by him in her past life, transmigrators did not exist. In this life, there were so many variables, it seemed, as if the heavens were deliberately targeting him. However, Gu Chang'e did not mind. As a transmigrator, Wang Zijin was not much of a threat to him, but coincidentally, she was the successor of the human ancestor hall. Not to mention her luck points, just her identity and the huge benefits she could bring to Gu Chang'e was worth it for him to make a move on Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin is actually the successor of the human ancestor hall. Then, Gu Chang'e pretended to be deep in thought and said, "Human ancestor palace's successor." Yu Mingkong was stunned and did not believe him. Then, she realized what was going on. She frowned and her expression changed. She had a bad feeling. In his previous life, the successor of the human ancestor hall was not Prince Jin. Instead, it was a mysterious person shrouded in fog. In other words, Wang Zijin, who was currently approaching Gu Chang'e, was most likely someone who had never appeared in his previous life. Once again, things took a huge turn for the worse. Didn't this prove that what she had experienced in her previous life might not happen in this life? Yu Mingkong suddenly had some expectations and hope. "Looks like you don't know about this, Mingkong." Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. Then, he looked at Wang Zijin, who was talking to the Wang family in the distance. His expression became interested. It seemed that things were a little out of his expectations. Wang Zijin was the successor of the human ancestor hall. There was no doubt about that. However, judging from Yu Mingkong's behavior, the successor of the human ancestor hall that she knew was clearly someone else. The human ancestor hall might still have another successor. Gu Chang'e quickly thought of this possibility. The other successor was clearly someone who should have existed in the original timeline. However, Wang Zijin seemed to have been forcibly added in. Yu Mingkong did not know that such a person existed. "Gu Chang'e, you have to be careful of the human ancestor hall." Yu Mingkong's expression was unusually serious. When it came to Wang Zijin, her identity as a reincarnated person was of no use. Ming Kong, you don't have to worry. I have my own plans, Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. He already had a plan in mind. According to Yu Mingkong's words, the other successor of the human ancestor hall was very likely to cause trouble for him. Otherwise, she would not have warned him. Gu Chang'e was not worried at all. However, this gave him another plan. Before he decided on the most suitable candidate, he could put on a great show. As he said that, he could not help but grip Yu Mingkong's hand tightly. A black seal quickly disappeared. What's wrong? Yu Mingkong was a little confused. She noticed the abnormal change in Gu Chang'e's hand. When would he not be able to control himself and use force? Clearly, it was when he was worried and fearful. From her point of view, Gu Chang'e had always been a strategist who had everything under control. It was very rare to see him being very concerned or worried about anything. This action showed that he did not have an accurate grasp of the situation. It seemed that the human ancestor's return had indeed put a lot of pressure on Gu Chang'e. When she thought of that, Yu Mingkong felt that she should put the matter of going to the heavenly stellar realm on the agenda. The human ancestor could not return so soon. For Gu Chang'e, she had to think of a way to delay everything. It's fine. Seeing this, Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. Yu Mingkong looked at him deeply, as if she wanted to see through Gu Chang'e. Why do you look like you don't believe your husband? Gu Chang'e asked with a smile, as if he did not know what she was thinking. Just now, he had done that on purpose. It was to make Yu Mingkong misunderstand that he was worried about the human ancestor's return. In order to make Yu Mingkong rush to the place where the human ancestor's reincarnation was. The black rune was naturally to determine where Yu Mingkong would go when the time came, so that he could intercept her. Gu Chang'e did not feel the slightest bit of guilt for scheming against her. He could not expose Yu Mingkong's identity as a reincarnator, and he had to get information from her mouth. This was not a simple task. However, Gu Chang'e was willing to do this and accompany her in this kind of drama. Otherwise, life would be too boring. From Gu Chang'e's point of view, Yu Mingkong was the daughter of destiny who had been reborn. If he wanted her to show her true submission, it was obvious that he needed her to personally tell him the secret of rebirth. If he wanted more fate points, he naturally had to start from her. Of course, there was also a big reason, because he really liked Yu Mingkong. This like referred to his fondness for his belongings. It was different from like. If Wang Zijin doesn't work, Chang'e, you can consider starting from those ancient freaks. The Undying Lake's once overwhelming sky pride, the sealed fire Taoist of the Vermilion Bird tribe, the Golden Qilan tribe. At this time, Yu Mingkong was seriously thinking and giving advice to Gu Chang'e. She definitely could not directly tell Gu Chang'e that the various orthodoxies were going to build a true immortal academy. However, she could tell him some of the more famous ancient freaks and sealed young kings after the true immortal academy was built. After all, if Gu Chang'e really wanted to ask about this information, she could come up with an explanation to fool him. Looking at her serious look, Gu Chang'e could not help but smile. If that was the case, wouldn't she be colluding with him? Mingkong, I really like you more and more. Gu Chang'e said with a smile. Yu Mingkong's eyes seemed to be very bright. Although she liked to hear Gu Chang'e say such things, she also understood that at this time, the most important thing was to disguise as Gu Chang'e. The people around them did not know what the two of them were discussing at all. Otherwise, they would definitely be frightened out of their wits and would be scared out of their wits. Yu Mingkong was worried that Gu Chang'e's identity as the inheritor of the demonic art would be exposed soon. She began to think of a way for him to put the blame on someone else. She did not feel guilty at all when doing such things. After all, for Gu Chang'e, she would not hesitate even if she had to stand on the opposite side of the entire upper realm. The other successor of the human ancestors' hall. I just don't know what Wang Zijin's attitude towards him is. If it doesn't work out, Gu Chang'e glanced at Wang Zijin in the distance. There was a deep look in his eyes. Linking it to her identity as a transmigrator, it was very likely that Wang Zijin also had an indifferent attitude towards the human ancestors' hall. Under this premise, he was able to make better arrangements and plans. How could Wang Zijin not be used by him? Speaking of which, it's time for the puppets left behind by the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord to be put to use in this matter. Gu Chang'e thought of the great saint-level puppets in his inner world. Due to the special material and forging, as long as they were not destroyed, they could be restored in the portable cave abode. The most important thing was the strength of these puppets. They were pure cultivation strength and had an exclusive formation pattern core. In other words, Gu Chang'e could use these puppets to fake the so-called inheritor of the demonic art. All he needed to do was to create a situation where he accidentally encountered the inheritor of the demonic art. After that, he would use the aura of the immortal devouring demonic art to conceal the original formation pattern core of the puppets. On this basis, he would make another arrangement. It would be easy to deceive everyone. After all, before this, to the outside world, only he had fought with the true inheritor of the demonic art. The only witness was Yin Mei. Although it was persuasive, it was obviously not enough. Now, Gu Chang'e at least wanted many cultivators to witness all this with their own eyes. As for how to plan, Gu Chang'e already had a plan. Wasn't the other inheritor of the human ancestors' hall on the way to find him? This was a wonderful opportunity. At that time, who could really tell the difference between the real and the fake? Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e smiled meaningfully. In fact, before this, he had considered creating a clone to disguise as the inheritor of the demonic art. However, he later rejected the idea. Unless there was something wrong with his brain. Would it not be superfluous to give up the perfect scapegoat and disguise himself with another identity? Putting the blame on one's opponent, making him bear the brunt of one's troubles and take the blame for one's opponent. Was this not a normal thing to do? Ding, triggered child of destiny, mortal possession of the powerhouse style. At this moment, Gu Chang'e, who was thinking about his next plan, suddenly heard the system's notification sound. He was slightly stunned, and his expression was somewhat inexplicable. According to previous habits, this kind of thing was obviously because a new child of destiny had appeared. Moreover, the system actually gave a notification. Was it mortal possession of the powerhouse style? The notification sound this time was a little unexpected. There was no system notification before, could it be that there's something special? Gu Chang'e thought for a while, and quickly forgot about this problem. After all, it would be a waste not to take advantage of this. He realized that the last time Wang Zijin appeared, the system had also given a notification. His fellow countryman, wasn't that a transmigrator? So this mortal possession of the powerhouse style, what was going on? It was just like the many clichés he knew in his previous life. An ordinary person would suddenly use the body and identity of a big shot to act tough and replace him. Although he was panicking internally, he still had to pretend to be calm on the surface. This was interesting. Gu Chang'e had seen this kind of trick many times. No matter how good the acting was, there would be flaws and weaknesses. After that, Gu Chang'e's gaze slowly swept across every inch of space in the Great Hall. He looked at everyone, even Yu Mingkong. Starting from his position, he passed by many young Supreme Venerables who were chatting and drinking. Then, he landed in the area where the big shots of the Supreme Sects and imperishable orthodoxies were. According to this kind of trick, the most normal thing was to suddenly possess a big shot with great power and cultivation. For example, something like Great Emperor possession, Heavenly Lord possession. However, soon, Gu Chang'e could not help but frown. It seemed that things were not as he thought. There was no sudden possession of the people in the Great Hall now. This mortal possession of the powerhouse style was the most unreasonable. If a mortal did not have a system, how could he possess a powerhouse? The problem doesn't appear here. Gu Chang'e still planned to use the old method of identifying the new son of Providence, which was to use his Providence points to identify the new son of Providence. The system's sudden notification indicated that the new child of destiny was not very far away from him. Therefore, as long as he paid attention to the number of luck points, he could easily identify it. According to the previous trick, it doesn't matter if it's a child of destiny or a daughter of destiny. It can always be related to me more or less and run to the opposite side of me. Now, what conflict does this child of destiny have with me? Gu Chang'e was suddenly a little interested. If the identity of this child of destiny who was possessed by a mortal powerhouse style was satisfactory enough, then he could take the opportunity to plan. Wasn't the new scapegoat here? At this moment, outside the great hall, a clansman suddenly ran in quickly and came to Gu Chang'e's side, reporting in a low voice, "Young master, the heavenly maiden Yin Mei of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan is here." After all, she had only arrived in the middle of the banquet, so Yin Mei was too embarrassed to let someone announce it loudly. She could only trouble them to only say Gu Chang'e's name. Yin Mei. Gu Chang'e did not say anything. However, Yu Mingkong, who was beside him, heard it immediately. She raised her head and looked outside the great hall. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, and a shocking chill appeared. A dangerous aura appeared on her body. This vixen, I warned her once, but she still dares to come here. Many young elites also looked over at this time, extremely curious. Let junior sister in. Gu Chang'e seemed to be slightly stunned when he heard this, and he looked a little surprised. Then, as if he had reacted, a warm and natural smile appeared on his face again, and he said. In fact, he had already thought about who it could be, so he was not surprised. This time, he was even more certain that the new child of destiny was most likely related to Yin Mei. In this way, she had indirectly become related to him. However, who would this child of destiny be by Yin Mei's side? Gu Chang'e looked a little interested. Soon, under the guidance of the Gu family member, a woman in a red dress walked in from outside the great hall. Her face was bewitching and charming. She was very beautiful, and this kind of beauty was different from the previous girls. She seemed to be able to charm all living things. Her oval face was as white as mutton fat jade, and there was a slight smile on her face. Behind her, 9 snow-white fluffy fox tails were held in the arms of several maids. Behind her, a group of Nine-Tailed Fox clan experts and the older generation followed her into the great hall, carrying congratulatory gifts. The fair-skinned manservant named Chu Fan lowered his head and followed at the back. Buzz. Many important people who were talking in the depths of the hall glanced at Yin Mei, but did not care, and soon withdrew their gazes. It's her. The heavenly lady of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, the one who saved young Master Chang'e's life from the hands of the inheritor of demonic arts. The young master of the White Tiger clan who was secretly killed by the inheritor of demonic arts seems to be her fiancé, but the engagement has been cancelled. Many of the young primes recognized Yin Mei, but they weren't surprised. Gu Chang'e was her senior brother, and he had saved her life. Yin Mei would come to the Chongqing Gu family's banquet, in fact, it was very normal. Soon, many Nine-Tailed Fox clan experts delivered their congratulatory gifts, and then began to take their seats. Although they came late, they did not miss this birthday banquet. Yin Mei greets senior brother Chang'e. Yin Mei walked in front of Gu Chang'e and bowed slightly with a smile. As for Yu Mingkong, who was next to Gu Chang'e and had a very cold and deep expression, she acted as if she did not see him, and did not care about his terrifying aura. In front of everyone, Yin Mei naturally addressed Gu Chang'e as such. However, Yin Mei was a little surprised. Gu Chang'e's gaze was a little strange and inexplicable. It seemed that from the moment she entered the hall, it was not on her, but on the manservant behind her. Chapter 206. Yin Mei's expression was a little strange, and she looked behind her. She was sure that Gu Chang'e was indeed looking at the servant at the back. Speaking of which, in this kind of occasion, her entourage should have been waiting outside the hall, and they were not qualified to enter. But Yin Mei's gift was more valuable, and to show her sincerity, she let her entourage carry it and bring it into the hall. This servant, who was usually very clever in her eyes, took the initiative to ask, saying that he wanted to follow and see the world. Yin Mei didn't think it was a big deal, and Gu Chang'e wouldn't care about it, so she agreed. But now she was puzzled. Why was Gu Chang'e staring at him like that? Could it be that there was something strange about this servant? Yin Mei thought that she knew Gu Chang'e very well, and he would not easily show interest in anything. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Then, Yin Mei called softly, as if she was asking Gu Chang'e. "Nothing, junior sister actually brought a servant to this kind of occasion, it seems that he treats you a little differently. But, junior sister, you have traveled hundreds of millions of miles to come here, which really makes senior brother feel very touched." And at this time, Gu Chang'e's expression quickly returned to normal. His gaze moved away from the fair-skinned young man. Then he smiled and greeted Yin Mei. His words seemed to be a little curious about the relationship between Yin Mei and the fair-skinned servant, and also a little teasing. In the eyes of the crowd, this seemed to be the reason why Gu Chang'e's expression looked a little strange just now. After all, on such an occasion, Yin Mei brought a group of servants in, more or less, it was not very appropriate. Yin Mei knew that Gu Chang'e deliberately made fun of her, and her loyalty to Gu Chang'e could be seen by heaven and earth. At this time, Yin Mei could not help but lightly roll her eyes at Gu Chang'e, and said, "Senior brother is joking, he is just a servant in charge of helping me feed the horse. If I had known that it would attract senior brother's attention, I wouldn't have brought him in to see the world." This explanation also explained the reason from another perspective. Seeing this scene, many people came to a realization. On the other side, all the great figures that were conversing withdrew their gazes and paid no further attention to it. In their eyes, even if a competition between the younger generation appeared now, it was only a small matter, and it wasn't worth paying attention to. What they were concerned about was Gu Chang'e's attitude just now. They were a little surprised. Hearing Yin Mei's words, Gu Chang'e didn't mind and smiled. "Junior sister, what are you saying?" "Senior brother is just curious." Yin Mei smiled. "It's rare for senior brother to be so concerned about me. I'm really touched." It sounded normal. However, there was a strong sense of hidden bitterness. She only dared to speak to Gu Chang'e like this in front of everyone. Normally, when there were only the two of them, she wouldn't dare to speak in such a casual, even slightly complaining tone. When Yu Mingkong heard it, her phoenix eyes immediately turned cold. Then, she took the initiative to lean towards Gu Chang'e, as if to declare her sovereignty. Gu Chang'e could also hear this hidden bitterness. He smiled slightly and didn't mind. He wouldn't say anything about this. Yin Mei's intelligence was that she knew her limits. When she did things, she would consider his thoughts and wouldn't overstep half a step. He was very satisfied with Yin Mei's ability to do things. His little bit of hidden bitterness naturally went along with her. "Oh. It seems that he's a very ambitious person." Soon, Gu Chang'e smiled and looked at the manservant again, praising him. This manservant is really lucky to be praised by young Master Chang'e. When many young elites heard this, they couldn't help but feel envious of the manservant who looked like a fair and clean youth. How difficult was it to get a compliment from Gu Chang'e? Anyway, to them, such a compliment was no different from Gu Chang'e thinking highly of them. It had a different meaning. "Senior brother Gu is praising you. Why aren't you thanking him?" At this moment, Yin Mei looked at the manservant who had an unnatural expression just now. She frowned slightly and said with slight dissatisfaction. He was usually quite smart and did things quickly, but why did he seem to be a little slow these days? Suddenly, when she thought of Gu Chang'e's actions just now, Yin Mei frowned even more deeply, and the look in her eyes changed instantly. She wasn't stupid. At this moment, she also noticed that the manservant was acting strangely. However, there were many powerful cultivators in the hall, so she didn't say much. Young Master Changa's praise really makes me feel fear and trepidation. Hearing this, the manservant named Chu Fan's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said. His legs turned to jelly, and he directly knelt on the ground. At the same time, his back was instantly covered in cold sweat, and his clothes were almost wet. His heart was filled with shock and unwillingness. After all, he was the son of Emperor Ying. Before this, he was high and mighty, looking down on everything, and could be said to be above hundreds of millions of people. He held terrifying power and made the 10,000 ancient races respect him. Even so, he didn't put Yin Mei in his eyes too much. He felt that as long as he seized the slightest chance, he would be able to regain his original identity. Regain his previous position. That was why he asked Yin Mei to bring him into the hall. Under the excuse of seeing the world, he planned to find an expert of the 10,000 ancient races that he could trust. However, just as he entered the hall, he didn't see an expert of that level. In the next moment, he was noticed by Gu Chang'e. At that moment, his entire body turned cold, and even his divine soul trembled. He felt like he was seen through from the inside out. Although he hadn't been born yet, he knew a little about the rumors about Gu Chang'e. He knew that this was a powerful opponent that couldn't be underestimated. Many of his methods made him exclaim in admiration and fear, and he felt that this might be one of his strongest opponents in this life. He had actually expected to come to the Longevity Gu clan today. However, the moment he saw Gu Chang'e, he couldn't help but feel the same terrifying pressure that he had felt when facing his father back then. This feeling was too familiar. It was as if he was facing a young supreme god. And this was only because Gu Chang'e was sizing him up. That seemingly casual and natural gaze was actually filled with a creepy condescension and coldness. This person was very terrifying, even more terrifying than the rumors. At that moment, Chu Fan's heart was filled with vigilance and fear. Fortunately, he controlled his expression well, and his fear and trepidation were natural and genuine. When his expression fell in front of everyone, they couldn't find a single flaw. In the eyes of many young elites. If it were many others, they would probably behave even worse after being praised by Gu Chang'e. This fair-skinned servant's performance was already considered good. It was a false alarm. I didn't expect it to be like this. The group of Nine-Tailed Fox clan experts also had different expressions at this time. They thought that it was Yin Mei's actions just now that had angered Gu Chang'e. Many people's backs were covered in cold sweat. But seeing Gu Chang'e's casual and natural attitude, they should be thinking too much. To be honest, Gu Chang'e's power now made their hearts palpitate, and they didn't dare to not be afraid. Yin Mei was saved by Gu Chang'e. In terms of identity, she was Gu Chang'e's junior sister. If she had been closer to Gu Chang'e, she would have been much happier. For the entire Nine-Tailed Fox clan, this was a good thing for everyone. Everyone wanted to see such a situation. Although Yu Mingkong was Gu Chang'e's fiancé and had the backing of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, they didn't care. After all, opportunities were accompanied by dangers. Being targeted by Yu Mingkong wasn't a big deal. Compared to hugging Gu Chang'e's thigh, it was even more insignificant. After all, in this world, how many men didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Yin Mei was once the fiancé of the White Tiger clan's young master. But in this world, it was very common to break off a marriage, not to mention that this was the White Tiger clan's initiative to cancel it. With Gu Chang'e's strength and power, he was destined to easily have many things that ordinary people could only dream of in their lifetime. This principle had been passed down since ancient times and would never change. This servant is really blind. We shouldn't have let him in just now. Yin Mei's soft-hearted character should be changed. Now is a good opportunity to get closer to young Master Chang'e. She must not make a mistake. Many of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's experts and cultivators of the older generation looked at Yin Mei. Thinking so in their hearts, their thoughts were very flexible. As for that fair-skinned servant, they had already decided that after leaving the Longevity Gu clan, they would get rid of him. Otherwise, it would not be good if Gu Chang'e developed a grudge against Yin Mei and even affected the entire Nine-Tailed Fox clan. No matter how small the possibility was, they had to eliminate it in the bud. Get up. I don't like people to talk to me while kneeling. This makes me seem too oppressive. At this time, Gu Chang'e spoke again, not caring about what everyone in the hall was thinking. There was a faint smile on his face. Gentle and elegant, it was hard to find the slightest flaw. Miss, is there a problem with this servant? On the other side, Xiao asked curiously. It was just a servant. Why did he deserve Gu Chang'e's praise? Wang Zijin was also puzzled. He was just an ordinary servant. Why did Gu Chang'e say such things? In any case, she couldn't figure it out. She couldn't see anything either. I don't know, but it shouldn't be a problem. Wang Zijin shook her head. As a transmigrator, she was not omniscient and omnipotent. She could only vaguely guess some things based on what she knew in her previous life. But, this Nine-Tailed Fox clan heavenly lady seems to be interested in Gu Chang'e. She had a strange look in her eyes. However, considering that Gu Chang'e saved Yin Mei from the hands of the inheritor of the demonic arts, this was not surprising. Since ancient times, tricks had won the hearts of people. This kind of hero saving the beauty scene was cliché, but the effect was definitely top-notch. There were actually many cultivators who had the same idea as her. Thank you, young Master Chang'e. When Chu Fan heard Gu Chang'e's words, his voice trembled slightly as he stood up. He tried his best to hide it, not daring to reveal any flaws. In front of Gu Chang'e, he felt that he had no secrets to speak of. How can there be such a terrifying young man in this world? Chu Fan's heart trembled. Even if he regained his original identity, he would not dare to provoke Gu Chang'e. And soon, this episode was over. Many young heavenly talents did not care about it anymore. Instead, they all opened their mouths and sincerely asked Gu Chang'e some questions about cultivation. Gu Chang'e smiled and answered their questions, looking like a young leader of the righteous faction. Yin Mei sat down gracefully beside Gu Chang'e. She did not care about Yumingkong's expression that seemed to want to slap her to death. She looked like she wanted to provoke the majesty of the main wife. Gu Chang'e actually did not care about the two women's open and covert struggles. Both of them knew their limits and would not do anything to make him angry. Yumingkong was proud and could not tolerate sand in her eyes. She especially could not tolerate women other than her appearing by Gu Chang'e's side. Even though she knew that this woman would not be one step ahead of her and win Gu Chang'e's heart. And Yin Mei knew that she was very valuable to Gu Chang'e now. If Yumingkong really dared to make a move on her, Gu Chang'e would definitely stop her. At that time, it might even attract the displeasure of Gu Chang'e. As long as Yumingkong was not stupid, she would not dare to make a move on her. If she dared, she would be falling into Yin Mei's trap. Once Yumingkong was disliked by Gu Chang'e, her chances would be even greater. It had to be said that this was a battle without smoke. Many young heavenly talents noticed it and were envious and jealous in their hearts. Whether it was Yumingkong or Yin Mei, they were all beautiful goddesses of the upper realm and had countless admirers. Yumingkong was also known as the #1 beauty of the unparalleled immortal dynasty. TSK, this guy is really unlucky. Gu Chang'e raised the wine cup made of white jade and brought it to his mouth. With a slightly playful expression, he glanced at the fair-skinned servant who had been standing in the corner with his head lowered. He had already determined the cause and effect of the matter. The moment this fair-skinned servant entered the main hall, Gu Chang'e noticed the luck points on him. To be honest, it was not a simple thing to be able to become Yin Mei's horse feeder. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan was, after all, an ancient royal bloodline. However, this servant's luck points were obviously much lower than those of the followers nearby, even close to single digits. How unlucky was this? Gu Chang'e could only think of one possibility. This servant had somehow offended a certain son of fate. According to the system notification just now, mortals possessed powerhouses. To put it bluntly, it was a seamless exchange of souls. Even the strongest powerhouses would find it difficult to see any abnormalities. And this was the other party that had been replaced. In the possession style that Gu Chang'e was familiar with, wasn't it the story of a powerhouse suddenly being replaced by the soul of a noob, and then using this powerhouse's body and identity to constantly show off? In this kind of trick, the most obvious loophole was generally that after the soul exchange, there was no memory of the previous owner. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, this might be the price of possession. The most vulgar thing was to possess a certain big shot. In the past, Gu Chang'e didn't care where this big shot's soul went. Whether it was silently annihilated or swallowed, it didn't matter. But now, in his opinion, this soul naturally went to the original body. So now, in this servant's body, there is actually the soul of the person who was possessed. Interesting. And this servant has replaced his identity. Gu Chang'e quickly figured out all of this. Asking for fresh flowers, the new son of Providence was obviously this servant. No, it was this servant's enemy. Perhaps, he was also very confused. He didn't know why he was suddenly replaced and reduced to a servant who fed horses. Of course, Gu Chang'e didn't have any sympathy. On the contrary, he wanted to get the information he wanted from this servant. And soon, today's birthday banquet was finally over. However, the guests from all sides didn't leave. Many forces chose to stay at the Longevity Gu family for a few days. It was a long journey, and it wasn't easy to come to the Longevity Gu family. Naturally, they had to take a good look around and see its foundation. Gu Chang'e also left the hall, but secretly instructed Yi Mei to keep an eye on the whereabouts of this servant, Chu Fan. Got it, master. Yi Mei nodded and didn't ask why. And she also saw that there was something wrong with Chu Fan. After all, there were some things, even if he tried to hide it, there would still be flaws. Especially now that Yi Mei was deliberately probing, it was even more obvious. Chu Fan followed the nine-tailed fox clan to the residence arranged for them by the Longevity Gu family. He didn't notice at all that Yi Mei was secretly watching him at this moment. He was relieved to leave Gu Chang'e's field of vision, and even felt like he had escaped. Who knew what kind of psychological process he had just experienced? A young person like Gu Chang'e was a complete monster. Every word and action of his made his heart palpitate. In particular, Chu Fan felt that Gu Chang'e seemed to have noticed him. He hoped that it was his illusion. Now, he only hoped that time would pass faster so that he could leave the Longevity Gu family as soon as possible. Then, he would think of a way to get rid of Yi Mei's servant identity and find another way. Today, he had indeed seen many powerhouses of the 10,000 ancient races. If it was in front of his previous identity, these people would be extremely respectful to him. But now, Chu Fan wasn't qualified to come into contact with them, let alone tell them everything. And even if he told them all this, who would believe such a ridiculous thing? How could his identity be replaced for no reason? His brain was probably stupid and he was talking nonsense. If only my sister Yu was here, that would be good. She would definitely recognize me, Chu Fan muttered to himself. He was so confident because he knew that the thief who replaced his identity didn't have the many memories he had now. There were many things about that era that only he and his sister knew. It was impossible for that little thief to know about it. And this was the best opportunity for him to prove his identity. On the other side, after returning to the palace, Gu Chang'e began to refine the disguise puppet for the inheritor of demonic arts. He took out these great sage realm puppets from the residence left behind by the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign. From the outside, they didn't look much different from ordinary human cultivators. Even the material was very similar to the skin and bones of cultivators, but there were many small black and white patterns on the inside. When this kind of puppet was refined, it was no different from a real living being, and this already involved a more profound use of the reincarnation law. Gu Changa didn't care much about it. His gaze fell on the puppet's control core. It flickered with a hazy glow, and there were divine chains of order hanging down like a waterfall. It was extremely shocking. Gu Changa closed his eyes, and in an instant, an indescribable and strange god appeared in his mind. Thick gray fog curled around it, making it appear endlessly mysterious. Its appearance was beyond the imagination of living beings, and one look would cause living beings to fall into a state of confusion or even endless madness. This was the visualization technique of his demonic arts. The god he visualized came from Gu Changa's imagination. Different people cultivated this visualization technique, and the god they visualized was naturally different. Gu Changa was a transmigrator, so he naturally understood that the so-called imagination was endless, and this also represented the unknown. Indescribable in a fantasy world means indescribable. Gu Changa's expression was faint, and black and white colors appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the myriad transformations demon body faintly appeared behind him, and his aura continued to rise, reaching the saint realm. The void began to crack, and a faint crack appeared. He raised his hand to shatter the stars, and reached for the sun and the moon. Whoosh! In the next moment, the black and white colors suddenly turned into a peerless immortal sword that clanged as it pierced through the puppet's core. Splurt! A crack suddenly appeared on the great saint-level body. As these formation patterns intertwined, they seemed to have awakened, and began to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. The entire palace began to surge like a tidal wave. Fortunately, the surroundings were very quiet. This was Gu Changa's cultivation residence, and it was also hidden by his heaven-deceiving formation patterns, so no aura would leak out. Buzz! In the void, there was a terrifying aura intertwining, and many talismans that looked like great Tao treasure bottles quickly fell into the crack on the puppet. In the end, many black talismans were hidden. The originally pure aura of Dharma power seemed to be mixed with a thick black color at this moment, and it revealed a terrifying demonic intent. Now is a good opportunity to take advantage of the time when all the great Tao orthodoxies are gathered. Everything is ready, and we only need one thing. Gu Changa narrowed his eyes. Then, he nodded and glanced at the puppet in front of him, and he could not help but feel satisfied. The great saint-level puppet in front of him had already been contaminated by the aura of his immortal devouring demonic technique. When that time comes, as long as one was a cultivator, they would be able to sense the origin aura, and it would definitely be related to the inheritor of the demonic technique. Gu Changa did not intend to use this puppet to deceive everyone. He only wanted to use its cooperation to temporarily shift the world's attention to his target. Then, Gu Changa did the same thing, and once again contaminated the other puppet with the origin of the demonic technique, keeping it for emergencies. But who should I start with? Figures flashed through Gu Changa's mind quickly. In his plan, there was more than one inheritor of the demonic technique that appeared this time. For example, Yi Ling, who had appeared previously, was just a chess piece that could be discarded at any time. Soon, Gu Changa set his sights on the transmigrator, Wang Zijin. To the outside world, Wang Zijin was extremely mysterious, and her strength was strong enough. She could fight against the great saint-level inheritor of the demonic technique that appeared this time, and hold on until Gu Changa went to rescue her. Moreover, Wang Zijin's hidden identity is the successor of the human ancestors' hall. The inheritor of the demonic technique would attack her, which is the most logical explanation. As for how her identity was discovered, that is actually not important. Now, what I need to do is to deceive the public. Gu Changa already had a foolproof plan in his mind. 1000. Chapter 207. After everything was planned out. Gu Chang'e thought of Yin Mei. He was very interested in that unlucky big shot and wanted to know his true identity. He immediately put away the two puppets and put away all the concealment runes in the hall. Buzz! Gu Chang'e took a step forward and his figure quickly disappeared into the void. He went to the group of palaces where the nine-tailed fox clan was resting. Soon, they arrived at a magnificent hall. Yin Mei, who was cultivating with her eyes closed, felt the fluctuation in the void. She suddenly opened her eyes. A layer of ripples spread and a door appeared in the void, accompanied by a familiar aura. Gu Chang'e walked out of it. Master. Yin Mei was pleasantly surprised. In the middle of the night, Gu Chang'e suddenly came to the palace she was in. This made her blush slightly. She was a little lost in thought. Gu Chang'e nodded. His expression was not much different from when he was in front of outsiders. However, Yin Mei did not dare to be disrespectful. She also did not dare to speak to Gu Chang'e with hidden bitterness like she did during the day in the hall. It seems that you have not slacked off. You are so diligent in your cultivation. Gu Chang'e smiled casually and casually found a place to sit down. Master, did you come here in the middle of the night, because of Chu Fan? Yin Mei quickly figured it out. Obviously, he did not come because of her. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, "Can't I come because of you?" As he spoke, he took Yin Mei into his arms. Her body was very delicate and soft, like a gentle stream of water. 9 snow-white fluffy fox tails swayed gently. There was a strange charm. Master, although Yin Mei knew that Gu Chang'e said this casually, she could not help but feel happy. In any case, it showed that Gu Chang'e was not as cold to her as he was in the past. Chu Fan. Is that the name of the servant? Gu Chang'e asked with interest. A name like Chu Fan was a perfect match for a main character. It was either mortal or dust. It was indeed a cliché. Yes, in the past, I saw that he was about to starve to death on the streets. I took pity on him and adopted him. When Yin Mei heard this, she knew that Gu Chang'e was about to get down to business. She also explained Chu Fan's background to Gu Chang'e. After leaving the banquet hall, she followed Gu Chang'e's instructions and paid attention to Chu Fan's movements. At the same time, she also sorted out his background. She guessed that Gu Chang'e would ask her about it. Oh, so there's this layer of experience. You're actually my savior. Interesting. It seems that this son of destiny is related to you. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. Only now did he understand how the so-called son of destiny was opposing him. The key was still Yin Mei. To be honest, Gu Chang'e found that the recent sons of destiny were more or less related to the people around them. For example, Long Teng, who was modeled after Long Outyen, and Yi Ling, who rose to prominence as an alternative loser. The current mortal who possessed the body of a powerhouse was Chu Fan. Do I have to pay attention to the people around me when looking for a son of destiny in the future? Gu Chang'e frowned slightly. In fact, he liked to take the initiative to stir up trouble. However, he also understood that there would be the appearance of a son of destiny. It was like the convergence of countless worlds' destinies, which would change at some point in time. Then, the trajectories of those sons of destiny would intersect with him. That was why the system reminded him. Now that he knew this premise, Gu Chang'e had a way to find a new son of destiny. He could take the initiative to create such a situation. Master, did something happen to Chu Fan? At this time, Yin Mei could not help but ask curiously. Of course, she knew that she should not ask too much, but she could not help but be curious. After all, Gu Chang'e said that it seemed to be related to her. The current Chu Fan is no longer the original him. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and asked Yin Mei to send the order to summon Chu Fan. Speaking of which, the current Chu Fan was on the same side as him. After all, they both had conflicts with the new sons of destiny. However, Chu Fan was not worthy of Gu Chang'e's attention. His only value was to let Gu Chang'e know the origin of the person who was possessed. Just as Gu Chang'e was thinking. Soon, Yin Mei brought Chu Fan, whose face was filled with confusion, puzzlement, nervousness, anticipation, and many other complicated emotions. Master, Chu Fan is here. Yin Mei said respectfully. At the same time, she closed the door behind her to prevent the commotion here from alarming the others. Buzz. In an instant, the entire hall became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. I wonder, why did young Master Chang'e summon me in the middle of the night? Chu Fan stood there. His voice was trembling as if he was about to lose his balance. He was in fear and trepidation. He vividly demonstrated what it meant to be a lowly and cautious person. The expression on his face was flawless. If there was an outsider here, they would not be able to see any flaws in his expression. It had to be said that his control of his expression was very good. He was not a simple person. However, only Chu Fan knew that the expression on his face was actually real. Earlier, Yin Mei suddenly appeared in the courtyard where he was resting and said that Gu Chang'e had summoned him. When he heard this news, he froze. This matter came too suddenly. He did not even have time to react. Chu Fan was stunned. It was as if he was struck by lightning. He was completely dumbfounded. During the day, he felt that Gu Chang'e seemed to have noticed his abnormality. Although he did not know how Gu Chang'e sensed it, it was shocking enough. Chu Fan comforted himself, saying that it was just his imagination. However, he did not expect to be suddenly told that Gu Chang'e wanted to see him in the middle of the night. This time, his back was almost completely soaked in cold sweat. His scalp was numb and his legs were a little weak. Why did Gu Chang'e want to see him? What was the purpose? There was no need to say more. Chu Fan wanted to escape. However, with his current cultivation and ability, not to mention the longevity Gu clan, even Yin Mei in front of him could easily suppress him and make him unable to move. He could not escape. In the end, Chu Fan had no choice but to brace himself and go to the palace to answer Gu Chang'e's summons. Moreover, what did he hear now? Yin Mei actually called Gu Chang'e master. That was not what she called him in the main hall. It seemed that Gu Chang'e's secrets were far more than he had imagined. Connecting the many rumors, his back was even more chilled. He smelled some kind of truth about the inheritor of demonic arts. This made Chu Fan tremble even more. Not to mention that he was now just a horse breeder, his previous identity was far from enough in front of Gu Chang'e. At this time, all of Chu Fan's emotions were in his eyes. Gu Chang'e drank the tea in the cup unhurriedly with a slight smile on his face. Then, he opened his mouth and said, "I wonder, how should I address you?" As soon as these words came out, Chu Fan's pupils suddenly shrank and his expression changed dramatically. At this moment, his whole body seemed to be completely dissected, and all of his secrets were exposed, leaving nothing behind. Although this secret was something he would rather not have. Gu Chang'e's words could be said to be very simple and direct, without beating around the bush. It immediately explained Chu Fan's origin. It was so direct that Chu Fan's expression could not help but become bitter. Until now, he still did not understand how he became like this. And how did Gu Chang'e see through and know all of this? Thinking of this, Chu Fan suddenly had hope in his heart. Perhaps Gu Chang'e could help him. After all, Gu Chang'e's identity and power were here, and his words clearly contained a lot of power. Even the current 10,000 ancient races had to consider carefully. Brother Gu's eyes are really sharp. You even noticed this. But how did Brother Gu see through it? Chu Fan could not help but smile bitterly as he forced himself to calm down with strong willpower. But facing Gu Chang'e, especially in such a disadvantageous situation, not to mention calm, it was already very impressive that he could speak without trembling. However, as he opened his mouth to speak, the air of a person who had been in a high and mighty position for a long time was naturally revealed. It seems that it really is a different person. Yin Mei could not help but be surprised. Before this, who would have thought that her servant would suddenly become a different person? This was too shocking. How I saw through it is not important. Gu Chang's smile did not change as he continued, could it be that Brother Gu doesn't plan on introducing yourself? I feel that you don't want to keep being like this. This kind of person who had their body taken over would definitely be very unhappy. Who would be willing to suddenly go from being a big shot to being a dispensable small character all of a sudden? Could it be that Brother Gu has a way to help me? Hearing this, Chu Fan's voice suddenly became louder, and he was very surprised and excited. It was difficult for him to remain calm. If Gu Chang'e could really help him recover his original identity, he would agree to anything Gu Chang'e asked him to do. Brother Gu still hasn't answered my question. Gu Chang'e glanced at him indifferently as his smile faded. Chu Fan's expression changed and he felt a chill on his back. Now was not the time for him to ask Gu Chang'e for help. Gu Chang'e definitely would not help him so easily. In this world, who would be willing to do something that did not benefit them? Unless they were really good people who did not ask for anything in return. Obviously, Gu Chang'e was not such a person. Chu Fan was also clear on this point. Therefore, in order to let Gu Chang'e see his value and let Gu Chang'e know his true identity, Chu Fan began to speak and unreservedly revealed his origin. He was not stupid. Right now, he had nothing. Other than his original memories, he had nothing left. Therefore, in front of Gu Chang'e, he had no right to negotiate. From the beginning, it was destined that only Gu Chang'e could decide his fate. I won't hide it from Brother Gu. My name is Ing Xuan, and I am actually the son of Emperor Ing. Since ancient times, I have been cultivating in the Heavenly Emperor Palace and have never left. I have heard a lot of news about the outside world, and I know a lot about Brother Gu. I am filled with admiration. I can't wait to follow Brother Gu after I am born, and I am willing to serve Brother Gu. Hearing this, Yin Mei's beautiful eyes widened in shock and disbelief. She never thought that the son of Emperor Ing, who had once ruled over the 10,000 ancient races, would become like this. Once this news spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Who would dare to believe that this was true? Even though she had seen it with her own eyes, she still felt her head buzzing in disbelief. This person is actually Prince Tian. Yin Mei was from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, which was one of the ancient royal bloodlines. She knew a lot about Prince Tian. She knew that this person was the son of Emperor Ing, and that his talent was once unparalleled in an era. However, his father had sealed him away, intending for him to break out of the seal in the future and compete with the other supreme geniuses to become the number one of the ancient races. She never thought that she would meet Prince Tian with such an identity. Moreover, he had such a humble and almost fawning attitude towards Gu Chang'e. In front of the 10,000 ancient races, Prince Tian's identity was no different from that of a human's imperial court. It's actually Prince Tian. Gu Chang'e's thoughts were actually similar to Yin Mei's, but he obviously had more considerations. Prince Tian, who was currently cultivating in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, was actually the servant who had saved Yin Mei's life before. This huge change in identity was also in line with what he knew about the possession style. He was just short of possessing the body of an ancient emperor, and then moving 10 meters in one step. This is interesting. After that servant became the Heavenly Emperor, he probably had thoughts about Yin Mei of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, which he didn't dare to do before. If that's the case, I'll be dragged into it. It's inevitable that this is a cliché. However, an ant is an ant in the end, and he wants to become a true dragon after changing his identity. How laughable. Even if the original owner is in front of me, he's just a little bug that can't jump. After understanding the cause and effect of this matter, Gu Chang'e's expression suddenly became cold. In his opinion, this was the only value Chu Fan had. After asking these questions, he had already confirmed that the current Chu Fan had no other tricks up his sleeve other than his memory. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted so much time. At this moment, Chu Fan in front of him also sensed that something was wrong, and his expression changed drastically. Oh no! His expression was desperate, and he wanted to retreat. Buzz! However, Gu Changa's palm fell, and the void suddenly collapsed. A pitch-black palm print fell, covering everything and caught him in an instant. Brother, where do you plan to go? Gu Changa asked calmly. Gu Changa, can you not kill me? I can swear that I will listen to everything you say, no matter what. Chu Fan's face was pale, and he was incomparably desperate. Although he had guessed Gu Changa's secret, he was no threat to Gu Changa at all. Poof! However, Gu Changa didn't let him finish his words. When the palm landed, Chu Fan's body suddenly exploded. However, in the midst of the blood, a pitch-black Great Tao treasure bottle appeared. It floated up and down, and took root. Chu Fan's divine soul was refined and absorbed by Gu Changa, and he flipped through many of his memories. Among these divine soul fragments, there were many inheritances, scriptures, comprehension of rules, and so on that he was Prince Tian. For Gu Changa, it was better than nothing. The most important thing was that he was interested in Chu Fan's original memories. After all, these memories and the divine soul fragments that he had devoured were in his hands. He could easily create another puppet Prince Tian, and it would be completely under his control. Gu Changa didn't have the means to make such a method of possession come back. Chu Fan was a useless servant, and he probably knew Gu Changa's secret. Naturally, there was no need to keep him. As for the servant who possessed Prince Tian's body, Gu Changa didn't care about him at all. Moreover, in his opinion, this was a good person who had delivered himself to his doorstep to continue taking the blame for him. If anyone asks about this manservant, just say that he's gone mad and has disappeared without a trace. Gu Changa instructed Yin Mei, and then left the hall. Yes, master. Yin Mei nodded and began to clean up the remaining aura in the hall. She was very familiar with this kind of thing. The current Prince Tian would definitely think of ways to find the servant and kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Gu Changa just happened to help him. The main reason was that he didn't want to alert the enemy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if he scared him and didn't dare to show himself. Many of Emperor Ying's inheritances need to be compatible with his bloodline. However, some of the divine powers of Emperor Mountain are not affected. After returning to his palace, Gu Changa couldn't help but squint his eyes. Soon, he combined the two fragments of Prince Tian's divine soul and refined a mysterious rune that emitted a faint brilliance. He then refined it into the great saint puppet from before. This mysterious rune had the aura of Emperor Mountain remaining on it. This made it seem even more perfect. Gu Changa nodded with satisfaction. He didn't expect everyone to believe him when the time came. His main purpose was to set up a trap. Some were suspicious, some were convinced. In any case, no one would suspect him. It didn't take long. It's still not too late. Soon, Gu Changa looked at the moon outside the window. In his opinion, the timing was just right. Thinking of this, Gu Changa looked at the palace where the Longevity Wang family was resting tonight. Faint black and white runes flowed in his eyes, and he quickly determined the location of Wang Zijin's palace. Wang! Suddenly, Gu Changa raised his hand, and the great saint puppet from before appeared in the void. Its tall figure and cold and emotionless eyes were shrouded in a layer of strange light. It was wrapped in runes, as if it didn't have the slightest fluctuation of life. Go! Gu Changa said indifferently. As she spoke, a palm-sized rune fell into the puppet's hand. Yes, master. In the next moment, the great saint puppet instantly passed through the void according to his instructions. Its terrifying aura was retracted, and like a black fog, it quickly attacked the palace where Wang Zijin was. Wang Zijin, don't be disappointed. You have to hold on until I come to save you. Looking in that direction, Gu Changa's expression became interested. The rune that he gave the puppet just now was the sealing rune from the system store. It could seal all directions for a period of time and prevent any aura from leaking out. It was a piece of cake. Therefore, Gu Chang'e wasn't worried that the aura of the battle would leak out because of a terrifying battle, which would attract other experts to rush over and save her before he did. After all, he had calculated the time. Wang Zijin was a quasi-saint. Facing a great saint puppet, she should have some means to deal with it. She wouldn't be killed so quickly. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.